Move to order at 5:37. Start with Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
A moment of silence.
This is legal. There's like a delay on that watch. Take your hand and go like that, and it's like it happens afterwards.
Yeah, it's an input thing.
Delayed.
It's live when other people see it. It's synced when other people see it, I should say.
So calling for public comments and anything outside of our agenda. No, I don't have any. Anything to add or delete from our agenda?
I don't think so.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll go straight into the agenda. We just decided December 10th is definitely the date, so we can definitely check that one off. The course layout we have. So I assume everybody has this. This was in a prior, I guess, emails. Oh, in our Zoom meeting. So I don't think Larry was there. Do you want to see this? This is the layout for the 5K.
Yeah,
Okay. We have the logo, and it's beautiful and live. Thank you to everybody, and I want to.
Is this the local one?
This is the logo. This is it.
I love it.
Great. I want to thank Jacob for getting us started. We got to this because he started what he started. So I want to, would you please bring that back to Jacob and let him know that, you know, art is a process, right? With all the cooks in the kitchen, we came up with a great sauce. So thank you very much to Jacob. And gladly it's ready and live. Antlers and t-shirts. So I think we need to talk to you, Isle, about, well, the t-shirts the town's taking care of. I'm gonna get you quotes. Okay, that is where we left on that on the last meeting. Judy getting quotes. Antlers, I need help. What do you suggest?
I can't think of a vendor off the top of my head. The best I can do is maybe ask the race director if he has any vendors that they normally use for themed runs.
Okay. And I'll ask my agency too to see if they have any.
I would
vendors.
volunteer to help do that too. My cousin owns a large Halloween company.
Oh my God,
and
okay.
And he has connections all over the world for that
All
kind
right,
of stuff.
so I'm gonna leave that with Larry and I to see if we get something back.
Now, on antlers, there's two kinds of antlers. There's the kind that, you know, you want the person you don't like it, tell them where the hat when you go on.
I think we're talking about those kind of
Or the
cute
ones
It's like a
that look
headband.
like
It's like a headband.
yeah,
A headband goes
Like
around
with some
or just
felt-
half the top.
no.
It's like a
It's like
U.
yeah.
Right, I'm just wondering how.
It's like a girl's-
Going to be on a run. Is that gonna be-
Runners would probably, the real serious runners probably they didn't run Santa Claus suits. They would run.
Something like this.
Right.
Yeah,
Right?
like that.
Something like that,
Yeah,
just for
Yes.
Yeah.
visual.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, I know, I got it.
That sort of.
Oh, and that one that Jonathan pulled up has a nose that comes with it. See, it's got the one see that one that on the right,
So this-
Jonathan?
yeah,
on the
right.
screen?
Right, this sort of idea of like the felt.
Yeah, it's got the
headband.
it's got the
It's
brain.
Rudolph.
Do we want to get a nose to go with it?
It's Rudolph's nose.
Yeah.
And red nose?
Yeah,
Potentially.
yeah, the
they
kids
have
would
red-
love that. The
Look
kids
at the
like,
logo. As
That'd be cute.
Jonathan
Yeah.
just pointed out, the
Oh, yeah.
reindeer have red noses. and
Okay,
it's
we want
all-
to get on sizes.
This is
There's
the
probably,
Rudolph
like,
family.
Probably maybe two sizes, and adult size.
I guess, yeah, it's probably one size fits all.
Yeah,
Well, I'm little kids.
Yeah,
are
right.
gonna, you know.
Yeah.
And how many are we talking about?
I think we're hoping to get at least 500 people in the run at a minimum, right, Judy?
Yeah, and I have some notes
Yeah, we have to decide as a group what we want to do, but I looked at the files today and it looks like last year, I mean, the last time you guys had it in 2019, what you guys agreed to for medals, suits, and shirts, I believe, was 700. And I know Judy said that you guys had a lot of bags left over last time anyway, so I don't know
So
if maybe we should do less, or you guys think that we'll get more people.
this will probably be an annual event, correct? I mean, this thing
It
is every
is,
year.
yeah.
So if we overdid it, we could
inventory.
always use the following.
As
year,
long
correct?
as we don't use the year on the branding, right?
Right.
Like if we don't use a year, we can reuse it because the event image is
Right.
going to stay
And
the
if it's
same.
antlers, there's not gonna be the brand, it's gonna be antlers.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a really good point.
So should I figure 700,
Or 750, just to be
Hmm.
safe.
750? Okay.
So
That's for the antlers.
And how many of those should be children?
it should be the same amount for everything.
Everything
right?
should be
Yeah,
750.
because we need to give everything to everyone.
I'm sorry, how much did you say 2019 orders were?
You get, in the initial agreement that was signed, it was for 700 people.
And what was it?
And you said that there was a
609?
number of bags left over your
Oh, yeah, but we
Toyota
ordered,
bags.
we ordered.
Oh,
You
yeah,
ordered
way
more,
Okay,
right?
we ordered way more.
Yeah, there was, I thought it was like 600 something.
Yeah, that is 600,
Yeah.
600 stuff. So I'm thinking we're gonna be pretty safe with 750.
So you're running variations in shirt sizes and also in reindeer hats for children.
Mhm.
You figure 50 children, how many do you think?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
That reindeer run last time was about 50, 75 kids.
So you want to go 100 kids?
It was just like the little ones. They brought them over and they
Yeah.
just kind of ran.
I think that's fine.
100 kids
50.
and
750 adults.
650 adults and 100 kids for noses and antlers.
Yeah.
That's the number we'll work with for now.
I'll have a number for those probably in the next two by Monday.
Hmm.
I'll shop around and do like the best deal.
Mhm.
For the medals, I asked for specs. I don't think I got back an email. Did you see an email back with super specs? and
I've been out
templates?
for the last couple of days,
Okay.
so maybe I haven't, but so pretty much the design for the medal is not
It's done. I think I just needed like
to make
red
sure that
specs and
it's
stuff.
into it.
My marketing department is waiting for actual specs and size so he can send
Let
exactly.
me ask.
Were you providing the medals or?
No, the race director is,
Yeah.
but they need the actual
Right. And
whatever.
okay, and what he had said when we met with him that one day was that he doesn't have anything tied to his company. He's used a vendor in the past that, you know, has a pretty decent turnaround, I think of about 6 weeks. And he said, so we can go through him, he wouldn't charge anything and he'll contact his guy then, or he would, if we so desired, he would just give us the vendor's name and we can work directly with the vendor rather than going through him.
I mean, I don't have a problem keeping him centralized. I just feel like that puts full accountability. I mean, he's got his, I felt like that was in his scope on the contract.
I've kind of, in all honesty, maybe I missed that, doesn't sound too far off, but I've kind of just been going with the idea that he's gonna do it, and he actually reminded me today that we would have to give him the number by end of next week, so he can make sure that the medals are in on time.
I mean, the specs, he doesn't even have them.
Yeah,
Okay,
I'll check if I have it, if not, I'll ask him for it.
okay, and the bib, I need the bib template too, so I can,
I think the bid was sent though,
really?
maybe we didn't send it
Yeah.
directly to the guy though, to your person.
Okay,
But I can send, that I know I have for
Yeah,
sure. so I
got
can-
Felix
What's his
and so-
name?
Felix.
Okay, so I can send it to him now.
But with regard
Will you
to,
copy me? Thanks.
with regard to the medals, I assume that they would just take this
Yeah,
graphic design.
That's it.
We send it to the rate, what's that gentleman's name?
Ruben.
Ruben.
Ruben. We send that to Ruben, you know, in a whatever format that gives it the greatest definition, and then
Yes,
he sends it. But
yes.
but you were talking about specs. What was that?
That specs of how much res he needs of the file to send to them.
Oh,
So
I
my
see.
marketing people didn't.
Oh.
Because you know, originally Jacob just sent him the image and he kind of just used it.
Okay,
But I can double check, so that we're not back and forth.
Oh, I
does
see
he
what you're
have
saying, yeah.
all my stuff that I sent to you from my guy? Like I did, like Felix did exactly what Jacob did, he did the shirts, he did the logo, he did the, I think he did the medal.
I have to double check on the thread. I've been out the last couple of days unexpectedly, so honestly, I'm
Okay.
not 100% caught up, but I can check for you. Just,
Yeah, I don't think
what
there's-
I'll do is I'll call Ruben tomorrow.
I think there was only a bid template. So.
That's the only one he
in terms
provided,
of-
right?
Yeah, there's no, template for the metals, so there's no defined resolution or sizes.
No, but Judy was asking, did we send Ruben the stuff that we had,
Right.
what she had developed?
Which I don't know
Yeah,
either,
I'll double check that.
but
and
to
let you
the point before that, whether any templates exist, only the bid does.
know. So he just needs specs.
That makes sense with what Isle said, where Jacob just sent the metal and it was okay, so I mean, I wouldn't want to tell you to just send a metal because it's not as specific, but because this is the only thing.
Judy, do you have Ruben's contact information?
I think so.
Do you want us to, because I know you've got other things, do you want us to, either Larry or I mean, not to take anything away from Isle and Jonathan, but is there anything that we can do to smooth things as, your subcommittee members?
Yeah, I mean, this was literally I just put together the person that's gonna give them what they need to do, what they gotta do, so she's just catching up, I think, on this particular stuff. Yes, thank you
Okay.
for that, and we will definitely start sharing some more responsibilities.
And then with the antlers and the t-shirts, it says headquarter Toyota and Town of Miami Lakes purchase. So Larry's gonna identify the antlers.
Yep.
And that comes out of monies that will, that are apart from what we're paying the race director.
I'm gonna give you suggestions
Right.
on that Monday, and you can decide which way you wanna go with that.
And then the t-shirts, you have designed the logo but the town is gonna order them?
I'm gonna submit them a proposal for how
Okay.
much my people will produce the shirts for. and
Oh, I
it's
see.
gonna come out of the budget.
Oh, I see, okay. And so comparatively, if that, jives with what they have or is cheaper.
They'll place the order.
Yeah, okay, so they either go with you, or if they have their person, they'll go with them, or is the
Yes.
idea that they're gonna go with you?
Oh, they can go with their person if it's better,
Yeah.
and yeah, that's
Okay.
fine.
But that's up to the town to decide.
Mhm.
Okay. And then when Larry comes back with the antlers, he's gonna give that information to you, Judy, or who does he give that?
I think he needs to, let's copy the subcommittee, and which is now the three of us, and I think Jonathan and I should definitely be copied in so that we're all
Okay.
together on the same
One might
page.
send it to you first, and then you can, since you're the chair, you can copy that.
But then the purchase of those will come again from the central fund?
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
I-
What purchase exactly? Sorry.
This is for the antlers.
Antlers and-
Okay.
But antlers on the
So
nose.
once we all decide, we can make the purchase.
Do we need to bring that, he gets the quote, we bring it back to committee to
Yeah.
vote it, or no?
We should always keep the full committee involved in terms of, all the facts, especially around money.
Yeah,
But other than that, we can move from it on that. When do you guys meet again?
October 6th.
2 weeks. I think it's in 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
It's getting close.
And you're saying that for the annuals, I guess the first thing we have to work on is see how far in advance we have to order those.
Usually,
And we can go from there.
usually if you source like through Alibaba overseas, like Vietnam or China, you're usually talking about 45 to 60 days in shipping time. Unless you air freight, and then it becomes much more expensive.
And Ruben did say that with regard to the metals, he said that his turnaround time would be much quicker because he has it delivered by air, not by cargo.
Well, I think maybe it's better if I go ahead and get the quote by air.
So I was
Because we're
making
cutting
sure
it
that,
close.
We
yeah.
can always order them. We just have to make the committee aware afterwards of, what the cost is and sure they're gonna be okay with it.
I'll get
Best
the quote-
practice is always to have the committee.
I'll get the quote both ways, and probably air will be the most logical.
so I was gonna make sure that Ruben has what he needs to order those
Yeah,
metals.
I was looking at the email now, so I see that Felix sent it all like in a link. And I was able to open it, so I'm sure it's fine,
Mm.
but I'll double check. I know he sent it in different formats, so like in the see-through and in the red. The metal will obviously do it in the red if possible, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, looks good.
And one question that you gave an ooh on was the date. And so the notion that we can order these things and have excess because it's fine, we'll use them again next year is a great idea. Although with the metals,
No, that would stay, the metals.
the metals are gonna change
Yeah,
every
yeah.
year, because people don't wanna go and get the same
No.
metal, right?
Yeah.
So that we'll put the date on the metal,
Date on the
but
metal.
everything else won't get a date.
You know what? Probably everything's gonna get refreshed, because it needs to match, everything like goes together.
Everything does need a match, but maybe I'm wrong, but my understanding with Clearasil was that this was what the event would look like, because I mean, I haven't been here before. When you guys did the Jingle Bell Jog, you guys did it more than once, right? Or did you only do it that
Yeah, there
one
were
year?
two.
And it looked the same, didn't it? My understanding is that that's just the look of the event.
Yeah,
It's
I
not-
think the medals changed. The medals were different. Every year they got new medals. And
Okay,
then everybody got a Santa suit, so there wasn't any,
but in
things to
terms of
change up.
marketing
The
materials.
marketing, I believe that the town's staff made, kind of did this. I sent that some of my emails. I don't think it was the same 2 years ago. I think it was a little different the second year than the first. I'm fine with leaving it static, like it could become something that everybody identifies with.
Mm.
As far as what runners think of medals, I don't know if they care if they look different. The runners just want more medals. I think they just want their collection of medals.
Mm.
And it will have the new year on it. I don't know if we can
What's
do an
the
update to it.
feeling here?
I don't know.
Yeah, the year is important, the year and the event's important.
Yeah, the year's
So
important,
you're definitely.
Mm.
at least on the medal.
Yeah.
They know when they
I have
did
a
it.
collection. of-
Right, you want to know when you did it.
Yeah, because you look back and say, oh, yeah,
When you're talking to your grandchildren.
there it was. All right, so t-shirts, no date, medals date, and antlers, it's
Well, the
immaterial.
t-shirts, you can put the date because the t-shirts will always change because of your sponsors.
Yeah,
There's no guarantee that you can use those shirts again.
Oh,
Yeah, we're right, yep. We're going sympathy,
Okay.
so
So if you want to put the date on the shirts, you can.
okay.
I say leave it. People love shirts, I mean, it's not even at the event.
Mhm. Especially if it's a nice comfy holiday ish shirt. You know, we end up with extras, it would be sleeping shirts.
Oh, yeah. So police support, town is paid for with town line related monies.
And George said there are going to be 30, you recommended 30 police officers, and they all have cars, and they'll be outside of their cars. And he gave us a rough.
30?
Yeah, it was, the number was quite,
That sounds like more than when it was on Main Street,
It
and Main
was.
Street was worse.
it was markedly, and I questioned him, I think Larry as well said, oh, because when we worked with the gentleman last year in preparation for having the event, I'm sorry, we worked with Ruben, and we planned on having the event there around Veterans Park. Here we had, it cost us $7,000, $8,000,
Mhm.
and Ruben updating prices, the same location was gonna be $9,000 to have it here. But by moving it to that other location, he thought that we could cut the police requirement in half. And so that we wouldn't need, I think we had 17 officers and a supervisor, and he said we could get away with 10. But George, who represents the Miami Lakes Police Department, said he thought they would need 30 police officers there. And I said, what? And he said, no, every intersection would have a police officer, which, we did it here because it was Main Street and 154th, and there was traffic lights and 67th. But we assumed that doing it on the backside there, it would be enough if we just put cones. So that we didn't really get to talk that through. But he said he would give a proposal with how many police officers and cones would be put out. But the one thing he did say was that previously they've gone through the Miami-Dade Police Department at large, not the Miami Lakes Police Department. And he said that was the way that the contract went with the other gentleman that was running the Jingle Bell Jog. So he said this way, it would actually be local officers who were familiar with the businesses that were in the area, and he thought that, would be better, but I didn't know what that translated to in dollars. Because that was the issue that we had the year that we did it. We paid $7,000, $8,000, $7,700 to just the police. So all the money that we took in, a large, a third of it went out to the police department. We said, that was a lot. So we had hoped that we could reduce the police presence and our cost for law
There's only
enforcement.
like 7 or 8 intersections in this new course.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot less than.
Maybe I'm wrong and you can correct me. I know I came in last year when we were going to do it and then we didn't, but
Right.
I thought that the Veterans Committee is the one that did want to do it over there.
No,
The
I'm saying,
Veterans Park.
no. I'm saying we want to do it over there versus here. Just because we wanted to do it around the park and we wanted to have some culminating event at the park. But the other benefit to doing it there was that we were going to greatly reduce our costs because we wouldn't have to pay for all the police officers manning every intersection out here. And then out here, we also had to leave 67 open. So that required more police officers, but we assumed on that backside, we could just close the streets off and people could drive around. And George, unbeknownst to us until we had that conversation, said, oh yeah, we've done it before with this other Brianna run. And I think 30 officers, I mean, he said 30, and he said, yeah, that would be every intersection gets a police, somebody in their car, stationary, and he said, geez, 30.
There's like 8 spots here.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, I don't know, why he felt that, or if that was some requirement, but he said he was going to talk with you
Okay.
guys and then give you a proposal that
Maybe
laid
that's why
out.
they haven't given us a number just yet.
Yeah, but if that was the case, I mean, it would be like, I don't know, some large amount of money.
I don't know what the actual amount is. I would have to go back, but for what it's worth, I don't know if it was him and I don't know if it was mentioned at the meeting you guys had, but I have somewhere in my notes, and I don't know if it was Ruben that told me or the sergeant that told me that we are not gonna need cones or barricades, which is a great
That
cost.
was Ruben at our Zoom.
Okay,
Yes.
which saves you a great cost. So maybe that offsets the cost of
They
that,
changed that up when we did the drive around. They said cones,
that they do. need.
yeah, they do need
But are they
cones.
gonna be cones that maybe are provided by them, or
Yeah.
you're gonna have to outsource?
Yeah.
Okay, well, that
Ruben-
makes all the difference.
Ruben said he's got a certain amount of cones to
Yeah.
supply.
He said he had 100.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
gonna be like 200 short or whatever.
And George said he could provide
okay.
the other.
What I
Is
meant
your-
by
yeah.
barricades is we usually, like for the
Box
Veterans Day parade,
barricades,
yeah, we actually have a
Mhm.
company come on and that's thousands of dollars.
Right.
So we don't have to do that, that's a cost that we're saving.
They said we don't have to do that.
I think
Okay.
they said that the police.
They would do it
the police
themselves.
would do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that maybe,
And he said he would do it that morning, and I think, I'm sorry, the police would be involved, but Ruben would be laying out the cones. He said he gets there a few hours early and puts them out.
Great.
So that sounds like a question mark. We need to come back again to the police to find out what their requirement is and the cost.
but what is plan B? Because I mean, in terms of the police, we can only do so much question, right? Like we're not the experts in terms of what cutting costs are. We kind of have to go with what I
If
have.
I'm not mistaken, didn't Ruben and George communicate about the cones and whatever cones that
George was short,
George was
or
short,
Ruben was short, George would supply.
George would supply, or if they had to get them, they settled on a smaller cone.
Yeah,
It would be less
18
expensive.
inches instead of
Ruben
36.
was supposed to take care of that, and I thought that was part of the total expense. There wasn't any condition we were gonna have to pay.
I don't know.
Well, the police has to give me the quote. Until that, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Maybe that's why they're, as you said, maybe it was a higher price than you expected, and maybe they're working on the back end to see if, confirm that those are the numbers that we need.
He didn't give us a price. I just know that when we were planning the event previously, when you were involved, we were thinking that we would have a considerable savings moving it to the Veterans Park because we would have a third of the police presence that we had when we were out here. But when George evaluated the route and he said that they had done it previously, that they had, I think he said 30 police officers. And, we were like,
Who's our oversight to protect us from that and overcharging and killing the whole budget of this thing under overstaffing?
Well,
I mean, I want to
he's
see
part of the
police.
Miami Lakes, like he's part of our
yeah,
staff.
I think
So
one
I
thing.
can't, that's what I mean, like I can, what can I do? Like it's the major and the sergeant.
Yeah, one thing I think he did say was that they were gonna try and get officers that were on duty
Instead of paying
instead
overtime
of
to
paying
the ones that are
overtime,
extra.
and that the overtime rate would be different somehow than it would be if we used the big police force.
So we don't really know what the number is.
We
We're
don't
just
know.
speculating that it might
The
be
only
higher
thing we
because
do
of the
know is
30.
he said that 30 police
Okay.
officers would be required.
So will you get with him and get back a proposal?
Yeah, I'm gonna copy you just
So then you get an
Thanks.
answer, and then- And I don't know how far I go with this. Do I back off now? Or is it- then you
No,
do-
I mean, we'll keep you in the
Okay.
loop,
So
just so
that'll-
you're informed.
Okay.
But from there, honestly, at that point, it would be clear, because, right, like, what control do we have over when the sergeant or the major say that that's what's
Yeah,
required? They're police, like, I can't.
Yeah.
I feel like that's one of the few things that we
I
barely
think
have
to refer back to my notes from the previous race, subcommittee chair, and he told me that the time gets up, a short chart changed, and to go on our own, that there's a way to go on your own to go to Miami Police or wherever it was. I can get more details on that.
I know that that has been said, but that was the confusion if we went to Miami-Dade or if we went to Miami Lakes. I mean, if you want to go ahead and quote, I guess it doesn't hurt, but I don't feel like the police is gonna tell us incorrectly.
Yeah,
It's kind of my thought, but if you guys, if it will make you more comfortable to get an extra quote,
I don't think so, only because I think that the, what did he say he said that the Jingle Bell Jog event that we have, because of that proprietary nature, had contractually some obligation to go to the larger metro
Okay.
police. And that we somehow, by going to the Miami Lakes Police Department directly, that somehow there would be some savings, but we couldn't do that, which is why it cost us so much last time. That's what the Sergeant George said when, I think, is his name Soto?
So,
Yeah, Sergeant Soto said.
All right, so let's see what he comes up with, see what the price is. I mean, we already have an expectation, something, so let's see that.
I mean, if he responds, and I'll copy you in, and he gives the breakdown, and if you wanna get a quote, I mean, I guess you'll have it laid out.
I don't, I'm used to doing.
No, I get you, I just feel like in this one area, I wouldn't, like, I have no expertise in that. To say yes, if, they
Well,
are,
actually, we need this, yeah.
Yeah, like, I
It's
can't.
No, of course we can't. We are not qualified, none of us are qualified to do that, but if we're thinking, like you said, if we're supposed to be down to a third of what we had, then one would expect a third of the cost times some inflation and increased
Yeah.
wages from 2019.
Like I would think $5,000 or $6,000 for the police,
Let's see, yeah, because maybe before.
but I'm saying that, but the expectation with those numbers would be that it would be like 15,000.
Right, a third of it,
Yeah.
whatever a third is,
Yeah.
right, plus a little inflation. Times 3 years. All right, so let's keep going to the next item. We kind of covered barricades and cones. And now we're going to water points.
I'm sorry, Judy, the barricades, there was some question about the
Since
barricades,
we don't,
Larry?
I wrote that we don't need barricades,
Because
that's.
we
I
don't
have
need
that.
Because he had said cones,
You
but
said cones, we wouldn't
absolutely
go.
no barricades. Is that your recollection?
I recall,
Yeah.
but cones only.
Yeah, we have the same.
And they said that they have the 18-inch cones, and he asked George if that was permissible based on that. Usually the cones are 36
He
inches,
said, fine.
and they're very, very heavy. They're like 40 pounds a
Oh my
piece.
God.
And so he said, yeah, there's a huge effort putting them out, but he said, you have the 18 inches, and because we have a police officer at every intersection, they'll be controlling the flow of traffic, and the cones just help identify that there's an officer there. So in other words, if we end up with a large amount of police officers, the plan B, as I'll ask, might be that we use
Co-reduction.
barricades instead of police officers. We
But
put,
they have to give the okay. to it.
yeah, right.
Yeah, that's why, I'm just saying. As
Right.
long as
Sergeant-
they
the
do it.
sergeant-
But I'm saying-
the sergeant has to
Or
do
the
it.
name,
But
yeah,
but a
or-
mix and match of barricades and police officers, instead of the notion that we don't need any barricades because we're not a police officer at every intersection. If it becomes cost prohibitive, then perhaps a suggestion might be, all right, what if we mix it, 50-50 barricades and police officers? We end up paying, whatever for the barricades, and, just a
So,
thought.
Mike, our next move obviously would be to wait, come back from George, get some report what it's gonna cost, and meet.
Mm.
And then from there we can make whatever.
So
Right.
George will give us the quote with needed barricades, needed police officers, and a price, right?
Right.
And
Well, I asked for a quote, I would hope that the quote comes down with that detail, if it doesn't, then we can go back and ask.
okay,
He seemed to, I will say, he was very easy to work with and very pleasant. The only thing that surprised us a bit, I think, was the number of officers they said we needed. We just weren't expecting that, but based on his professional assessment, I guess.
officers and barricades if needed. And, but he's including the cones. We don't need to pay for the cones.
That was my understanding,
Cones
was
included.
that the race guy had cones,
200
and he
people.
could go rent more if needed, but George said they had access to lots of cones that he could supply them in advance of the race to Reuben. But that might be something that we ask, Reuben, George, where are we at with the cones? Because inevitably on race day, 5 a.m, oh, I thought you had the cones.
Who gives cones to who, if 2 people have cones? Make sure cones are in proper custody. Water points. Is that not Ruben if this knows where to put water points?
See, I think, maybe I'm wrong,
Are they already on?
No, I'm asking if it was.
I think you guys, but we touched base with him, and he said that day, and he said that he could provide
He's gonna provide it.
insight on where.
Yeah.
Well, you're talking about who's actually going to provide the water.
he said he's doing water stations. Ruben said that on our Zoom call. So I guess we need to,
Confirm that
Ruben
But
confirm.
when, yeah, does that mean that he's providing water? Because that sounds like a cost.
I don't think so.
But
I think
maybe-
he is. He said
Okay,
water
let me
stations. I mean,
reconfirm.
what else is in a water station besides water?
I think he just puts a tent.
Yeah, that's what
He puts a
Okay,
tent.
so we need to reconfirm with the.
And then, you know,
Yeah, we need to clarify.
I mean, people aren't gonna get a bottle of water, I don't think.
No, like a little
They get a
cone
cup,
of-
yeah. And he did say, but because as we drove the course, he said, okay, this like a, one aspect of the course, a third of the way into it, he said this would be a water point.
You volunteers that hand out the water too. You ever done one of these races?
Yeah.
You don't stop for water to come out. They hand it
Yeah.
over.
He's gonna staff them and provide them is what I
Yeah.
understood on the Zoom
Right.
call.
We have some excellent resources with people willing to volunteer now, but we don't want to take away from our participants.
Oh.
You know, we would calling on volunteers and then they don't run because they're giving out water.
These kids aren't gonna run anyway.
Mm.
You walk, I mean, like once in 1 hour.
Well, yeah, whoever.
I
signed up,
I
yeah.
walked it the last time.
So I guess cut
As long
9.
as they're not signed up, right? Because whoever signs up, obviously, we can't take them away to
Right.
go. Okay.
So we need to clarify that with Ruben, exactly how we're going.
Okay.
And where they
The
are,
how, where, and why, and who.
because
All of
he,
them.
So
because
Judy,
he,
you're gonna be in communication with Ruben and discuss that directly with him, right?
I'm gonna.
I
pull
also
up
Can I
the-
see
work.
this one, Judy?
Yes.
I'm gonna pull up the contract where it says the price to see if that's a, you know, I can't remember. off the top of my head.
Mm. He, as we drove it, he highlighted, oh, this will be a water point. And it was, you know, a third or whatever into it. And then we said, oh, just
Yeah, once
one.
you're on a 5K, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, I said, you know, I think we asked you, hey, where, you know, where else? And he said, no, it's so short that they'll be done and you don't need 5
Sometimes
water
one,
stations.
sometimes two, depending. 5K, that's what we have. And that's that early in the morning, you probably get away with one.
In December.
Yeah, probably get away with one.
Mm.
Two, probably, two maybe better.
3 miles, yeah, maybe.
2.5 miles.
Well, the people that pass the 1 mile water station will be looking for the water at the 2 mile. The people that drank it at the 1 will tank up again at the, yeah.
One thing I noticed, and I don't want this thing, that I don't know whether it be an issue or not, but bathrooms along the way, porta potties.
Sorry, I just found the water answer.
Okay, good.
It says, part of the contract says 2 water stations on the course with water, cups, coolers, and trash cans.
Done.
That's what they're doing.
What about staff?
That's
That's
part
our
of-
last thing, staff to that.
For staffing, it says they have 1 lead timer, 1 registration manager, 2 registration staff. It doesn't say anything about them specifically at. They have it says volunteers here. They provide some volunteers. It might not be enough for the water station though.
Mm.
Hold on, it says, I have it here, 20 volunteers, 6 for packet pickup distribution,
That's us.
4 finish, yeah, I know you guys said that you
No,
didn't
but I'm
need them.
asking, that's, that was a
That's him saying
question.
that.
No, this is part of the contract of what race time, what
They're gonna bring it.
is part of, what we pay them, what they provide.
Okay,
Yeah, this is the contract.
all right.
So 6 for packet pickup and distribution of bibs,
I have
4
the contract.
finish line
I
8,
think I do.
yeah, I think so.
6,
6 for water station.
so pick
So
6.
they are providing water stations, 2 water stations, and 6 people at each, so you guys are covered.
That should be fine.
Oh, so done. That's, I figured, I thought that was done. I did think
So
it was
you were
done.
right.
So 6 packet pickup and then 2 water stations with how many, with 6 people each, so that's another 12 people. 2 water
But
stations.
they're providing. these
Right.
volunteers.
No, but I'm just saying the number of people, so it's 6 for packet
6
pickup. Packet.
for water stations.
Hmm.
6 each.
But if you want more to, you
I don't
know,
think
to
six.
add to that, we can work on getting volunteers,
Yeah.
external
Maybe
volunteers.
maybe
These are
3
from
and
race
3.
time.
Yeah. Who's race
There's
time?
20 total.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah,
22
no, but
people?
because the packet pickup, we had asked him about having devices, because the last
That's
week
only
Mhm,
20
I
ads,
remember.
and he said, we have some ads, I can give you one. I think we had
But the
that
thing is that
conversation.
yeah, we all had that conversation. The thing is that he offered personnel, if I'm not incorrect here, but you guys said that you had said, oh, it's fine, we'll have enough people. I believe you said something like that.
Hmm.
That's my recollection.
Oh, for packet pickup,
Okay,
at
packet pickup.
headquarter, I'm gonna be good.
Yeah,
Yes.
I remember Judy
For my,
saying that she's
yeah,
fine.
we.
Yeah.
But he's still gonna be there because
help,
of the
to make sure.
Because we
iPad.
have to log people
yes,
in.
yes.
Judy, when you do the packet pickup, you're gonna do that over headquarters too, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's usually kind of.
The day before.
Yeah,
Well, we agreed to, I think, 2
we pick up the
days.
shirts, the
Yeah.
bibs and all that kind of stuff.
The race is Saturday, so Thursday and Friday or something, or Wednesday, or.
Are you gonna have any vendors there or just?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold on. Where's this?
I forgot what we were looking for right now.
We're looking for the packet pickup day. I have it.
Yeah, how
written
many
down, so you
days of packet pickup? You would
I have it
suggested
here.
2. And
It's just loading. I have it here, though.
sure,
Oh my God, that's
This is from,
changing.
yeah,
oh,
Thursday and
Chris,
Friday, December 8th
I
and
went back
9th,
and what 3 months?
10 a.m. to 9 p.m. at the Port
Yes,
Trailer.
there it is right there. 10 a.m. to 9, 10 a.m. to 9, Thursday and Friday.
Thursday and
Just packet
Friday,
pickup.
December 8th and 9th.
10 AM, and now you're gonna have it all day.
and then-
Yeah, I am.
Nice.
Okay. And that was on Thursday and Friday, which is the 8th and the 9th?
Yep. And then it says Ruben will provide the iPads, no cash will be taken.
Mhm. 9th is
And to
Friday.
reduce the need for iPad use, Ruben suggests people do pre-registration before they come pick up the packet.
Mhm.
we'll
So
keep
that
the last
generates a
two.
code, and with that code, the volunteers just look up which packet belongs to them.
Okay.
And that's it.
Excuse me, so the packet pickup is Ruben's people and then,
No.
oh, no, I'm sorry, Judy.
With Ruben.
With
like,
support
like,
of-
Oversee,
yeah.
yeah. Judy with Ruben.
10 to 9, Thursday and Friday.
Oh, yeah. And then this is going back to the number of people. And then Ruben is providing 12 people at 2 water stations for the contract, because we don't have to worry about,
We don't have to do anything with
Yeah.
water
okay.
at all.
He's providing 2 water stations, 6 people at each water
No, I think
station.
that's wrong. I think it maybe, because there's 20 people including the contract, Jonathan was just clarifying, and it's. probably-
Yeah, if it's 20
it's like 3 and
volunteers.
3.
Oh, 6 for water stations, so 3 and 3.
Oh, so it's 6.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so 3 each, and they provide water cups and cans?
Everything.
And
Water
cans.
cups, coolers, and trash cans.
Okay.
This is part of the contract, by the way, so
You have, do we have it? No.
yeah, I think I shared the
Yeah, I
contract.
think
with
you
you
guys.
You might, yeah. I don't know.
I need to look
Just,
at it again. I'll send it
Yeah,
to you.
would
So
you
you don't
mind?
have to take all the,
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
You just, we send it to the 3 of us again?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So water distro, we got that one, right, Judy? And water points,
Yep, same.
there's 2, and that's a check.
We just don't know, I don't know exactly that, I guess if Ruben wants to, when you're in your communication with him, you want to just have him delineate on our map where the water stations will be, just so we know, and it's just a part of.
so we
everybody's
have it
life.
on actual, yeah, but you guys have an idea of where, right?
He had mentioned one at a
Okay.
turn, at a, let's see, the race
I'll send them
starts.
the map.
They start, and I think the first one was here. There's a water station there, I thought. Because then we came back and we did, and then there was a, this is 154, so it came up around, and there was talk about putting one up around here, but because of the
So
finish line
close.
being so close. So this was a, for sure, he said, we'll have it at this
Yeah,
big
it's
kind
almost
of
halfway.
turn. And then this was kind of the main drag, so it wasn't gonna be there.
Mhm.
And then there might have been talk about something in here, but I don't remember. That was the only one I remember him saying. That's why I wasn't quite sure.
Okay. When you're in community, we just have him plot out what he.
Yeah, I can
wants
do
to
that.
Okay, great.
I can have him send
We
them the
have a
map.
baby spot right here on Commerce.
And this map is actually, but other than just kind of like a rough drawing, it has the instructions here, which says specifically where the race, because it's a certified course. And they said that typically they'll have a marker that somebody will have left previously from these certified courses. So you just look for a nail,
Big
yeah, like a
little-
thing,
little
like,
metal things?
yeah, metal thing.
Wow.
But they didn't, we looked, the 4 of us looked and we
Couldn't
couldn't
find
find it. So he said he's gonna have to come out and actually measure to ascertain where it starts.
They have the circle, so whether it's 10 feet forward or backward doesn't matter because they're going to do a complete loop and loop same distance.
Right.
So we're fine.
All right, cool. Sponsor packets, did we finish updating this so I can get it out?
Yes, I sent it to you yesterday, I just wanna make sure, I just wanted to make sure before we send it to everybody that it looks fine.
Okay.
But, Jonathan has a list ready to go
Do you have,
of all the businesses.
Oh, that's clever.
Yeah,
Did you do that?
I got, what?
The little reindeer marking the, what you.
it's really
Oh.
cute.
That's just creative.
Hey, that's
Yeah, that's
wow, okay. Oh, that's cute, rather than check marks.
Yeah, I got an updated BTR list from Daniel Angel over here at Town Hall, and I mean, it's a fairly large list, unsurprisingly, because it is a BTR list, a full BTR list. Yeah, it's essentially just getting us the final packet, which I'll sending it out. Well, I would have to create a link in this email that would go out, for sponsorship opportunities and
Oh, I see something wrong with the pack.
commitment, sponsorship
I
commitment
have it open right here,
opportunities.
so.
Click here and then it would take that interested party there.
Mm.
We were only gonna give one fun zone, so you're gonna take all the 4 heads off for the. Oh, no. No, it's okay, never mind, it's perfect. They're gonna get all that, and it stops there at the fun zone. Okay, it's good. I
Okay, so
misunderstood
then.
it. That was
Jonathan will
confusing
send
for
it.
everybody.
I know, cause
Yeah,
there's a gap.
Did you send it to me?
Normally there wasn't a gap.
so
We added one more.
we're making a fun
sent it to me?
zone where they have
Sorry.
like cornhole and different activities, so that's gonna be its
As a
own.
PDF?
Its own sponsorship level, which is the only, I think, big change from what the previous
Well,
sponsorship packages
okay.
were.
And then, okay,
It's only gonna be one company's gonna be eligible to get that, because it's just one fun zone, it's like one area, I don't know how big it is, it's half the size of this room, or,
It's
Oh.
pretty small,
but they get all.
but it's a
this.
couple
I mean,
of
they're gonna
games.
get.
You were there for 4th of July, right?
not this year.
No?
Mhm.
Were you? Oh, because next to the stage, that's where the fun zone was. It was just
Okay. I
kids
know where the
playing
sta-
like
Yeah, I know where the
yard
stage
games.
is. Oh,
Is it
okay.
really?
It's new, so it was a new thing we did.
What do you generally require for sponsorship for that?
The fun zone is $12.50.
$12,000.
$1,250. They get sponsorship acknowledgement, they get logo on registration page, they get logo on Facebook and Twitter, event posts, exhibitor. They get a tent with tables and chairs, and then they get their logo on the fun zone area.
Is there a logo on the t-shirt as well, or is that?
That's for the higher ones.
That's over
Yeah,
here
that
as a
starts-
no-go.
Yeah, the t-shirts start. The t-shirts start on the gold.
Oh, here, logo on.
Yes,
official
Yeah, there it is,
t-shirt,
yeah,
gold.
that's still like that.
Mm.
And then we added to one of them. That they could add to the goodie bags or something.
Oh. Yeah, unfortunately, the goodie bags, it would really be nice if we could
Yeah.
do something, because they were really anemic. The bags were nice enough, but
There wasn't enough stuff in them.
it was like, two.
Yeah, that's
they
why
were-
Judy said that we should give it to more.
Not everybody gets at that level, put stuff in it, because then it's more stuff. People
Yeah.
like stuff.
Yeah, people like stuff, so
Yeah.
but does anybody that contribute get to throw stuff in the bag? or-
Yeah, it's the
Yeah,
first.
it's up
thing
at
you
the
see
top?
there. It's this one. That's why she added this. So it's title, which is Judy, and then whoever's platinum and whoever's gold.
But I'm saying that these people, the silver and bronze, they don't get to,
I would, we can add, my only concern is if we start adding to this, then we have to go back and it's a process of reevaluating value per each. Because this was done in a way where one doesn't get certain things that the other ones do.
Mm.
If you guys feel strongly about it, we can go back. It's just at this point, I have to sit down again and relook at values of everything else. Like, we can't just blindly go in and add that for everybody right now.
that
Then
would
you're
be.
taking away from,
From the big ones.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's
that's
true.
the only
It's like, if you look
concern.
at the amounts, like, and I added that one, at least
Right.
gave one more person, so we have
Yeah.
3 companies eligible to put goodies in the bag.
Yeah.
And they can give their goodies out at their tents, and
Right.
then the people can put them in their bags.
Yes.
So there'll be an ability to collect more stuff.
Yeah, I just, well, because you were there too at the race, passing out the bags and the suits and everything. And, when they got the bag, it was this huge, Toyota bag. And then at the bottom, there was like, 2 things like this, so you reach in, and one was from Naeed,
The trunk-
the
the
trunk
DUI.
driving
The
bottle
DUI.
opener. And then there was something else, a pen, and that was it. And I said, oh my gosh, this is really, it almost seems like, if we had we could just, buy candy canes or put something in there just to kind of fill the bag up.
here's an option and you guys tell me what you think. What if we get certain, I know we talked about having certain organizations that are obviously related to veterans come out. What if we give them the opportunity? They're not gonna be paying us anything,
Right.
because they're nonprofits.
Right.
What if we give them the opportunity to put in their materials as well to use as fillers for the bags?
Humana would throw a bunch of junk out.
No, but
Humana's
that
not-
Humana's not a
nonprofit.
nonprofit. We're talking about organizations that help veterans.
And
You
it's
know-
many, and it's not like just looking to be 3 things, because we could have 3 gold sponsors, and then we'll get 3 of their stuff,
No, no,
1 of these, 1 from me,
yeah,
and I'll probably put a couple things.
But
in
if you
there.
guys feel like you wanna go back and add it to all, we can do that as well. Just understand that at this point, you have to give me a couple of days to work. to
I just,
read the whole
I'm just saying
package.
that my own impression, and I signed up all 5 of my kids, mandatory fund. And then,
Mandatory.
and when they, pulled this stuff out of the bag, it was like, oh. It was like there were pamphlets on things, and there was, like I said, a couple of pens, and then there was nothing cool in the bag at all. It was
I'm gonna have a
really-
glow in the dark bracelet.
Yeah, that'd be neat.
That's already.
You
The
know,
only thing to your point is, and this is just me thinking what other people, just because they have the opportunity to give materials doesn't mean that they're going to. You
Right,
know,
they're
with the ones we
expensive.
have right now, like,
Right,
yeah,
right.
the cooler the things are, the more expensive they
Yeah.
are. So that doesn't necessarily mean that people will take advantage of that.
Yeah, yeah.
So we can give it to all 5 or just to 2, and that doesn't guarantee. that
Right,
we're gonna
right.
have
It would just
full
kind of
things in
maybe
there.
open the aperture a little bit, and so maybe, those little things, just like if you go to the arcade and you pay $20 to win something, you get some little cheap hand clapping plastic thing
Yeah.
with a hand, go like that, and then it breaks, but at least you have something that's kind of neat.
So we wanna add it for all of them.
Well, I'm going to go also I think more,
I would
we're
defer
gonna
to
have
you.
our event, our sponsors set up.
Yeah.
And some of them might prefer engagement to give out their things, to get somebody to come to the booth and get it.
Mhm.
So I know getting an empty bag at registration, where are we gonna pass out the bags at registration, right? Those are the
Mhm,
packet
with
pickup.
another pick,
So they don't necessarily, I wouldn't, may not even have the bag on the run, the bag is,
Oh, no, they get it the day before. Yeah,
right,
yeah.
so they may not even, I mean, they're not.
But I
gonna
mean, when
bring
they get it home, they kind
Okay.
of feel like the value that they're getting from the race and their level of satisfaction, will be tied to, starts with the bag that they get, not, if it rains, if they have a good run, that will kind of help cement their sense going into it, but from the moment they pick the bag up and they get a bag full of cool things, just like kids going out trick or treating, and they get, the dentist puts a toothbrush in there, and they're like, oh my God, they remember forever the guy that gave them the toothbrush. But if you go reach into the bag and you get a bunch of chocolates and be like, oh man, that was a great haul. Even if it rained, even if your sneaker fell off, you're like, oh man, that was a great, man, I got all that cool stuff. So I'm just thinking the more stuff we give them, even if it doesn't really have a significant value, the perception will be that, they're getting more, for their money. That's just my thought. I mean, I'll defer, this is your baby, but
No, it's a good point, it's a good
I
point.
just know that, being there myself and then, I'm like, wow, this is kind of cheesy. Maybe it made it feel, the run itself was fun and the bag itself, I said, was almost like a waste of, it almost felt like a waste. Like the bags were being given out and the gift was the bag that said headquarters Toyota rather than anything that came in the bag because there was nothing of any value in the bags. And then that seemed to kind of lessen the value of the bag itself because it was just like, oh, okay, what do I do with this now? But if it had some stuff in it,
What do we do with the t-shirts? Do we give them out at packet pickup or do we, so they'll go in the bag?
I mean, they'll get it because I think that, based on their size, they come up and they say whatever, and then we, go back and say, oh, what size were you? And then we.
What Judy said makes sense, that gives the bag purpose, you put the t-shirt in there, what you pick up at the packet goes inside the
well,
bag.
we can do the t-shirts inside the bag. We just need volunteers to help stuff them in advance, but we can do that because I believe part of the registration. has-
Will they come up and tell you what size it is?
Yeah, that might be easier because we'll have a whole bunch
No,
of
I think
bags.
part of, we can make it part of registration that they tell us their shirt size.
That's great.
No, but I'm saying that, we'll have a pile of bags and then we'll have a pile of t-shirts.
Right,
And then we'll have antlers. And so when they come up, they kind of go down the
right,
line.
you put the
They get their
bag,
bag.
the
Then they
antlers,
open the
they
bag
put
like,
on top.
we throw in the antlers, we throw in the t-shirt.
The
Yeah,
bib and all the
that's
stuff,
pretty
their
much, really
clips.
don't, I mean, the gifts and all are nice, the idea of the bag being for the t-shirt, the antlers, the bib, things you need for the race.
Yeah.
That's the purpose of the bag, right?
I think well, previously it wasn't, but it might work this time. Because previously the bag for the Santa suit was so big,
Right,
they got a
this time-
Santa
this
suit
time-
and a
right,
bag.
this time
But
we
this
got
time they
purpose
get the
for it.
bag when they come in, they register, they get their bib, they open their
Antlers,
bag, and then they walk
the
down.
So we, the bag's all figured out, anybody wants to contribute anything else, go with the bag, let it be, but in the meantime, the bag's all purpose.
But
Well, no, we
according to
have to
Judy's
determine if
sheet,
yes or no, because that's part of
Yeah,
the sponsorship.
like, so these people that paid 500, 1,000, 1,500 don't get to
No,
put anything in
1,500
the bag.
gets.
They can if they want
Oh, no,
to.
25.
No, they don't. They're
No,
excluded.
we have to follow the sponsorship package. That's why we're having this discussion to see how you guys want
So,
to handle it.
Isle was suggesting that if we want to, we can open it, anybody that contributes any amount can throw goodies in
Yeah,
the bag.
exactly.
But Judy was saying that she had some slight reservations about that because she felt that it might devalue the people that are putting in big money if
As
everybody.
long as
gets
it's not
That's what
advertised,
they warned me about.
if it's
And I
some,
get it, like, it makes sense to me, like,
we should, before they put it in, Judy should have the opportunity to be designated, to look at it, see how that's acceptable,
oh,
that's not acceptable.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no.
'cause some people want to put a brochure
It's
in the
not
company,
very-
we don't want that, but if they want to give like a
That's
letter
fine.
opener
Fun
or a
stuff,
beer
yeah,
opener.
letter opener or
The
something.
thing is
yeah.
that the sponsorship, we can't go about, yeah, we'll see if we like it or not. It has to be very clear.
Yeah.
And we've had this issue, I know you sat through our committee chair meetings,
Mm.
where we've had chairs complain about sponsors not feeling value or not getting, like, they don't know what they're getting for their value.
Oh, that's
So
true.
to
yeah.
avoid that, we need to have things cleared out, whether we are going to open it up to everybody or
Mm.
whether or not, that's a discussion to be had now. And we'll do the sponsorship package according to what you
Mm.
guys want, but it needs to be put into a sponsorship
Mm.
package. We can't think, oh yeah, we'll see,
Like
we'll
this
How-
one,
get
yeah,
it if we
so
want to or
okay,
not.
How would you clarify it? How would you?
It's clarified right now in the package.
Yeah, right now, it
You're
says,
not gonna accept it.
no,
first
but
time
here
levels.
it says, you
The
know,
first-
you get a logo, you get a bag, and then these people have check marks next to what they get. And when you get over here to the big dollars, you get everything. And when you get over here, you only get, you know, a
What's
couple of
naive,
things.
what's naive wants to donate beer openers?
Yeah. Well,
He's
he-
not-
That is.
he would have to
a
give-
personal
he would have to
sponsor.
give a $2,500 donation
No,
to
but,
be included.
but again, remember, they're gonna have their 10 by 10 tents. And they can give out anything they want those tents, and I'm telling you that they may prefer the small people to engage with the people attending the, I remember Naeem handing them out on Main Street, because that's where I met him.
Oh,
That makes sense, that makes
Yeah,
sense.
He
I've
had
seen,
them, and I was giving shirts out on Main Street.
yeah.
I understand, that makes sense.
But-
That-
But what we did with the bags was when we went to registration pickup, which will be your people this time, you know, we had a pile of bags, and then it was like, okay, these guys, this box over here they've donated, and so we went and put each one in a bag, and then we put a pen in each bag.
Mike, you confused me, made me feel like, the bag was a disappointment because there was nothing in it.
Yeah, it
But
was
in
a
fact,
disappointment.
we've clarified that the bag has purpose, the bag's gonna have things in it. And if other tokens they want to get out of their tent, whatever, then it's all clear, it's fine, I don't think what else.
No, but that issue was,
This is when people come in with it, picking up a bag.
but I was saying
things
that no
in it.
matter what you gave, you know, you have an option of throwing stuff into the bag.
You're gonna have the shirt, the bags carry the shirt, the antlers and the bib.
And whatever other pieces of swag
And
that I
anything
get.
else.
a
Yeah, that's what
Velcro
we're getting
bracelet,
at, yeah.
Right.
And
It's not-
whatever
right.
piece of swag, anybody
Yeah.
that wants to give
That
5,000.
was Judy's putting it in, you know, the correct vernacular. It's a swag, so people want to get some goodies. And if they get a bag that has nothing in it, it's like, what's the
Well, they walk
what's the
around,
purpose of the
they can
bag?
walk around collecting for the bag in there.
Well, it's
Alright,
the
did
day
we
of registration. man.
Can we include at least for sure, the fun zone people
Okay,
can get
can,
into the
yeah,
market?
actually, no, I have it here, so I can do it right.
At least fun zone too, I mean, that's over $1,000.
Hmm.
And Mike, do you think that setting that ability to put into the bag at 1,000, or do you feel strongly that the silver and the bronze, everybody should have to be put something?
No, I
in the
just
bag?
meant, you know, if
It
it's,
doesn't hurt, I guess, and I don't think that takes away from anybody's value aisle, because they're gonna be able to give that same stuff out at the wall, at the run if they want to.
Hmm.
So it's a matter of giving it up front
Well,
or giving it at the day.
The only thing I can think here, and again, you guys let me know how you wanna go about it, is I personally have gone to runs and I don't go to certain sponsors. Like, it just depends on the person. Some people will not get there. The bag is a guaranteed, it's gonna be in your hands.
Right.
That's the value I see in terms
Okay.
of,
Okay,
in terms of difference there. That's the only thing I can think of. Right, Nick, nobody's guaranteed to go to a sponsor.
Hmm.
I'm not saying that there's no value
Giving
to
away all
it,
kinds of
it's
free stuff at
just-
the end. I mean, they're gonna be right there, giving away
Yeah.
stuff, like, people are gonna come, there's gonna be a band playing, there's gonna be all this to do and free food and a petting zoo, they're gonna come. And by the way, the school has a fence. For the animals.
Okay, great. That's just my only like thing I can think of in terms of value there.
Mm.
But
But it's
if
your,
you
what
guys
is your
feel
call? What do
strongly
you
about
think,
it, then
Judy?
I
I
guess
mean,
it's
we
the
can give them
same
the
value.
option, it's, you know what, they might want, I'm fine with giving them the option, let them all do it.
Okay, then if we let them all do it, I need a couple of days to rework the
Okay.
sponsor package, because I need to look at the value that we're taking away from, like, how can we add to the ones that
Mm.
now it's just an
And
added
you're
value
right,
to
and
everybody.
that was the conversation. People said, I gave $1,000 to support this event, and you put my name on a little, 18 by 30 placard, and that was it. I don't really feel
Yeah,
like I'm
she's just
getting
gonna
my,
have, she's gonna have to move that up so it gets out of it, so she can still do this. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
You still have to have your
And
diminishing
not just
value.
that, I think
Right.
we have to work on other things,
okay.
because
As
the
a-
value has to be there,
Mm.
right? Like, what's the point of me giving $1,000 more or, or
Right,
giving less?
Mm.
But, that's fine, we can work on it. So add it to all of them,
Mm.
is the,
I would agree with that, if that's all right with Judy.
I'm okay with it if it works for your valuation.
it's up to you guys. You guys are the subcommittee for this. So if that's what you like, we can work on it. I just have to work on the value, because I personally think that takes away the value that it has right now, how it is, if I just go and I add it. I just have to do some tweaking to it to get it back to
Mm.
a good value.
Mm.
That's all.
So the
I
gold,
can
the
do it.
gold currently
Which
has
means
it,
I
and the
can't go
funds,
after
are-
sponsors until she does that.
and the fund zone is gonna get it too, you said.
I think the fund zone should, it's over $1,000.
So the only people that won't get it would be the $500,000.
I mean, you guys tell me, I thought you were telling me everybody.
Yeah, everybody, that's what she's saying, but I'm saying,
At this point,
You know, the
it's only
distinction-
excluding two,
yeah, we're excluding two people, so
two levels
Yeah,
of people.
a $500 and a
Yeah, I know
$1,000
where
donation doesn't get you goodies in the bag, so,
Yeah,
yeah, just let everybody throw their stuff in
but
there.
the idea, whether you be $1,000 donator or $10,000, the idea is not so much the advertising, but you're donating to the veterans, you're donating to the cause, whatever. And that should be the theme of it. The idea that, the additional benefit they get, they're not buying something, they want to buy something to buy an ad in the newspaper. They're sponsoring,
They're getting
A
impressions,
charitable
they're
event.
getting impressions.
right, exactly.
Although you are right, because we're not an ad space. That's a great point. We cannot go about it like that with the sponsorship package, because we've had lots of complaints, as Michael will tell you, from the quarterly committee chair meetings, that sponsors are not, they don't feel valued. They don't feel like they are getting.
Because they're
any
being
back.
sold something, they're being oversold.
But
If you
that's why
oversell them-
we've been instructed
When you
to create
when
these.
you oversell somebody, saying you're buying a packet for this, that, and
But
the
no,
other.
nobody's doing it,
What I'm saying, you're overselling them by letting them, it's merely a contribution, they're not oversold, they're happy to give. When you're selling them an advertising package, yeah, then they want more. But when you make it clear that this is a donation, they're sponsoring a run that benefits veterans.
You know what I
but-
think
but-
who would give great insight on that? Jude, she's a sponsor. She's a
Mm.
title sponsor. How
No.
do you feel about just
The her
letting
level,
people-
but her level of sponsorship is different. When you start getting into five or six digits, then you're at a different level of sponsorship. And
So
our-
then you are saying there is a
No,
difference
but
in
there-
value.
no,
I have
no.
Claremont, City of Claremont, and I'll show you, because I'm a sponsor there, for
Okay.
only 5,000 for 6 events.
Awesome.
I mean, go.
But I don't get all this stuff.
But Larry, but what Iowa is saying is that this has to be uniform. We can't have one standard for the reindeer run and then switch it all
Yeah,
up for
this
the,
is a standard for
something else.
across
So
all
this is-
events.
so this applies to everybody. So it's not just donating the veterans, it's also the 4th of July event, it's also the whatever else. you have,
Yeah, all the
Hispanic
events are gonna have
heritage.
this standard.
It's all kind of the same thing, yeah.
I personally, to me, I just, this whole packet thing, I just don't see it. It's a charitable donation. You're
Yeah.
not buying professional advertising.
Mm.
There's a difference, and that's why people are disappointed. You're not disappointed when you give to a charity, but if you're buying a packet of advertising, then of course you're gonna be
You
disappointed.
want something for your
Right,
money.
Well,
exactly.
I'm
And
just-
it's gotta be handled like a
Right.
charity, not
I'm just
selling
letting you know the
advertising.
feedback that we've received from other committee members, and the feedback has been that
Because
sponsors
of the
don't
way-
feel the
because of the way
difference
you
in
sold it.
value.
Because of the way.
No,
you
no, but it
sold
wasn't the way it was sold. It was that when they gave the money,
Like,
they had
what
an
do-
expectation.
Yeah.
And their expectation was, I'm giving you $5,000. What I expect is what I would give if I gave 5,000 to the Miami Herald, or I went on to Funky Frank and I gave him 5,000 for 96, Power 96. What am I getting? Am I getting $5,000 worth of
I
advertising?
understand exactly what you're saying, but what I'm trying to say is, and I think you understand me also, to say we're not selling advertising here, we're taking contributions.
Right.
That's the whole point.
But we're
We're
using
not
this
selling
template.
billboards.
But that's the way we can approach it, right, when we go up to them, but we still have to go off of a layer. I can't just say that, like, I need to be very direct with the person who's giving this contribution, what they are going to receive for it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
And
that's
this
the
is a
way the
little bit of the
sponsorship works.
business end that you guys have had to deal
And
with.
council has
And
instructed.
you're
I think,
familiar,
one of
well,
the-
you too. What the heck am I talking
As
about?
a
You know,
title
you're-
sponsor.
Larry knows all about it. He's a
But
general
buying
manager.
advertising and making a contribution are two different things.
Yeah.
I think that's where I'm confused. because we're selling advertising or we're accepting contributions.
Mm.
And it sounds to me like we're selling advertising for these packets.
I think we're trying to walk the line where if you,
Yeah.
if you give some money, this is what you get, and it's not really, it's
Yeah.
not advertising, but it's not a.
I don't really necessarily
I don't
agree
mean
with
to
that.
rush you guys, but
Yeah,
there's
we're
a
running out of
meeting
time,
coming in
25
at
minutes.
7,
Yeah.
so I just wanna know
Let's
what
get out, we're
the,
in the weeds.
what
But
the,
Yeah, people are
agreement
only
you're
disappointed
going
when
to
the
be-
river's sold. If the river's sold, they're gonna be disappointed. If they, because they anticipate more, they expect more.
Right,
They've been
right.
sold a package.
Mm.
On the other hand, if you accept the contribution at this level, we're gonna give you this. Then it's different. They're not buying anything, they're getting a gift of the contribution.
It doesn't bother me
No.
as a title sponsor if $1,000 sponsor puts something in the bag. That totally doesn't bother me.
no, not just that, but I mean, the differences in value of being outlined. What is so important that you get 5,000, that you're giving 5,000 versus, and maybe not you, right, because maybe you have an emotional tie to this committee, but what about someone who doesn't? Because the reality is that not everybody does,
Right, right.
right?
Right,
And we still want their money
Yeah.
because it's gonna go to a good cause.
right.
So unfortunately,
No, I
that's just
know
not how
exactly what
some
you're saying.
people
You're
feel.
you need to put a dollar amount on what.
And that's what we've
Yeah.
been instructed to do by one of our council members because of that issue that had been brought up to a board committee chairman.
And so,
I'd like to revisit the council
Yeah.
and talk about that at the council.
Can I defer that to you,
Yeah.
to you guys to hash
Yeah,
that out
sure.
however
Yeah,
you want it?
yeah,
So
I
does that
agree.
mean that we're not going forward with the sponsorship package right now? I just need to know.
well,
the
Judy
timeline.
wants to get, I mean, how much time would we need to
They gotta
add
order-
that one?
Well, if
I've
they don't
been
tell the
working on
sponsors that
this,
they're gonna, they
yeah.
have to order the stuff that you can get it on time. It's so slow to get like bracelets and crap from China.
Mm,
Like I gotta get those sponsors on and get them to order their swag
mm.
if they don't already have stuff in hand.
Yeah, I like the swag thing.
I already
I'd like to
ordered
see
it. I already
everybody.
have
with-
like 7,000 bracelets. I'm
Oh,
ready.
really?
Yeah, I have these. These are what I'm, this is one of the things going in the bag.
Oh,
It's like
okay.
my shirt.
Does that glow?
Yes. Close in the dark.
I bought several thousand of this
I
last
have it. I
year.
have a
Yeah,
million.
you want-
Take it.
I bought thousands of this for October last year for the pink ones.
Yeah, they're great.
And I
They're
gave
great.
them-
Yeah, it glows. You can have it.
Okay, I was just
It matches your shirt.
trying
It matches your
Sure,
shirt.
good, so-
They go in the door.
Yeah. So we need to get, whatever it is, we can get it done, because I gotta get these sponsors and I gotta tell them what they get. And then we- and
So
they-
what is the agreement? Sorry, because I'm
Well,
so.
because your cautionary note that you might not be able to, would it be able to, would it be completed by the end of the week? This
I
is
cannot-
Wednesday.
I understand, but I've literally missed a whole week of work and I have things that are
Yeah,
overdue at this point, and now this is an extra deadline. So I
okay.
can't push everything
Well,
aside.
Maybe we just go with what we've got, and then future events, we'll look at perhaps changing things up a little bit. Because we
I
are,
can have it to you by Monday.
What do you think?
I mean, I think that's not gonna change the world. Monday's great. It's still, we're still in September. 60 days, about 60 days for vendors to order, for sponsors to order their swag. They'll have to go and they'll say, well, you can get this one, this one, this one, but this one, I can't guarantee to get there in time. So that's how it's gonna be already. So I don't think a few days is gonna change it. So we can
Yeah.
go ahead and,
Okay, so what is the change that I'm, just so we're.
Everybody gets to put swag in the bag,
if they have it to us on time,
Yes,
for
so
bag swag packings.
yeah, bag swag packing.
I got plenty of people who do that at work
I like
too.
that
so-
idea.
Yeah, more stuff.
Okay.
That's fine. And these people.
with the
They
understanding that
don't even
some,
want to order stuff, because if they only want to spend 500, you know how much everything is now, those are, I forgot, these are about 37 cents or something like that. I mean, it gets expensive for 1,000,
Yeah, yeah.
so then they've almost doubled their, they've almost
right.
doubled their donation
Exactly.
or their sponsorship, just by
Mhm.
putting stuff. This is
Right.
the cheapest thing I can find that people love. Kids
Yeah.
love it, every time there's a kid in my show, like,
As long as they know
I
it's
pay about-
glow in the dark,
I
that's
would
the
say
cool
glow in the
part.
dark.
I
Okay,
pay,
let's keep
I pay
going. We
almost
gotta
that,
keep going.
I pay almost that, and mine don't call my door.
she, I'll give you my guy. All right, let's keep going. Sponsor packets, we'll finish that on, I will get that done by Monday. Yes, with the updates. Monday, yeah. Got the race packet pickup all handled, kids run,
we need the name. I know you sent,
do you
but
guys like anything?
I thought they were cute, but I know she asked you to. like,
Yeah,
any
I
other-
saw them, but I said, well, I'm not, I mean, I don't,
None of them
something dash, Donner Dash, or, like, I was thinking using one of the reindeer, since it's a reindeer run, some, but I
How about
don't.
Rudolph's run, Rudolph's,
But like
Donner's
a,
Dash is
yeah,
good.
like a Don, like something, like low, and one
I
of the
think
other
one of them
reindeer,
had-
like, so I don't know the reindeer, is there like a baby reindeer? I was thinking, something that would go with, this is the run and this is a dash. I think I saw a dash on there.
It's
So,
like a
yeah.
photograph
so like a
dash.
Donner dash or
That's
you
what
know,
I
something
was-
that matches.
I was thinking exactly that, but for some reason I thought the only reindeer that started with the D was dancer.
Donner, right?
There's a
Dash
Don-
one?
there's a
Or
Don-
dasher, excuse me.
Dasher's
Dasher
dash.
Yeah,
dash.
there's a
right.
lot of them have
I
dash.
like that, dash is dash.
Well,
Yeah, I don't know about that.
the thing was,
Isn't Donner a
it
reindeer?
is,
Oh.
which I'm just remembering because I was working on the assumption that dasher was the only one.
Yeah.
And to me, dasher dash is very harsh.
Yeah, well, the only thing is, does everybody know that Donner is
That's also.
a reindeer?
No, they
Like
might
the
be-
Donner
they
Dash,
might
they'll
even,
say the
like,
Donner?
mispronounce it, wonder
Is
what
that,
it
is that Jeffrey Donner?
Well, we're
Isn't he
the.
the guy that?
I can
There's a
read
show
them
coming
out
out
loud.
today on that, like that.
I can read them out loud.
She's gonna read
Junior reindeer
Listen,
dash,
Mary.
junior reindeer dash, baby reindeer dash, kids reindeer dash, baby dash, junior dash, kids fun dash, tiny dash, quick dash, laughing dash, little fun dash, little reindeer dash.
Little
Dash.
reindeer dash.
I think little reindeer dash is.
Little reindeer
I think
dash.
that's what I added at the end.
I like that, I like that.
Yeah,
Look at
little
that.
reindeer.
I like little
It's
reindeer dash.
Straightforward.
Yes.
It works off the
They're the little
reindeer.
and then
That's
and you're
cute,
not
bring
calling them
kids in.
little.
We're keeping the
babies.
same medals even for the kids, right?
Yeah.
Little reindeer
Little
dash.
reindeer
The
dash.
little is for the kids,
Okay.
the dash.
That works. I'll let them know to open that up then.
Mhm.
Just, I know I shared the link with you guys, but it's up right now at $30, I believe, and then it goes up to 40.
Mhm.
So what do we do the kids one at?
Do we charge more for that? We do add that as a sign up or that just comes with a kid under a certain age, they don't get that?
Yeah, it's a
I
separate
think it's a
thing.
separate,
Yeah, it's a
we had it
separate
as
entity.
last time, I think you guys had it.
Yeah,
as a
it's
separate.
totally separate, yeah.
I'm assuming.
Because they
it's
got like,
less.
they didn't have a, official time, I don't think. I don't
Yeah,
remember.
it's more of a.
It's just like a fun
It's like
thing.
she'll do it and run.
And then when they run,
and
they get, when they
everybody
come,
gets
across- and the
excited.
parents are walking with them and the grandparents, and they got the baby carriage and some of them are pushing the kid. And then he gets the baby gets a medal and the little sister gets a medal.
But I think the kids one is only the kids. I don't think the adults go with them. And
I mean,
the 5Ks that I
Well-
know.
Tiny ones, they just, it was crazy. It's like.
But everybody was on the side and
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
running,
yeah, like
because nobody's gonna
pumping them
trust
up
that their
and-
kid,
No,
you
no,
know.
all the sides, the sides
Yeah.
were filled with people. I remember
And but we
that.
had to kind of push like everybody off, because excuse me, you get off. at
Yeah, we're gonna
doors.
have to like tape off an area for
Yeah.
that. So little reindeer, that's how much, what do you guys think?
I don't know, how much is it usually?
Maybe just to cover the cost of the
Because I don't
medal,
have the back end of the old one, because that was owned by the.
like $20 seems good.
So if a family comes and they want their little ones to do that, that's their full registration for the day, is for the little one, that they don't have to pay more for the little one to run with them in the.
No,
5K?
like like if I were to sign up, my registration is my registration, I can't bring my kid with me, the kid one is a kid one. Like everybody has their own registration.
But like when my kid will run and I will do my run, but when it's time to do the 5K, the kid will be with me, whether it's on a stroller or it's walking. with me.
Yeah, I think the idea is that there's no actual time for that, for that
Yeah.
kid, like it's true, anybody can get on the path, but you're not really,
You're not part, you don't
you're
get.
not part of it, you don't get.
You don't have a bib, so
Yeah,
you don't get anything.
Yeah,
The kids don't get a bib, or do they get something?
I will, I can ask him, I'm sure he can provide it.
Something that shows that.
I think they got something that said something,
Okay.
but didn't have the chip in it. Because it didn't matter their time, they just came across the finish line and they got there, oh, congratulations, now they
I
felt
can
like.
ask him,
like the big
tips on
kids.
how to manage the little kids one. But what do you guys think, like $10 for the kid ones, 15? Like,
Wasn't the medal like
Also-
$750 or something? Wasn't the medal $750? I don't know how much they were each, whatever, I mean,
I think the middle was 3.
really, it's, okay, great.
I might.
Sounds cheap.
Do you want me to ask Ruben what his take is on?
No, I was thinking $20 because,
30 is for adults.
but 30s
now.
is early for the adults and then,
30 is already for the adults and then 40.
And then it goes to
up
40?
Yeah.
okay,
So
maybe then.
20, the whole time for the kids, because they don't know whether they're gonna bring their kids or not, or. do
My
they
only
just
take,
count?
and I don't know if it was one of the Veterans Committee members that brought it up last time, or if it was somebody from the outside that emailed me, but I remember somebody saying that the parents, that want to support this, and what if we have we have a lot of kids, and then that becomes like a financial.
Oh, okay,
Actually, but I'm just putting that out there because I know someone brought it up.
because they're gonna get a medal and they're gonna get. the
Yeah,
they get the antlers and they get the little bag with the.
Yeah, the
whatever,
idea
right?
is that we give them that unless you guys
Yeah.
want to not,
Yeah, I know, give it to them.
Yeah, they get a medal and the antlers, but.
so then
you
we
know,
have to
And a
consider the
shirt.
cost. for
And a
all that,
shirt,
right?
so
So
I
we
mean,
have to
it-
consider
it
cost
is-
for all that.
Right,
Yeah.
Ruben said 750 medals will be 325.
Oh, okay.
$3.25.
That's important in the advertising. You mentioned you get a
Yeah,
medal.
I talked about commemorative shirt and instrumental.
Yeah, finish it now.
Maybe I should throw in. ring.
Yeah, so I see what you're
Once we
saying.
figure it out.
I'm just trying to think that, $20, if the kids are younger,
And, I mean, I don't know how you guys did it before, but I know that the ones I've gone to, they even break it down by age group as well. Because obviously you don't want like an 8-year-old running with like.
No, you were
$20
talking about, you were
seems
gonna
fair.
go through the
I think I like the
classes
20.
of.
That for the
Pardon me?
regular one, yes,
$20
but
is
also
cheap.
for
Yeah,
this
that's
one,
what
I
I
guess
said.
they should also
Yeah,
tell us
$20.
what
Yeah,
the
let's see
breakdown
if
would
we
be here.
if we should have more than
that
one
seems reasonable.
set of runners.
Because if you're selling for 10, that's almost like,
Or where's the line?
You're
Maybe
losing
there's
one.
a
yeah, you're
line
like,
where
wow,
it's
$10.
longer.
12 and
It's-
under, it gets
yeah.
in there, and the rest go into the regular. Yeah, we need an age
antlers,
delineation.
a medal, and.
So do you guys want to just defer to him, what he suggests? for the
Yes,
amount?
yes, and then how you split up who gets in it and who gets.
Or at least ask him his recommendation, based on previous races.
Well, because I just want to go live with this as soon as.
Because
possible.
$20, what do you think, Judy? We were talking about the cost. Larry says.
Or if
he
you guys
raised-
want to give me a range and I'll work with that.
$10 seems cheap to me. I mean, it almost seems like, there's nothing you can buy for $10. I mean, like a gallon of gas.
Okay, so
Between the
what,
shirt and the antlers and the medal, it's $20. You're
So
That
gonna-
seems reasonable.
About 20?
I would say
Yeah.
20.
So we don't give an early discount for the kids? Or
We
more
can,
money for the
we
day, so
can.
it escalates like the
Oh,
adults do
we
to push
can.
people.
We could do $10 or
Okay.
15,
15 and then 20.
15, then 20, yeah.
Just
I
to
don't
get
think
to-
you need early recognition for the kids. I mean, the parents are gonna be in it. That's.
Well, we want to get them. to
No, but this
do
is
it.
for
It helps
the
us
early
plan.
registration. If you sign up now, it's only $15, so they might say, hey, let's jump on this. And then it goes up in October to $20. But at least we capture them at 15, so we're breaking even, but we're encouraging, because now the parents.
So we
sign
offer the
kids up.
savings, that they can take advantage of. Yeah.
I'll let you guys know what details I get for this, on how we're gonna break down the numbers and all that.
Okay, activities for before and after run, I think we need to pass on this right now, I don't think we have time. I'll quickly just tell the committee that we talked, and I was gonna reach out to a DJ and a production company that the town usually uses, and then there is a band that I was gonna,
The one that we use for 4th of July, their name is Mojo Scoundrels, and the main guy, the main singer happens to be a veteran, so,
Oh,
we thought that maybe that would be a
is
nice
that the
touch
guys
if
that
they're
played from
available.
the year before, or is this a new group?
Sure.
But
I'm
you're-
not sure
I
about,
wanna say
I think they're different. I think they're different because
Yeah.
I remember having to pull up videos to show the committee who they were gonna be.
Oh, okay.
They're called the Mojo Scoundrels.
Now, would they be playing holiday kind of music, because as people are walking
We can
around,
tell them
they're
if that's
gonna
what.
wanna hear, or are you thinking not? Are you thinking, like Enter the Sandman, Metallica
No,
kind of
no,
music?
they're
You
more-
guys can
she
tell us.
told me they were like
They do. a
They did
cover
like
version.
family, they did
Yeah,
4th of July Day, great, like,
top 40.
like classic, yeah.
Yeah, they do covers.
Or like some Christmas
Well,
or
we can
holiday,
ask them
not
for
Christmas,
that, yeah.
holiday
Yeah, play a couple.
music. So when
Yeah,
people are
it's
walking
after,
around
it's
drinking
after.
hot
Yeah,
cocoa,
exactly.
Okay, so
Yeah.
songs they did for 4th of July plus.
they're listening to Jingle Bells, kind of getting in the spirit, because on the 10th of December, they say, hey, listen, we can stay here for a little bit, some hot cocoa, but we need to go Christmas or holiday shopping. Because now you're getting down to the wire,
And
so a little bit of
Christmas
Christmas or holiday music.
So
That
some
would be
Christmas and
appropriate.
some top 40 family
Okay.
style
That
music,
makes-
yeah.
Holiday.
Little Elvis for her.
Blue Christmas. Isn't that this one?
I'm sure they do, yeah.
We need to follow up with Ed on the benefactor. He was gonna vet the benefactor. He was gonna go through that book and.
Which, yeah, I don't know, Ed was, I don't know, I've been trying to get in touch with him, and I have not. This happened once before.
Can I ask a question on that?
Yeah.
You know, Maryland suggested, before we name Veterans Park,
Right,
that either we could possibly use the benefits of this run, or maybe a monument. And of course, the theme would be Veterans Awareness.
right.
And if we could take that money and use it for something, keep it in the town,
Right.
like maybe a monument for
Yeah,
the park.
we did
or something.
No, Claricel said if we were gonna do that, we would have to be very clear, so as not as to mislead anybody that they were donating to veterans, thinking that they were somehow donating to, a charitable, homeless.
It would be
veterans.
for Veterans Awareness within Miami.
Benefit veterans, I think is what
Yeah.
you
It'll
use.
benefit
What
veterans.
was I know you guys have discussed this before, but as a committee, what was the agreement? That you guys were gonna go to yourself, that it was gonna go to the Veterans Committee, or that it was gonna go to an outside organization?
No,
No.
what we felt was that our monies had been wasted
A
in
drop in a
essence,
bucket in a huge
because,
thing.
people are getting millions of dollars, so if it was.
90% of it goes to administration, 10% to the.
Yeah.
I
So-
know, I understand, but what did the
So what
committee?
we decided was that if there was a local entity that could
Okay.
use the money, and
That's why he was gonna look for
judiciously,
that, okay.
and if they couldn't, then we would use it for purposes of
Veterans awareness and like.
of enhancing the park.
Well, veterans awareness in Miami Lakes, that would be the theme.
Yeah.
And that way the money stays in town. We actually get to see something with it, and the benefit would be the awareness.
Yeah, well, I think we wanted to avoid any scandal by giving the impression that somehow it was going to benefit a
Only
homeless
because people
guy.
like to assume, I know that it.
Clarity.
Yeah, only because people like to assume and will probably be like, oh, because last year you did
Yeah, but
this.
we gave it
But if
to,
we're
you know.
clear about it in
Yeah.
registration,
So this year's theme would be, the money will stay, the money for veterans awareness, a monument in Veterans Park dedicated to.
the only thing is that this has to go back to the committee. There
Yeah, we
needs to
already
be an
did.
agreement.
Jonathan,
that-
we talked about it, I think it was in the minutes.
We
we voted on it.
Minutes now.
We discussed it.
For the same reason that you're saying.
I think I got steered away.
It
from
said, it said, no. I
Because
haven't-
you're, yeah, I mean, again, I'm not involved in the
Yeah, yeah, no,
Veterans
no.
Committee day to day, but, it seemed like he was going to bring,
was,
organizations.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm a little,
Were you there or was it Clarisol? Because you weren't here that one, and I think Clarisol steered us away from that, said, no. It needs to, you have to be super transparent. I feel like.
That was it, she said transparent, whatever you do, because previously we'd always given the money
I
to
have in the
PTSD.
August minutes, reindeer run proceeds will be donated to a veteran organization that helps veterans.
Okay, I thought we talked
Well,
about. this
Who was
more.
We
there with
did.
who was with us that
Yeah.
day?
Can we-
Was it
we
you?
clarify that?
Oh, yeah,
You were there?
Claricel was our
Was Clarisol here
liaison.
too?
but those
I
are
thought, I
the.
believe was excited.
If we
I
need,
feel
if
like
we
she
need
was
to, our
the-
next meeting, we
I
can
thought she was
vote
the
it
one
in
that
again.
really
yeah.
steered us
If
away
anything,
from
yeah, the
trying to
worst
go
case
mine.
scenario,
It was when,
But
before
it'll be-
Jonathan
it'll be
arrived,
for-
she was our
for mine,
liaison for a month. and then we
whatever
got
it may be, the
Jonathan.
committee needs
So
to
is
agree
that
on it.
But the
meeting, which
money's
I guess
staying
might be
in
July?
If the
Yeah.
committee.
So we would have to
agrees.
check the July minutes.
Okay, and
But
he's
those-
looking, because I feel like she steered us away from doing anything like that, and I felt like that's why we voted and did it to an
Right.
organization, because we went through this already. And
So
she's like,
my-
no, you don't wanna do it like that.
Okay, but your sense, you're the title sponsor, your sense is you'd like to go to an organization, like that fishing, that was a
Somebody
decent one.
approached me at 9/11 at the 9/11 ceremony that has a local veterans group. These guys were there. You guys probably know these guys.
the
I'm
biggest-
sure you know them. That's all they do are help veterans, and they're
Judy,
super
Judy.
local.
The biggest thing that we can do as veterans is to bring an awareness and to make our kids want to be veterans, make them proud of their veterans, make them want to go in that direction. And by spending the money here at Miami Lakes, where we can see it, where it's been discussed before, and putting it into a monument to honor veterans, where, I think that would give us more, there'd be no administration fees, the money would go 100% to where we want it. We wouldn't have to depend on a third
No, I'm
party.
sold. You can stop. The yes is there for me,
Okay.
but I really remember clearly Clarisol pushed us way away
Yeah.
from
I'll
that.
bring it up to her
Well,
tomorrow
I don't wanna,
anyways.
like-
Actually, what she did say is if you go in that direction, you have to be very transparent, because we don't want people having an impression that their money is going for one thing and it's used for something else.
I
do
can
remember
double
that as
check.
well.
So proceeds,
I can
double-
so we have to state it nicely.
So the-
Proceeds will go to enhance Veterans Park to increase veterans awareness. in the
Yeah,
town.
whatever it may be.
But,
Fine with me. I love it.
but we haven't, that's us, we have to take it to
Yeah,
the
you have to
committee,
take
Put it on the
it to
agenda
the
for next
committee.
meeting.
unless we already voted, I'll check the
I
minutes, but
believe
if
we did.
not,
Put it on.
I
the
think we
agenda.
did, but if we didn't, I'll put it on the agenda for the October.
Where's
session.
where are those
he's got the
minutes
vote.
from?
He's got the August vote. It says we voted.
Yeah, in
to-
August it
Well, no,
says
that
you
was the July meeting when Clarissa was here, that was before
But
John.
I'm listed as a liaison for July, and I know what you're talking about, where she did come in and clarify some things.
No, but I mean, she was
That's why
our
Ed
liaison,
was-
you weren't here. I
That's
don't
why I
think.
tasked Ed. I'm
I
like,
think
Ed,
that
can
would've
you do
been-
that? And he said he would look in the book and find it.
June?
Yeah,
We
but we
can
have to go
clarify
off
it
of
along with the
minutes,
wo-
guys.
Along with the wording.
But anyway, long story short is Ed might not be with us anymore, so
Okay.
we'll have to
So I
retest
need
this.
help with
If
that.
you need help finding organizations, I'm sure as a team, we can send you a few just so you guys can vote on it for your actual committee if you decide to go that.
I'm
So
gonna,
just let us know what you need help with.
I'm gonna look at July, because I think that might have been something where I was the liaison, but Clarissa sat there.
I just remember Clarissa. I remember it
Sort
was a
of like-
girl.
I don't
know
remember
it
you,
wasn't-
Jonathan.
I know it wasn't
I
Victoria.
remember Clarissa was our, so then the next meeting you showed up, I'm like, because I thought, oh, from this point forward, we'll have Clarissa, which is nice because we'll be dealing directly with, and then,
Let's see if we can get like 2 more things knocked
yeah,
out.
and
We have
then,
3 minutes.
then she was gone, so,
The band
and we were blessed to
covered.
have you join us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm waiting on dimensions of stage. Photos if possible, but that's on your notes, so I'm not gonna.
Yeah,
have
no,
you have
yeah,
the
I know,
notes.
But that was
I.
approved, Renee Garcia.
Yeah, it's already,
you
yeah,
guys
stage,
got some
yes, specs, but I don't
We
need the
just
specs
need
so
the
much,
specs.
because you know, some of these specs are the
People that
the
fall
Los,
off.
Sorry,
the veteran, the band.
Yeah.
the band.
The
yes.
mobile
I will,
scoundrel, the
I always
mobile
connect the
scoundrels,
band
scoundrels.
with the production company, actually, so
Okay.
they know what they.
Vehicles, we can wait, I don't need to know that right now, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
we're gonna-
Well, Mary Collins parking is what it would be.
We're gonna have to clarify with Clarissa because I was the liaison for July. But I do remember her coming in.
She really put, I mean, I remember, because we were trying to do that, we
I
wanted
think
to.
it was a sort of her popping her head in, making sure I was.
Okay,
Okay.
there was a meeting that she was here by herself. Yeah, so, all right, so June you're suggesting. June is the meeting?
We're gonna,
I wasn't here.
Okay, last, let's
Okay,
just,
so
let's
maybe
cover
that was
one
it.
more thing, we'll wait, we'll have to put that back to committee one more time. For that,
Okay.
Yeah,
yes?
just to be transparent. Right now, my registration says to a veteran
Yeah, okay.
cause, but we'll see how we figure that out.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay.
do a registration.
Okay, so I think then the rest of these things we can table, but let's just get the communication with committee and staff protocol. So all of our emails that we send to each other, it's gonna be Claire, Sal, Jonathan, Isle, Larry, Judy, Mike.
Let me put that roster down,
I
'cause
have
I know
one
you.
more question. Is Mike going to be the master of ceremony? We're gonna have like
An
a
MC
spokesperson,
and
MC?
We didn't, the year that we ran it, I think Naeem said a few words,
Right.
thank you so much, and Gary jumped up there. Because he ended up somehow on the stage, and so he said a few words.
Gary said a lot of words.
But that was it, there was no, and then at the, kind of at the end of the race, it was the race folks that kind of took over. There was no more additional, but Judy as the,
Judy should definitely.
should be the- yeah.
Judy should definitely be spokesman.
yeah, Judy.
I get that, I get 2 minutes max.
You want to give 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's why my sponsorship.
I get 2 minutes max.
What about an MC?
No, but you get it as the,
2 minutes.
That's
She should be one of the
as a-
keynote speakers.
Oh, as the veterans
as the
committee?
Veterans Committee,
Oh, as
yes.
the chair? Okay, we'll all talk about
Yeah,
that.
because it's not like a big ceremony involved, it's kind of a kickoff of thing, finish, thank you so much for coming, that kind of
And
thing.
the
And Judy
band
can,
and marching
yeah,
band.
she's-
So if you need somebody in the beginning, hey, we're getting ready, we got 3 more minutes, get out of here.
Yeah, yeah,
Throw the ball around.
yeah,
So I'm sorry, you said
Yeah, like-
Judy, Larry, Michael, obviously they're here, and who else?
And you and I think I wanted to be in the emails as well, and Jonathan. Yeah, so we're all on the same page.
Yes, the only thing I will mention on that, because I've been having issues with other committees, I'm sure you guys are great, is any communication that is coming up for vote, please do not communicate or email. Everything is sunshine
Sunshine
laws, as you
Okay.
guys already know, just a reminder.
Well,
If
this
you
is-
need me to, though,
this
if you
is-
want me to share details, though, I'm more than happy to do it and
Well,
just
if
blind
we're talking
copy.
about things, we'll also say, oh. but what if
Anything
we're
going
trying
up
to-
for discussion or vote should not be
So
shared.
we can't-
anything that's subject to
You
a
can do
vote,
it though, you can send it back to us.
What I'll send is a
Yeah.
BCC. The thing is that
staff
we
is
can,
excluded.
we can share the problem, and technically you can share too.
Mm.
The problem becomes when, you have an urge to reply and now you're having a conversation about it. Which
Okay.
naturally happens, right? Because if somebody sends you an email about an opinion, obviously.
Do
you're
we need like
inclined
a
to reply.
conversation, like to get it to the agenda? We can't do that either, so that it goes to
We
the
can,
vote?
you can send, what I have with my committees do is that if they send any agenda items to me, so like that as the liaison can make the chair aware, hey, for the agenda, please add this item to the agenda. So that nothing gets missed. But
All right, we'll keep
just a
working.
reminder,
We'll keep working
I know
on
you
that.
guys know
Yours
your
is hard.
sunshine.
Yeah.
rules.
Yeah. All right, so we'll just table the other items. I think they're fine. We don't need that right now. I'm still with the layout. I do need though, but that's on your list. You're gonna give that to me.
Yes.
Of the last thing we had, it was big.
Yes.
And
The
then,
layout for the park.
you're pulling in the food trucks, or you are?
We said no food trucks, and there was a healthy-ish thing. We wanted the light breakfast snack sponsor.
Mm,
They're like,
And for like breakfast things to start, that would be free, not like a vendor thing.
mm.
we were actually gonna do a like banana sponsor, orange sponsor. We talked about that.
Oh, yeah,
Okay,
bananas,
Do you
right.
want it in an actual package? Or do you, because I was just gonna email these people. Since technically the
That's a
amount,
lot of work to do that. Even, I don't know.
well,
what the
maybe we
value-
can just say that we recognize him as one of those then.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah, give them
okay.
something. I mean, it's a lot of
Yes.
work.
For the
Publix,
breakfast
Publix
fund.
has not been very,
No, she's got 2 restaurants that she's.
oh, I was
gonna
thinking
talk
maybe Aldi's. I know I keep hearing that name. I haven't been, but they might want to, kind of use this opportunity to get their foot in the door. Publix is not interested because they already control the market, but
to. Doesn't
Aldi's,
matter.
but Aldi's might say, hey, we'll give you bananas and whatever. Might be worth just stopping over there and saying, hey, we're sponsoring an event.
Want to go right to Del Monte? They're located right here in Corvallis.
Oh,
Or did you already send the schools to invite them so that I can finish with my, because I went to my committee meeting yesterday at ESAC at Highland Gardens and I said, I want to just make sure that.
To invite
and
them to what?
So like, do you want corn? Do you want this? Do you want that?
Oh,
Like,
about the pending, I need to talk to Jeremy, is that I've been out. so
Okay,
It's been about a
that's
week
on
for
your
me, but
list.
I will get it done for you.
I'm sure they won't have time to do so.
What about coming early, set up and everything else to discuss what time we want to be out
We'll
there?
put that for next. Set up time.
and the next meeting will be when?
Oh, when's our next, when
subcommittee
can we
meeting?
meet again on subcommittee?
I have to work on council with the meeting dates, with the other committees to make sure that we're not interfering with them. So we only have one community college.
Okay, so,
But we're not.
But
we're not
around, you
obligated
can
to
give
have it
me-
here, right?
well, we
Have
meet
it
the
in
6th, right, is our next veterans
Well,
committee?
it's preferable here because then we have to have IT set up over there. And there's some charges coming from IT, like now, starting this new fiscal year, which you guys will be made aware of. So we have to try to keep it in there. But you can give me an estimated range and I'll work with that.
How about 10, 11?
About
Is that good for
around
you
those
guys?
days.
October 11th is a Tuesday.
Around what time do you guys normally?
This is fine. Is 5, is even
This
5
was
good?
fine.
So we can, not, if we can be more flexible and come earlier, then
Hmm.
can you
Do
guys
you
come at
guys-
5 instead of 5:30 so we have more time in case?
I'll be unavailable actually at that time, but
What about a better time for
What's
you?
up better?
no, I mean, I'm unavailable that week.
The whole week?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Do you wanna
What if
give
we
me
had,
another-
what if we had it before a regular?
Oh, that's okay. I mean, you have a good handle.
I mean,
don't need me there.
I think that could be appropriate.
Is that, could that be perfect?
It's good to have the veterans meeting be after the subcommittee. So if our meeting's on the 6th,
Our meeting's on the 13th, correct?
No, the 6th.
6th.
October
October
6th.
6th.
Yes, in 2 weeks.
I won't be here.
Oh, God.
Getting to that time, the end of the year where, other commitments.
October 6th is a veteran,
Yes, sir.
So do we want to,
can we postpone that meeting? You won't be here, I won't be here.
no, he'll be on the
I'll be
6th.
I'm
He's
here on
going
the
to be the
6th, I'm
next
not
week.
here on the 11th. No, the following week. I'm
Do
gone.
you want me to work with this on email for you? I'm just saying, because I know they're waiting
I'll
and I
be
don't
on
want to
vacation.
hold them over.
But we don't, I mean, there's not a
You
lot
can
of
miss
moving
a
parts here.
regular veterans meeting, that's fine.
When's the regular veteran?
The 6th,
I won't be here for that.
okay. And ideally, we need to meet on the 6th and vote for little items that we need to vote on in order to
Yeah,
get back
that's
to subcommittee.
Anything dollars, please make sure that the committee understands.
Yeah, so we need to have a regular committee meeting before we have another subcommittee. I think we have things that get done and get voted.
Is there any way we can move the October 6th meeting a little bit later? Or later in the week?
He's not here the next week, so then we're now another week.
Your
Earlier
down
or
too
chair-
far.
later, is that even possible?
Your chair has to make that call. You can do that.
Yeah.
The only thing is that
That's-
you have to understand that now you're affecting other people's schedules that
Yeah.
were scheduled for that day. And you might lose quorum because of that.
Mm.
That's my only advice.
Well, we're down, our numbers are such now that, I think we're only missing one person. We'll have
Are you allowed to attend the,
You- I don't
They're
know.
looking at
I
me
didn't
because
think you,
they
I
need
didn't
to
think,
get in.
well, I didn't think we could, but I know that the council has, Marilyn and the mayor both joined virtually, as did Carlos.
This has been an issue, but I'm just, because I know that you're not the only one that's brought it up. Other committee members have brought it up. The town attorney has given an opinion in it, and we
Which
we
is-
go by that, and the committee members, that does not
Committee
count for
members
quorum
cannot-
or voting when
Okay.
you go online. All you can do is stream it and, stay in tune with
Does
what's
that
going
pertain
on.
to the council or not?
No, this is for, I don't know about council. I don't know the instructions in council, and I'm not gonna give you that because I don't know.
Okay.
And the
But you
committee
can
rules-
ask
the
him,
committee
so he
rules-
can give you a straight answer.
Yes, I was gonna say.
But I know that for committee members, because my committee members have asked.
Yeah, there's no online participation.
Did you get any of these?
That's
for-
right. I've been going to-
Totally asked.
these are.
Yeah.
This is cool.
So are we adjourning?
Did you want to do this?
Oh,
Motion to
sorry,
adjourn the
yeah.
meeting. It is 7:06.
What am I doing with these?
Well,
Passing them
Sunday
out?
pass-
Oh, okay.
I have a quick question for you.
Thank you, guys.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brian Rodriguez, Chair for the Town of Magnetic Youth Activities Task Force. This is our regularly scheduled meeting on September the 21st, 2022 at 7 p.m. or at 3 p.m. And we are going to call this meeting to order. Can we start with a roll call?
Brian Rodriguez,
Present.
Marissa Kafka,
Present.
Diana Lighthouse present, Eddie Delano,
Present.
Angelica Torres,
Present.
Daniel Gonzalez, Leila Coliella, Robin Amador,
Present.
Gabriela Vega, present, Anna Soto,
Present.
and Lion Sanchez.
There's two more.
Aiden Sanchez and Leonardo La Vega.
Present.
Nice to meet you.
And we have one. And we'll move on to public comments. Do we have any public comments? I know we have Nancy Rogers from Public Safety. Yeah. I could open public comments back up when it's time for that.
Through the chair, if we can please have the new committee member introduce themselves.
Go ahead.
So my name is Leonardo Ladera. I'm a junior at Barbara Goldman. And yeah, this is my first meeting as a member of this committee. Yeah, I interned here with the town over the summer, and I like personally have a passion for like law, politics, things like that. So that's what I'm looking to pursue, and yeah, I'm looking forward to my time here on the committee.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Any more public comments? Seeing none, public comments is now closed. We'll move on to the adoption of minutes. Take a look at the minutes from last month's meeting. Just go over them. If you see anything that needs to be changed, feel free to motion the change, and if you want to accept it.
I'll move it.
I'll
I
second.
No motion, a second, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. We'll move on to order of business deferrals, additions, deletions. Is there anything anyone wants to add, remove, move to the next meeting on the agenda?
I'd like to add item 5A budget update.
Do we have a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, motion passes for 5A. I'm also going to make a motion to add item 6A, attendance. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Yes.
Is there,
What?
If possible, I would like to discuss for future meetings to not have any during the summertime because of attendance, and that's something I
we
want.
could go into that in attendance.
Okay.
And I was gonna talk about something like that. Because we used to do that in the past, but now that we move some stuff around, we can do that. I'll talk about that more.
Beautiful.
Anything else for item 5? Anything anyone wants to remove or add to the agenda? All right, we'll move on to item 5A, the budget update, the budget request update.
Thank you. Through the chair, is there any formal updates from staff at this moment?
No.
So I would like to share the reason I brought this on the agenda item, just to let the committee know. Yeah, you know, this is not 100% confirmed because a vote was not taken, but I was present at the budget workshop that was hosted right here in Town Hall a few days ago, 2 days ago. And the council members, those that were in attendance, spoke in regards to budget. And from what I understood, it is not the council's intent to increase any committee's budget at this time. The plan was to increase all committees as a whole for $70,000. That's what town staff drafted up. And from what I understood, at least the council members that were there did not want to do that. So just a heads up that when the budget does formally get approved in the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we may need to start planning the Halloween event with some more, a conservative status, just in case. I mean, I may be wrong, maybe that day they take a vote and they do decide to increase it, but from what I understood, there may be a chance it won't, so we need to try to be more conservative in spending.
And just so you guys know, these are the council members that were tonight did go speak in front of. And they said they liked our increase and they supported our increase, and now they're not supporting our increase. So what I would suggest doing is at the next council meeting, when there is a vote for it, that we all show up.
When is that meeting?
That meeting should be second Tuesday, correct? They approve it at the next meeting, the budget? It should be,
Actually, it's probably gonna be a special call because if it takes into effect October 1st,
let me take a look at the,
that's not the second Tuesday.
I'll take a look at the town calendar right now.
It isn't?
They have like a few days left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a day October.
They had a budget workshop on Monday, and that's the one that I was here. Yeah, on Monday, they had a budget workshop. It says here.
The 27th, they're gonna have a budget hearing.
Which one?
On the 27th.
The 27th. Is it a hearing or?
What
a
time?
meeting?
What time?
No, that's the
It's a budget
second
hearing.
budget
So it's
hearing.
not a meeting.
It's a budget hearing.
So that's like hearing, like they're hearing it, like,
So I would suggest showing up on the 27th.
at 6:30 PM,
6:30 chambers.
correct.
6:30. Are we allowed to speak? or no?
Yep.
Yeah, we can speak all during public comments. Each one of us has technically 3 minutes. if we want.
Like to add something, worst case, okay? If we are not granted, these funds, we gotta still, rock and roll. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, I was gonna add, we've done it before. We've been working with Halloween, especially Halloween's the biggest one that we were looking at. Because we did increase it by double. But even if we have the same budget, we still work with it. We already have a title sponsor for it and we'll go more into it once we get to the line item. But there's still things that we can work on with it.
No doubt.
But if we all come and show, maybe one of you two, you can talk and we all. show
All of
up,
us could
maybe
talk.
they'll-
We could all
maybe
talk.
Maybe they'll listen. You can.
You cannot.
No, you probably shouldn't do that.
But I think
The
if
committee
we talk
should.
and
Everyone in the committee.
but if we show up,
I mean, at the end of the day, let's remember that we are all representatives of the town council because we were appointed by them, so we
I
have the
think we
right.
can remind them of what we wanted to do, the intention behind having it in Main Street,
Yeah,
having
we-
that extra money to bring.
Well, not
you know,
even,
bring
that's
people
not
in.
official yet. We'll talk about that. when we get to the
Oh,
item. But when it comes to these items, one of the biggest issues was, one, they told us last year that we needed to raise our budget for police.
Mm.
And that's where most of our budget's going, is
Right.
police.
Of course.
So
They're
that
not present.
when we talked about it at that meeting, that was one of the things that they're like, okay, we agree with this for policing and for having protection on at our events. So that's something that we have to fight and bring up. They keep wanting us to enhance our events and make them bigger. We can't make them bigger if we don't have the money to make them bigger.
So we don't have enough police presence.
That's it. Well, police are very expensive to have at our events.
Through the chair, can we come up with like, or just someone for that day, have like a list of the attendance from our previous events, like an idea and then compared to some.
They
of
have
the-
it, yeah.
No, but let's just have it so that we could talk, like, give it, like, if, let's say 5 or 6 of us show up, like, at least we have talking points for everyone. And instead of using 3 minutes to just
Yeah,
say
we
the
can do
same
that.
thing over and over, each person could
Says something
tackle
different.
certain things and give them a lot of information, so they're like, oh, maybe this is a really good idea.
That is
Set
very smart.
estimate of how many people show up to our events and send that out to our.
Absolutely.
A suggestion, and I don't even know if it's something that could be possibly done, but at the events, you always have to have security. So that's part of the planning, that's part of everything that develops. So why not, okay, this is the budget, we have $10,000 for the event. Security should not even be part of that.
They told us they have to be, no?
Right, but again, make the argument that why should that be a part of it? Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, if you don't have the security, you can't have the event. So why put
Yeah,
it all
what
together?
Robin is trying to say.
I have a separate line item for,
No,
Police.
if the event is, if you have 10K for the event, the cost for, is this, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is what you're trying to say, the cost for what having, presence, police presence, should not even be included in that, there should,
Yeah,
correct? Is that correct?
Yeah,
I agree with that, but they said that we have, that comes out of our budget. Remember when we asked for it? And they came and told us here, too, and they told me in my chair meetings too, that it comes out of our budget.
But as far as I recall, at the chair meeting, the town told all the committee chairs
That
that
we're
they can
gonna have
ask for more money.
Yeah.
they said, ask for more money because we're gonna try to give it to you. So let's just see what happens.
And Nancy knows, she was there, she heard it.
If I may speak on this,
Go ahead.
am I allowed?
Go ahead.
Please? Because you're talking about security. I'm just making notes, so I'm gonna read them real quick. If you invite Public Safety Committee to your events, A, we can wear our shirts, Public Safety Committee. B, you get the bonus of 2 currently employed police officers from the Public Safety Committee who are currently employed officers. Not necessarily with Metro-Dade, I still call it Metro-Dade Police Department, but 2 other cities nearby. So that's 2 of them. Then there's 2 of us who are certified, if any of you know what that is. I'm not gonna go into it in detail, but trust me. And then the other is that I am a former police department employee, and I believe we have another one. So you're getting free services if we come to your events and we can wear our shirt, not wear them, whatever you want us to do. But my guys are willing.
Yeah.
And they're just waiting.
So,
So keep that in mind whenever, and you know, if it's not a whole committee thing, Brian knows I volunteer for everything.
and
especially
you know,
with-
I always invite public
with-
safety.
with this committee, because you are youngsters and I got
Here,
all the love in
here's,
the world.
here's what the town tells us. And the town has said this, that they want uniform, although more manpower, the better, having adults there, and that's why.
At least
very good,
eyes.
But they also want uniformed officers
Sure.
at our events. But we should look into that because we asked to do a separate line item and they said, no, it has to be part of the event, and then it's very confusing.
Also quickly to reach on the budget, do we have any sponsorship dollars that would be going back to the general fund on October 1st?
No, our sponsorship dollars do not roll over.
Through the chair,
I
sorry.
spoke with,
CFO.
you know, Councilman Diegas about it a while back, and we're gonna try to figure that out, and look at it, because, Councilman Diegas and, I think, yeah. Diegas, that didn't make much sense.
It doesn't.
So I think they were gonna reevaluate that. I don't know if they maybe are considering this at the budget hearing, but I think it's something we should bring up.
I'm letting you guys know at EAB, Committee Education Board, Education Advisory Board, we have to, the committee have to vote and have the chair go ask for permission for the funds to roll over, because it doesn't happen automatically.
Yeah, I think it should roll over. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
to
present-
take the money from
It should,
sponsorships.
it used to roll over. If you've been here for a long time, you know it used to.
So then I would suggest, I'm gonna make a motion to that we, I guess, would we do it at the budget hearing?
I guess, Ernie, can you speak to the lovely lady from the budget office? What's her name?
Gina,
No, that's,
from the budget office?
Kay, is it Kay?
Oh.
Not Kate, the other one that works with me.
Grant is her last name.
Yeah, Key Grant.
She's the financer. There's a lady in that office that works for Kate that specifically does budget. And she's the
Oh,
one,
you talking about Melissa?
Melissa. So
Melissa.
if we can talk to Melissa, because she came to the Education Advisory Board Committee meeting and explained to us how it worked and how the motions that have to take place, and we had a whole presentation. Can you talk to Melissa, ask if we need to ask for permissions for the funds to move over? And if so, then our chairman can speak on that on the budget here.
Should we vote on that right now, just so that we don't have
Yes,
to?
yes,
do
yes.
Special call. So I'm gonna motion that, our chair, Brian,
No.
takes whatever steps necessary to ensure that our sponsorship dollars are rolled over to the 2020 budget. Or 2023 budget.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
2022, 2023.
I'll second that.
Yeah, second.
All right, now discussion.
Go ahead.
You got a second? All right. Again, I'm gonna butt in because I am in the process of going to that upcoming meeting on Tuesday and do the same thing. What my knowledge that I just got this week, and hopefully I'm remembering it all, is that we go before the council meeting on 27th. And we ask, and here's what is in my notes and that I'm gonna ask for, I'm gonna give it away tonight. Ask that they not only roll over any funds that I have left, because I just learned today what those funds are, and it's in the $600 range. I'm not leaving that on the table. So that being said, I'm gonna go before the committee, council, and ask them to roll those funds over in addition to what they have decided or will decide on that Tuesday night to give us so that it goes into the 2023, 2022-23 budget for us. Because we didn't get a chance to use it, especially because my big event was a couple of weeks ago. I don't know how much money I've got left over, and I've only got a week to hurry up and spend it. I can't do that.
We have to-
I'm changing it for next year, but this year I'm stuck and I don't want to leave that on the
You
table.
don't, but I
So
don't wanna-
there's a way to ask for the money. And if I can help you with that, anybody, Brian's got my number, you can call me. And whatever I learn and plan to do, get right up behind me Tuesday night. Because I'm angry about how this goes down. It's not fair to
It
us.
is.
I'll amend
Not
my,
fair.
I'll amend my motion to include both sponsorship and any money left over in our 2022 budget.
Do we have a second for the amendment?
I'll second.
In addition to what we do.
Yeah, in addition,
So we have a second, any more discussion on this?
Quickly, yes, I agree with the motion. I'm just letting you know that the council has expressed that they are in support of sponsorship dollars carrying over, but that they do feel that any money not used by the committee go back to the general fund, but I see no harm in asking to go. Yes.
I'll make sure I speak to Melissa.
Any more discussion? I'm gonna respond. Seeing none, all those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I think we're good on budget for right now.
Yes.
Do we have
Next-
any, I'm sorry, do we have any sponsors? Any, weren't you talking about sponsors for Halloween?
Yeah, we'll talk about that once we get to the
Oh.
line. Yep. Next is the sponsorship package. There's a reason this is back on the agenda. One, there was a subcommittee for it, I never met for it. Two, I received an email last week, I think Ernie got it too. The town wants us to plan every date for our events, which is not fun. Because our events, well, these are tentative dates.
Yeah.
But they want us to plan every single event with the dates to make one giant package, which I do not like. I'd rather have separate packages for each event, but you know, whatever. As well as amounts for each event, and they want us to make full sponsorship packages. I'm sure we could have Ernie do that for us easily, but at least what I want to get done today is at least get the dates for our line items. They don't have to be exact dates, they could be tentative dates. But we need those dates as well as the different tiers.
through the chair, just, I mean, I know it might be, you know, it's a lot to have like one big packet, but I see what they're trying to do, which is what they used to do, because I received that packet.
But it's not just for our
Yeah, but
committee,
then you
for
pick
every
out-
committee as
But
one.
it's done for you, so it's kind of nice, because then you could grab them and, okay, let's go and get these to 5 people or 10 businesses each, or whatever it is. It really does make that process a lot easier.
Which,
And-
but here's what I don't like about it. It's not just our committee on that.
But that doesn't mean that once they create the whole package, we can't get
No,
our
we're in the
10
back.
events. Huh?
Well,
We're in the back.
It's not even that.
But that doesn't mean we get our 10, you know, our 10 pages together and just make our own packet that we only take that one.
Keep
We don't deliver
it, keep in mind that the events that we host are big events. And if you have a company that wants to get their name out there, they're not gonna look for the small ones. They're gonna look for the big ones. Oh, hey, what is this? Oh, Halloween
Yeah.
event. Cool. Oh, the Easter event. You know what I'm saying? That's immediately gonna pop out from the package. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
Yeah, through the chair, I ended up here at one point with that whole entire packet, and then I ended up, oh, let's do some Halloween. So it really does just give you the whole gamut.
Yeah.
And you're gonna fit into what you're gonna fit into as a business if you want to be sponsoring them. So I think it's a good thing. And then we can always separate out of our stuff and just send those to direct people that we want really to sponsor.
That's fine.
Um,
So
We're doing that.
what I would do just for today, since we have our old sponsorship packages, correct? We could use the same tiers as before, just for Halloween, by the
You
way.
wanna up-
You were here, we agreed for the title, or in the past, we've agreed for the title sponsor of Halloween to be 5,000.
I
Since
can
it's
I
such
can
a
look into
large
my
event.
emails from before and tell you
I don't
that.
think we've done
I
that.
have zero, zero notes, zero in 3,000 forever. I even looked, I updated the budget. Remember, I have to update years
But
ago.
can we change it back to 5,000? Because that's our big
Sure.
event.
You wanna change it, change it.
Here, with me, I changed it to 10, but.
Okay, 5K, everyone good with 5K? Yeah. I'll move it.
I'll second it. Hold on, we can move them all together. We don't need to do a motion. for
I'll withdraw my
everyone.
motion and don't let the record show.
Okay.
Relax, you don't need 10,000 motions, you don't need a 10-page. Each and all, we did one page.
Only a little.
So, you were looking, right?
Yeah, I'm looking at Christina's.
I swear it was like it.
Do we have a copy of our budget?
It was.
Do we have a copy of our budget with us and line item?
We had a meeting where, I think it was like 2020,
Although this is on
and then we had-
Eventbrite, they should have the sponsors from last year, from all the years. It has a different categories on it. So that has a lot of information probably in it, the Eventbrite. As far as Halloween. Here, this is 2018. And it sort of stayed around the same. We did have a $5,000 title sponsor. Do you want me to read down what it included and stuff, or just send this to Ernie?
Sure, you can send it to me. I remember.
So basically, the different levels were title sponsor of 5,000, haunted house sponsor of 2,500, gold sponsor of 1,000, and then there were like different options as a gold sponsor to be either a pumpkin decorating sponsor, trick or treat sponsor, or costume content sponsor.
See, we don't have any of that.
One year we did like a photo booth sponsor. We've done that at Halloween and at Easter too.
That one's just really difficult to get,
I didn't find the
Which
other
one?
one. Which one?
to get those little sponsors for all of them.
Is it?
No, but you get, I mean, this time we had, basically what happens a lot is that you get the gold and maybe you get a 20, I mean, I think you go for the 5,000, but a lot of times we end up with maybe a $2,500 one. And
We got a 5,000 last year.
yeah, so I mean, if we could get it, great, but if we can't, then we have the other ones that some people will take, which helps.
We could keep the title for this year, but for next year, since we've grown so much, this event is so big and we don't get our full budget, the more money, the better. For such a large scale event, I think we keep it at 5. For the title, 2,500 for the middle, and then the lowest tier is 1,000.
Oh, here, I found the first packet that Christina sent me all the way to the beginning.
I think it was 3,000 at one point, then we raised it.
So this one has just run Halloween, movies at the park, and there were a bunch of movies at the park, like 7 of them, bike rodeo and spring fling. And they were just separated as title, gold, and silver. Most of them were, yeah, like this one, the movies at the park was $10,000. We were basically the sponsor for all of them. I don't know if you guys ever got that. I wasn't on the committee at that point. Spring fling, the title was 2,500, gold was 1,000, silver was 250, 250. Bike rodeo was 1,500 and 250, title, gold, and silver. And the Halloween one was back then, so the year before, I guess it was 2,500 for the title and 1,000 for, I think we tried that 5,000. I don't know if we ever got it that year, but I think I
We got
got
it
it last
another,
year.
we got it a few times. It's been hit and miss.
So who was the title last year? I don't think it was.
Last year was
Larry.
Larry. We
Okay,
also
yeah.
had, remember, we had
I know we had
Andy's
Andy for
police
a
supply.
while.
Andy paid
But
5,000.
Andy was this year for sure. Andy was the one. I remember the first time that I did it, Andy was one.
But he's done a 5,000.
Yeah, so he probably did 25.
Because remember, he had it for a few years.
Yeah, he did.
And when we raised it, he went for it.
Yeah. Have we asked again to reach out?
We already have a title.
It's all good. So I guess
At
what
3K though.
At 3.
Not at 5.
This is what it is. We just need to do more to get more sponsors.
so So
But can somebody hit him up for June? No,
You gotta ask them for some more.
why not?
Who are current
has
title
him?
sponsor?
Yeah,
Who is our current title sponsor?
is that Memorial?
Joe DiMaggio.
They might
Oh.
jump in with two more.
They have the money.
They have
Just tell them
them-
that our budget is, you know.
Just tell them our budget has changed and.
reach out to Nicholas and see what they'll do. Reach back out.
That's kind of awkward.
No, I think that's pretty good. I mean, that's
We-
great.
We could always, I mean, doesn't hurt to try and ask. I don't want to seem too pushy about that.
I think-
Because they are titling two
Yeah.
events in particular, Halloween this year and next year's Easter. They're also titling. So I don't want to be, and they're already putting a 1,000 for the bike road.
What's the title?
What
What is
happened-
it?
wait, so
35.
Yeah, see,
what 35 is for what?
35 is spring fling. That makes sense. Why would it be 3,000 for Halloween when Halloween's a
I guess
double
my,
the
my
amount?
thing is, when do we confirm what the title sponsor was gonna be paying for spring fling when we haven't even started planning it? That's my question. So, I mean, if we voted on, I wasn't at the last meeting, but if we voted on 3,000 for Halloween, then that's
We
great.
never voted on that. We were supposed to have a meeting for sponsorship package and we never did.
I tried looking into everything possible to find out whether we did or we didn't have that money or what the sponsorship was for the title, and I didn't see 5. So
Can we just reach out to them and see what
The
they're
police
saying?
people, the police guy.
Andy?
But we already have, this is our title. We can't. give
No,
them
no,
the
no.
title.
I think you could
Maybe-
ask them if
maybe they want to give it,
if
no?
they're like, oh, we wouldn't be able to do 5, you're like, okay, let me get back to the committee and see, and we could approve it next. time.
You want to get it for the end of the year, because
Confirm.
businesses have to do for taxes, they need to do that, they need to get rid of the money now, so now's the time.
Believe it or not, most of these big businesses, the more money they give out, the
Yeah,
better it is for them.
For
So
them,
they might jump on it.
this is the time to do it, before the end of the year, because they gotta do it for tax.
Right.
You want me to call them? I'll call them. I love to call people for money. I'm good at it too, so let me know.
So, but as of right now, for the, how fast do they need that sponsorship package? Because after Halloween, we don't have any events, so almost next year.
No, as soon as Halloween is over.
Can we get that sponsorship package out, the big one? So can we just get the dates today and that's it?
Yeah, well, I'm still working. I was the one who's setting this up, B. So
I wish you would have been here to explain it to us.
That's fine. That's fine.
I think she's doing it.
At least get the-
No, because she has a meeting at 8:30, so she stepped out. She's coming back.
So do we want to get the dates then?
Let's do that.
Halloween is still tentative, by the way. We'll talk about that during the Halloween segment.
We don't have anything in November.
What was the Saturday before Halloween just in case?
The Saturday
Saturday
before?
before Halloween is the 29th.
29th.
That's when we were, that was our original date.
That's the day we have.
Oh, that's the day we had.
And then we
were
agreed that if
considering
we
the
did it at
31st.
night,
So we're considering the 31st, but we'll talk about that. So yeah,
Okay.
we're between the 29th and the 31st right now for Halloween. Then after I don't know, I don't have the list of.
All right,
items in front of
what do
me.
you guys do in November and December? Do you want anything?
Oh, yeah, next is movies at the park.
When
Which
is
we,
that?
I can't give you any dates for
It's in January?
this. They could start in December, they could start in November, they start at.
Through the chair, I think we could start.
I think we need to
could start
wait.
Giving dates.
I think we need to wait for our budget, then we could do this.
That is a good, that isn't a bad idea, but still, I mean, we could give all the dates. It's not that big a deal. Let's pull out a calendar.
How many movies in the park do you guys?
That's
do?
the thing. it
We
all
don't
depends on
know.
the budget.
That's where.
That's
Right,
why
I
the
mean,
budget
really,
first.
but they can be tentative and then they can be canceled. So last year we did 3. Let's just pick 3 days.
Does the
And
town
then we
need this
could,
now?
we could delete one if we can't make it happen, or we can't get the sponsorship
So we
money
could do
for it.
one in December, like we talked about doing the Christmas.
Yeah, that's where I'm coming at it, through the chair. If
December
we
10th.
don't, if we don't start saying like in December, we're not gonna be able to do
December
it.
9th. December 9th. First day, December 9th.
I'd be closer to Christmas.
December
Yeah, but then you
16th.
go
First,
start
it
to
get
travel.
complicated.
People
Do
go
it
to travel.
before school, that's up.
December
School is out the
16th.
16th.
to Friday.
I would, you're gonna do the
So
day
what's
school
the-
that's out?
What's the Friday before?
The 9th. The 9th.
Right?
I'm looking at
Second week of
calendar.
December. It's pretty far. into December.
Yeah, school day. Yeah.
School's on the 23rd?
Yeah,
Oh,
the
but-
16th is still fine, the 23rd is when you
Oh,
have teacher
I
planning
know.
day.
Okay,
So
and
we can
then
do the 16th.
the 16th.
No, but 19th are still school. Remember they pushed it 2 weeks
Yeah,
forward.
so we can do the 16th.
Okay, the 16th.
Yeah,
December 16th is the first one.
Wait, so I mean, that's our Halloween, right? Or is the
We already
packet,
did
the
that.
packet's gonna be for after? The packet starts after Halloween?
Yeah.
So we're saying 29th for Halloween.
It would
Tentative.
start, yeah, on 29th or 31st. We'll talk about that when we get to the line item, because there's some information from the subcommittee.
And you said the other one was the 6th.
The
16th, and then how often do we want to do them? After that, too?
We're not doing it in January, I would do one in February.
February and then March?
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to do it too close to spring thing.
Yeah.
No, in January.
I'd rather not do it too
So let's go.
Well, we can do it in the beginning of March.
So let's go December, January, February.
Yeah,
we'll
January
do it
20th.
February.
January's nice weather.
January 20,
January and February.
January 20. January 20.
That's a holiday weekend.
January
Yeah,
13th?
that's,
No, the 13th will be the holiday weekend. The 20
No,
Martin Luther
Martin
King is,
Luther
Martin
King,
Luther
there's
King
no
is the
school
16th.
Sunday.
Oh,
Pretty sure.
Martin Luther
But
King
there's
is
no
on the
teacher
16th.
planning. Those are 2 long weekends.
Those are
Yeah.
two back-to-back long
Which-
weekends.
which
Those are
one?
gonna happen.
The 13th and the 20th.
January
are 2
27th.
long weekends.
I don't know, January 27th. January 27th. There's nothing there.
Usually what, the 20th?
27.
27th,
27th?
that month, there's nothing.
Everybody-
Everybody will be back, the 27th.
You guys okay with that? We'll make a motion out.
Yeah, yeah, January 27th.
27th?
And then we're in February, you said?
Are we trying to do like a pre-Valentine's Day or post-Valentine's?
Pre.
No,
So the
February
no,
10th.
no, not pre-Valentine's Day,
Okay,
because
so
now
the
we're on the
17th.
27th of January.
Yeah, it'll be 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
so
true, very good.
After Valentine's Day,
Oh.
24th.
24th, because it's also long
We
weekend.
do a break, break of
Why
day.
don't we do Valentine's Day?
Valentine's break of
But
day.
then it would be before.
Nice, like, yeah, Valentine's, I wish. The 24th.
February 24th. Okay, so we have those dates that are tentative, obviously.
What was the first one, January 27th?
December
January
16th,
27th,
16th, 27th.
and then February 24th.
they're about a month apart each.
Yeah.
You said December 16th?
January 27th,
27th,
Uh-huh.
February 24th.
February 20th. What's after movies at the park?
Spring fling.
Spring break.
That's it, April.
Well, it's either spring fling or bike rodeo.
Independent.
Here's the thing, depending on how bike rodeo goes on Saturday,
Mhm.
if it's nicer than it is to do it in March.
That would be a good indicator. Very good.
But here's the problem, if it rains on Saturday, we're never doing it again in September.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
I don't
Rain
think so,
God,
guys.
it's not.
What are they gonna come down on?
Tentative dates,
Yeah, yeah, these-
so we can put bike rodeo down for either a date in March.
March.
March is-
For March,
Yeah.
March is such nice
February
weather.
I was
for
putting
bike
for March.
rodeo.
What day is the bike day? It was always in March. That's when we
It's
used.
national.
Yeah.
Bike Day.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when's National Bike Day?
March.
March what?
National Bike Day is.
we can just celebrate it a month. Oh,
No, National Bike Month is March. National Bike Day is in May.
Oh,
That's what we always-
Okay, so March,
March, so we
That's
have
the
spring, yeah, the 10th. 10.
No, that's too close. to the
Let's
other one.
plan,
That's
let's plan
again a
spring
Saturday,
fling and then go
Oh,
backwards.
yeah, Saturday.
Is it on a Saturday? It's on a
Let's do
Saturday.
spring fling and then backwards, because when is Easter? That's gonna be, because
April?
we always, we're sort of stuck
Oh,
there.
that's true. Okay.
So March comes before April.
Yeah, but then it helps us with not being at the end of the month of the year.
Guys,
March
just
18th.
keep something in mind though, we are trying to figure out the dates for a bunch of events early on in the year. We have nothing towards the end, with the exception of Halloween.
No, Halloween's the first one.
You see, it's
No,
April
no, I'm saying
9th,
afterwards, there's nothing else.
Saturday, or
The second half of the year, right now.
Oh, we
Easter's
have to
April
add-
That's why I think we
You
put
don't have
bike,
to, but
that's why I think we moved bike rodeo to September, because it gave us.
yeah, I just don't, I don't want you guys to
And
be
we
in
don't have
a
back
sense
to
of,
school anymore.
in a sense of urgency. So as soon as you're done with the movies at the park, we gotta get right back in here to do, bike rodeo, to get right back in here to
So do we
do spring
want to
fling.
keep bike rodeo as of right now for September?
I think we can.
Because by the next meeting, we can always change it if we have to.
So September.
So next year.
September
on
9th.
Saturday.
Well, let's do April, let's do spring fling.
Let's go spring fling.
Right.
Well, no, spring fling is, if I'm not mistaken, April
April
16th.
9th is Easter Sunday.
Okay, so there's
April 9th.
April 8th.
April.
I will, throw through the chair, I've always been a proponent to the weekend before, just because I feel like it is a family sort of weekend, and a lot of people are out of town and traveling. But we've done it both ways. So I
Due
think either way.
to statistics, we got more people the weekend of Easter than, because we've done them both.
You know, there's no.
Through the
supervision.
chair,
So it's a lot.
Trust me, we've seen it before.
through the chair has been packed.
Either way,
Both
they're
times, so
packed
what-
either way. I'd rather do it the day before Easter.
So let's put it in a vote.
Well, not yet, we have to. Know all of the events. So bike rodeo, okay for September?
Yeah, September.
Just get a random Saturday.
Yeah, September 9th.
September 23rd, I'll do it again at the end.
Okay, September 23rd.
Normally it's never raining this time of
The
the year. This
23rd
year
is a
it can be
Saturday
raining.
again next year?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just can't-
It's not Saturday.
Rainy
it's
season came.
Friday.
What did you
Right,
guys just
that's
talk
the
about right
29th.
now? Spring fling or
It's
did
the
you guys talk
24th
about,
then.
or talking
Oh,
about the
this-
bike loading?
It's
My
just
birthday was
Friday.
September
Next year's one.
23rd.
Spring
And
fling
then
was
spring fling is April 8th.
8.
What else are we missing from our,
Uh,
whatever, I think we're missing something. right? No?
How much
Because
do
you don't
we
do
know?
any more that career fair, you don't, you
Yeah.
left.
No,
You
we
dropped
kept
that.
the job initiative.
You dropped that.
Did we?
You dropped the job fair, you dropped.
No, we kept the job.
No, we kept it because we dropped it.
Oh, are you doing that?
We kept it.
So when are you doing that?
It has to be done, it has to be-
May.
it has to be done before school's out.
Oh, May, okay, so go back now.
And that's a good time to do it because.
Oh, there's even more, by the way. I
When's
forgot
the-
another
For
one.
the job fair, we usually do it with, in
And
collaboration with like,
Parks and Rec.
there's something else going on at the same time.
The Park and Rec open house.
Yeah, so when is that? We should.
Not the job fair. That was back to school.
That was back to school,
Yeah.
which. we moved.
Oh, right.
It was something else, when we would do the job fair, there was something else going on in the park a lot of times. I can't remember what it was.
Yeah, I remember having some discussion about there being an event in the park while the job fair was inside and like getting some traction.
I don't remember what it was.
I was-
Whatever.
Okay, so
The
when
job
is,
fair
when
is
is the
for
job
May.
fair in May?
Before school
just-
ended.
May 13th.
No,
Yeah,
some
May
schools are done already. by then.
AP
May 6th.
exams are going on those first 2 weeks of May. I'm
Yeah.
just saying. I wouldn't do that then. I would do it like the 20th or 27th.
You did
The
it
27th is too close to
Some
graduation,
of
the
these
20th.
kids end
The
in the middle of May.
20th.
Really?
Some schools end in the middle of May.
What I do? Let's get the whole- May 20th, May 20th,
Yeah.
May 20th. AP exams are done. May 20th.
It's up to you. Do we want to do May 20th?
May 20th, May 20th, May 20th. What was the other event they said you remembered that you forgot? What was the other
The
event?
youth. The youth,
What?
whatever it is.
The youth.
The award?
Award.
We did put awards in our thing, right? Is it in our budget?
That's for the, yeah.
It's a word,
It's our,
throw it in.
it's one, if they approve it, it's in our budget item.
We asked to create an awards that we give out to these.
But we.
You mean yourself?
We need to put an award ceremony event.
No, that would be the day of the.
The council meeting.
Oh,
No,
we do that
no,
council.
no, not a council meeting.
There's education board.
No, the big event of the town has. state of
Oh, the
meeting.
state of the town.
Yeah, the state of the town.
I would,
So we can just put state of the town.
yeah. What, do you know the date for that thing?
I mean, that's not something
I
we're
don't think the
planning
mayor
on
has
sponsors for, right? Maybe we could, we should.
Yeah. The education advisory board did
Yeah.
like a award ceremony and they had a lot of.
The excellent.
Yeah, we-
excellent.
So-
Excellent.
And since there's no date yet for the state of the town, we put state of the town.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's everything.
We had,
What's that called? Youth-
Give the awards.
So right now we have Halloween, movies at the park, bike rodeo, spring fling, the job initiative, and the awards. Are we missing anything?
Say it again, B, go ahead and.
Halloween,
Uh-huh,
movies at the park,
okay.
bike rodeo, spring fling, job initiative,
Please give me the bike rodeo date. again.
September 23rd.
September 23rd. That's tentative ones. Spring fling, job initiative, and then the award. But I don't know if we're missing anything else. I don't think we had any. If we did, then we could come back to it. So I'll make a motion. I don't think we need a motion. No,
No.
because they're not solid.
They're not
But I think we should.
Or
We can
the-
motion
Yeah,
it in case
motion
it's
to,
like-
Or the
present it
Monday,
that way
the
to
31st,
the-
29th or
because they're
31st.
gonna make a document.
The 29th is Saturday or the 31st is Monday?
Unless we just
haven't
wait till
decided.
that document, then
We can wait until, why don't we wait until we get our budget and then make it?
Ernie, we're gonna have to approve that document that they made, right?
Say it again?
The Sponsorship pack, we're gonna get an opportunity to approve it, like our pages before it gets.
Oh, yeah, absolutely,
So
absolutely.
we don't need a vote on that now. Can you just give it to them like this? these dates, and
Of
then
course.
give us a draft of it and then
Of
we
course,
can
of
approve it at
course.
our next meeting. By that time, we should have our budget.
Yeah, all we want to do is make sure that the monies is right for the.
And make sure Halloween is at 5,000 for the
For the
time.
sponsors, for the tiers, that's all.
Please write down the 5,000 for the Halloween.
Give one five.
for next year and to reach out to the current one.
I think that's one of the reasons why we went down to 3, because we were unsuccessful with 5.
Yeah.
That's one of the reasons why.
Fighting and fighting.
I don't know why.
So let's go halfway, let's go 4.
You can ask them for 5, and if they say no, ask for 4.
So do
That's
we,
like
so
coffee.
through the chair, we voted last time on this? That wasn't here.
No, we
No,
didn't.
no.
When did we, so there
The
was,
town
no-
did. We did.
Oh. Well, I mean, if someone came to a decision like that, we have to honor them. maybe.
They do stuff without us. I think we're good on the sponsorship package stuff for now. You'll get that back. Can you just send me a draft or keep me in the loop with that?
I can do that soon.
Okay. All right, next, we'll move on to 6A, attendance. For those that are new, for the one that is new. Attendance for the meetings are mandatory quorum for every meeting in a month. You're a student, correct?
Yeah.
All students follow every single guideline for attendance, meaning once you miss 3 meetings, you are removed from the committee automatically. We are very strict now because of attendance in the past, as well as the only time that it's an excuse is if you're in the hospital. Literally,
Yeah.
they're extremely sick and,
Through the chair, just to say that that only counts for regularly scheduled meetings.
yes. so-
Subcommittee meetings and special call do not count
Yeah.
against you, only the one that's planned the 3rd Wednesday of the month.
Unless it's changed otherwise, it could be a week or a week before, a week after, it's still a regularly scheduled meeting, but we do let you guys know way ahead of time. Also for events, and this is for everyone, by the way, events, it's 51% of events you have to show up to.
You should.
Plus 1%. That you should show up to. If you don't reach that at the end of the year, you are removed from the community. And that's our budget.
So now,
So first, the 3 meetings is from January to December. Then you have those 3. Then you have the 50% or 50 plus 1% of events, which is from October to October. So you have to keep that in mind. You're on 2 different things. And that's not a lot of events. We cut down a lot of our events,
We have,
like a lot. So keeping that in mind, attendance is very important. The town has been on our backs about attendance because for a while we had no one here. And even at events, it would be myself and Moritz
yeah, it was a huge issue
or myself.
to the point where the people from upstairs kind of took a deal because it was a good showing. So,
They wanted to cut our committee in half.
oh yeah,
And we fought for it.
they wanted to take over some of our big events at one point.
mhm.
They said they were gonna start doing the Halloween event because they
Spring
didn't,
fling,
they didn't want our committee.
So that's why we need a committee attendance at all our events as much as possible. I will be at the bike rodeo, by the way.
Oh yeah, okay.
So this weekend, Saturday, bike rodeo.
8 AM.
Yeah, be there between, if you're interested in
Bike ride
doing,
starts at 9.
if you're interested in doing the bike ride, be between 8:30 and 8:45.
8:30.
Um,
Wait, what
if-
time do we need to be there? 8:30 or 8?
I'm gonna be there at
We'll go
8
into that.
a.m. I'm gonna be there at
That's the
8
next
a.m.
item. Anyone have any questions on attendance?
Is anybody getting fired? Oh, I mean. like,
Yeah,
removed?
people are
Sorry.
getting removed this
I
year.
mean, fired. but
I won't say who, but one is getting removed this year.
Okay.
As of right now, I could go through everyone's name if you guys.
No,
want.
we're good.
No,
Keep going. Next.
Everyone's pretty good right now. Everyone has either 0 or 1 absence.
For the record, this is not up to date for me. I mean, for
no, it's up to date.
It's up to me. Because some of them that you didn't miss were special costs.
It's up to date.
All right, we'll move on. No more questions?
Yes. You may wanna speak about the summertime.
Oh, yeah, so summer, in the past, we did not have a meeting in the month of July. We had a meeting, we only missed 1 meeting a year. We could potentially do that again. Here's the thing. Depending on how Halloween works, because Halloween's in October, sometimes we start working on it 2 months before or 3 months before. That's where we could go back to not having a meeting in July.
Through the chair. I think we could not have a meeting, but make sure that we have a subcommittee during that time to start planning for bike rodeo if it ends up in September.
That's the thing.
And for Halloween, but I think that could be handled by a subcommittee between.
Here's the problem, they cannot vote on it.
No, but they could plan, and that, I think we just have to be very
Strategic.
ready as soon as August comes, like early August when our meeting, like be
That's
ready to
fine,
have
that's
everything
fine.
presented for both of those events.
Look, I don't like the fact that between the months of June and August, and I'm not speaking for all 3 months, I'm talking about 2.5 months. Everybody here eventually goes on a trip. Everybody here has, has parents or is a parent, and they take their families or, on a trip. And I don't like the idea of giving this gentleman an absent or this lady an absent because they're out and about with their family. I don't think it's fair. So I would love the idea of not having any meetings set for that time, just to give you guys the opportunity to
So,
enjoy it, without having to worry. And having
technically-
somebody call me from Europe.
Hold on. Technically, these meetings will be scheduled either way. It's the power of the chair to cancel.
And committee rules say that the chairperson may not waive more than 4 meetings.
So that, they're still gonna be there, but I could cancel.
Okay.
But if we need to meet, then I will have to. You understand what I mean? Those meetings are still set in stone. So they're not being there. But I could cancel those meetings. Okay? And it all depends on what dates our events like. Luckily, we don't have back to school now, the back to school event, so we don't need it.
All the more reason to have a meeting in that time.
But we can still have subcommittees and stuff like that, so. Sure. Sound good? We
Is
don't need
it
to make a
possible
vote, so.
to move a meeting, like for instance, June? Like, right in the beginning, while school's still going on,
Okay, we could have one
and
right
then
before.
you'll have it, and then July, no meeting,
Exactly.
and then August is after school starts anyways, that way.
We can do that,
I
and
agree
only-
with
you only
that.
miss one meeting.
Can we do that?
I like
Only
that.
one.
No, absolutely.
I think that's what we used to do.
Like I said, I don't want that to be the cause of you guys to worry.
But
You
we
guys are
have-
with your family.
We have a lot of time, so we'll look into that.
Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah.
It should be fine. I can just reschedule it.
Uh-huh.
Probably just call an emergency meeting and cancel. Right. So we'll move on to bike rodeo. We have a few things that we have to vote on to finalize the event for Saturday. Do you want to give an update on everything that we have so far for Saturday? Or what we went over with the subcommittee coming?
Right. Everything's looking good, all the goodies from the county, everything that was able to, that we were able to get. We're gonna have a comfort dog instead of the canine.
I'm so sorry.
Actual,
I
yeah.
love the dog.
Okay. I want to see a dog bite.
It looks like they're trying to get away from those, like countywide, and I guess we're
At least
the
bring a
starting.
bloodhound. They don't bite.
Well, that's the comfort dog. That's why the comfort dog is the
I
one.
was never allowed to touch the bloodhound.
And that's the thing, yeah,
Can I
that
get
those
bloodhound?
dogs are.
Please.
Not
So
everybody-
they can get his.
It's so weirdly.
But yeah, everything's looking good. I made a contact with a lady from the US Marshals, which is the one that I told you about, and that is going to, and this year is too early for them, but they want to see if they can do something for next year, so that'll be an extra, table or. Bring whatever you have, and you guys can bring.
As of right now, I believe we have the Trick Stars. We have a CPR class in the morning. I think it's 2 of them, right? No, not anymore.
They were unfortunately called me and told me that they were first with 2 nurses, then they went down to 1, and then they went out to none.
So we don't have it.
We don't have the CPR.
Oh my
That's fine. It's okay. We remember we voted on it, and if it didn't.
Yeah,
happen,
if
it
it-
didn't happen.
It was a good try, and they said that that's something that they will look into for next year.
Is it on the
They do like
flyer?
the idea.
It
No.
is. Oh, okay.
Has the flyer got out?
Okay, talking about the flyer.
Because I haven't seen a flyer.
So let me talk about the flyer if I
I sent
may.
it to you.
It's when it comes
Send
to
it to you all.
advertising, Ernie, first, we have an Eventbrite, correct? Do we have a number of how many people have been signed up? Okay, the town, just so everybody is aware, I was informed a few days ago at an EAB meeting by the communications department. The town is moving away from using Instagram to post flyers. Flyers will only be shared on the stories, no longer on the feed. Feed will only be posting flyers. Robin was there too. It was a very heated discussion.
Saying the same exact thing.
Everybody was very upset, but basically they're only gonna post flyers on the feed on Twitter and Facebook because the town's communication department feels that Instagram should be used to post pictures and stuff.
They don't post anything.
Not flyers.
So they don't post any of our events.
So
Here's
what
the chair,
they're
the
gonna,
algorithm doesn't like text, so that's what they're trying to move away from.
Yeah. so what they're gonna use in replacement for these flyers, they're gonna take video footage of this year's bike rodeo or this year's Halloween event, and they're gonna post that for next year on the website, on the Instagram. So you'll have a video that says, oh, you know, oh, it's boo, it's back, or whatever, or, you know, come do a wheelie, and, you know, but it's gonna be a live video, or whatever Instagram does, 30 seconds or a minute. And that's gonna be it.
That will actually do better than a flyer posted.
I agree.
And they put all the information in the caption, and people will look at that and click on the link to register. So it really does work that way. We just have to ensure they do it. That's the important thing.
That is some,
We've been
that is
fighting
a
for
topic,
that for
that's a
years.
topic that was brought up again.
Yeah, no,
That's a topic that was brought up again. Yeah, they're nervous because they feel, remember, it's not just one committee, it's various. They feel that certain committees will not take responsibility in the, you know, in the uploading of images or the uploading of Instagram, you know, or whatever content for their Instagram
But
page.
not every committee needs one. It's the committees that express interest in them. But
Through the chair,
that's
they have a
another-
huge following, so I mean, we could use that as a benefit. I think we just have to make it a point to make sure we get that content so we could give it to them.
Yeah.
Because if we don't gather it, then they don't have anything to post and they do a generic
Well,
picture.
here's the thing, they show up to every single event in the town except for ours, just so you know.
Who's that?
That's, you know.
The communications department goes to every single event, takes pictures of their events, posts their chairs, posts the committees, posts
Through the
everything.
chair,
They don't show up to
through
ours.
the chair, let's request that.
We have.
Request that they have to come.
We have, and they don't.
We had Jessica last year.
Yes, but all of our other events, they didn't come to Spring Fling at all. I didn't see what, I saw pictures.
There's a gentleman that currently works for the town. And I already spoke to him about this weekend, so he should be there.
We need to figure that out because they need to make it fair for all the other committees or for every committee, because we have a committee with some of the biggest events in the town. And they're not coming to take pictures. They're not posting us. And we've seen this in the past where they post something 3 days before the event. That's not effective. I'm sorry. In the newsletters, they don't post our events in the newsletters. They go out every week.
So how do we get permission to have our own incident?
They're currently not giving.
They're just not giving permission.
Through the chair, I would recommend that we make it a point that every time we have something that we tell, hey,
We
like,
have-
I mean, Ernie sends an email and copies a couple people, hey, we need these things posted by this date, and this date.
We have,
And when they don't do it, then we take it to council. Hey, look, we requested all these things to post and nothing gets done.
we have. I went with Liz.
At our last meeting, you can ask Robin who was there as well, we had 2 council members in the group. And I looked at the council members and the fellow board members looked at the council members and they said, the town does not post our stuff. And the council members were like, okay, well, we're gonna try to push it.
What did we say at our the last time we presented in front of the council at their meeting?
And because the EAB was upset that they had a big mental health night event for parents last week. And they had 1 parent show up
Yeah, I mean.
and the town did not promote it.
This has been going on for months. They said they were gonna fix it. haven't fixed it.
It's like a chronic issue.
And that was a big event. It was a big indoor event. But they had a lot of guest speakers come out and it was sad.
One
It
parent.
was sad. Yeah,
That's
that's
horrible.
really sad.
And they had more district personnel there than
the people
parents.
in
They
the-
had more administrative direction from the region, assistant superintendent for
Nobody
mental
here
health came out.
advertises anything.
No, that's
Nobody
the
ever
problem.
does anything in this town.
We've been fighting, and then at one point they asked us for money to advertise.
I only know the stuff, I live here, I don't know.
By the
because
way,
I'm not here to
They
support it.
asked us to
I don't
pull
know.
money out of our budget for advertising.
Which we did. Last year we used, $200,
And what did it do?
Facebook.
Nothing,
Well,
because they posted it 3 days before the event.
it did, it did help some. But yeah, there is, according to what many have said, is there is a lack of promotion.
So we'll look into that more. I don't think we need a vote on anything for bike rodeo. do
What
we?
time do we show up tomorrow?
We have, the
Saturday.
entertainment is gonna be there,
I think we voted on
DJ is gonna be
everything
there. Just, like I said, the event starts at 9 AM, meaning that from 9 AM to 10 AM is the bike ride. If you would like to join the bike ride, you may do so. You may do so. I'm gonna stay put at Mary Collins at 10 and just start working on
Me
setting up
What time
tables.
are you
I would
getting
like 1 or 2 people to help me.
What time are you getting?
You're going, right?
Okay, so
You
8
can
o'clock.
stay too.
Yeah, I would
Because
be
like
on
we've been, especially people are gonna be coming in as we're gonna be doing
I'm
the
saying,
bike ride.
so I have to be in here.
They're set up.
Through the chair, I understood 8 AM, and I heard 9 AM.
Okay, so 9 AM, I don't think we need to be there
I'll
at
be
8
there.
AM.
You
We can get there at
can be there
9.
I'm gonna be there.
Yeah.
I'll be there at
I can- Well, there's a small bike ride that I don't like, that's happening
Just set up the tables.
at 9 AM. That
Oh,
I
yeah,
strongly
that's-
disagree on this bike ride, because it goes in a circle. So there's a bike ride in a neighborhood in a circle, and from 9 to 10, that'll take you 5 minutes, but they're doing it in an hour. So they're going half a mile an hour. At 9 AM to 10 AM. And from 10 to 1, right?
Through the chair,
What time
my
is it?
question is, what time do you want volunteers to help with tables?
I'm gonna be there at 8 o'clock, so
Maybe it's
between
8:30.
8 and 9:30, I would like to have somebody there to help me out.
We asked for volunteers, right?
Yes.
How many do we ask for? 10?
And you said you were bringing 6.
No, you said you were bringing 6.
Mr. HMO,
I'll
you said
bring
6.
4. I said 4.
You said 6.
No, I said 4. You said
100.
6.
Well, we'll go into that.
Moritz can bring 100,
Okay.
200 if he
So-
wants to.
We're running out of time and we have a lot to do with Halloween, so.
We got 10 minutes, guys.
8 o'clock tomorrow.
A quick thing, so we wanna do the bike ride, maybe 9:10, maybe 9:10, 9:15. Finally, okay, everybody's here, we go.
Yeah. absolutely.
And,
We get a 10-minute buffer, then take off.
10-minute buffer, then go around, come around. It's gonna be 4 of us that are gonna be at the event,
Mhm.
and we're all gonna leave.
Yes,
So we're gonna leave our cars there, and we're all gonna go on the
that's
bike.
fine, that's fine, that's fine.
Because if not, we would have needed, more units, so to bring that
That's fine.
to the lowest, we were.
Would you be able to do, instead of 4 officers doing the bike ride, would you be able to do 3? And keep 1 there, just to kind of keep everybody from wanting to park in? Is that a possibility, or is that too much to ask?
We have 1 in the front, 1 in the back. And
Maybe
yes,
get-
I'm gonna get to it.
maybe
We have 1 in
get-
the front, 1 in the back,
Uh-huh.
and 2 with a pack
And
with
the
the
other-
side streets.
Got it.
And that's why
I got it, no, that's fine, that's fine.
Okay, there's no cars involved.
The gates.
I'll have someone there.
We did invite public safety, that's why Nancy Rogers is here.
I got a few questions.
Go ahead.
If it's my understanding correctly, that it's just me and not my committee members. Now, like I said, we do have 2 working officers. They came and helped with some of your other issues where you're asking for an officer to do something and that guy wants to ride his bike. You've got 2 officers
Yeah,
from
you'd like
Public
to invite them,
Safety
yeah.
Committee that we can utilize. My guys want to be there. They really want to be there.
Yeah, nice.
So I will, but let me know what you want them to do. I will get there early and tell them to be there at 8:30 so you can post them where you need them.
Okay.
If you like that, and I'll do just the 2 officers, okay? We do have others if you want to do that.
Okay.
You just let me know what you need, because they're willing and able. Last question is that one of them has been asking in the past, we've had a table that you've provided for us, and we've helped hand out the helmets.
Mhm.
The,
Did we
yeah,
buy
right.
helmets? Did we buy
So-
helmets?
We have helmets.
Okay.
So if you want my guys, the other ones to come and do that,
I'd love
you
that.
have to let me know what you need. They're ready.
I love
They're
that.
dressing tonight.
Nancy, please have them, have 2 or 3 individuals for the helmet fitting. And if you can have one of the officers come by and just stand by the opening area of the parking lot, just to address that they cannot, cars cannot be parked in there.
Yeah, I didn't know how many we wanted, so I told her to hold off for now and to bring them to Halloween for the bigger events. Because I didn't know how many people we had.
Opening area of parking lot,
Right.
I'll talk
advising not to.
freely for them. They were, when we talked about it at their meeting, they were all saying that, yeah, we'll all go, and they were very, very positive about doing it, not like,
And
oh
they
man,
blast
we
this
wanna,
event more on
you guys
social
want us
media,
to,
'cause I haven't
they
seen it.
were all about going in.
I've been doing my part. This is where Youth Activities Task Force should come and do their part. I bet my life that everyone here has social media, whether it be LinkedIn, Instagram, Snapchat.
I know the Reds does.
Please advertise it to the fullest, starting from tonight to Saturday. I know Sergeant Soto already put up the marquee, so that's being advertised. So help us
I need
out.
a flyer, because he just said he doesn't have the flyer.
Okay.
Well,
Go
we're
to Instagram, go to
We're gonna move
links.
on
Look
because
at it.
we have 5 minutes to plan Halloween in 5 minutes.
And real quick, anybody that wants my phone number,
I
I
have
don't know,
it,
Ernie,
Nancy.
if you have it or not, that, my email, I'm more than happy to provide it. And Brian has
Some
it,
things really quick.
if, to not take up time tonight. Brian has my name, phone number, and email. Brian, you're free to give it out.
And
to
they kept
anyone.
us here 10 minutes before our meeting started.
That's fine.
15 minutes, so we got an extra 15 minutes. Ernie, updates on Halloween.
Candy's already purchased. Working on the stage, waiting on the stage.
What happened with Main Street?
Good news, not great, good, definitely not bad. So, long story short, I ended up meeting with Andrea, and she said that she was on her way to a meeting with her other colleagues from the Grams company, and she told me she asked me, what do you want? I told her exactly what I wanted in a span of 10 minutes. She says, I'll get back to you after I'm done with the meeting. I said, okay. She got back to me and she said, send me, what do you want? What are the logistics? What are you looking at? I told her what we wanted. So we had interest in Anacapri because in the entrance and the exit, there's 2 doors to that, and what we wanted to do. So it's not out of the question. I'm just waiting on a response from her. Okay. Candy has been purchased. What else has been purchased? Something else has been purchased. Oh, I made the order to get the small pumpkins from Publix.
Those around?
No.
Oh,
no
like
pumpkins. Just, I've already, I reached out to Chastity from Miami-Dade County's office of the.
Through the church.
Thank you. To see if we can get the mobile stage, which I don't think it should be an issue. We've had it in the past.
Sorry, you said you purchased the pumpkins through Publix already or not?
Not yet. I made the order, the invoice. We haven't paid anything.
I would maybe look into, is it the Methodist church?
Yeah.
Because they do a big order, maybe it might be less
Publix
expense
gives
for
us
us.
in kind.
Oh, okay, if they give it.
They
in
don't,
kind,
they don't
great.
charge us by pumpkin, they charge us by.
I'm just saying.
That's why we
compare
get
it.
it cheaper with pumpkin.
I
We can
don't,
look into it,
it's
though.
not impact, because we still haven't paid.
Yeah, I would
It's
just say
cheaper,
compare
we
it.
don't pay per pumpkin though. It's cheaper.
That is correct.
Let's
You
just
don't pay
say,
by
let's
pumpkin.
just say, special sponsors order is pumpkin and order from there. So I would just value see what you could get. If others giving you a great deal, great, but maybe they could, since they order so many, maybe they could do something where they could order some of the small.
It's a donation for them, for the church, so they don't, like, for them, I'm saying that they're not gonna give you a cheaper price in Publix.
No.
Because they're trying to get money in to get donated to the church, that's what the whole purpose of that is.
Yeah.
They're like $30.
They're expensive.
Even the
Tiny
little
ones,
one.
but
Even the
little
tiny,
ones.
even the
Okay.
tiny ones.
Somebody-
So
somebody-
I volunteered there, trust me,
Okay.
and I went there 2 of years.
Really quick,
You know,
we
I'll
are,
take it back.
we are 2 weeks away, or less than 2 weeks away now from October 1st.
Uh-huh.
Here's the thing, if we don't know what our plan is yet, because we don't have a confirmation. In our subcommittee meeting, we talked about possibly starting volunteer meetings the first week of October.
Yeah.
2 times a week.
Yeah. I need dates, that's what I need, because I have to tell my kids.
Usually,
for
in the past, it was Tuesday and Thursday.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, since we don't know what we have yet, and hopefully by next week, we will know. If it's and if we do get approved for Anna Capri and Main Street, then our meeting will be in Main Street. For that first, it would be a subcommittee meeting. Or no, it can't be, because it's not in a public place.
Correct.
It's not in a town-owned.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, you're correct. Yeah,
But
sorry.
it can still
Yes.
be a volunteer meeting.
Yeah, that it can be. That it
So
can be.
we may have to do emergency meetings at one point for this event.
Mhm.
So, and it happens every year, where we have like 2 or 3 emergency meetings.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind, I do want to start it. What's the week of October 1st? October 1st is a Saturday, so it'd be the week right after.
Of October 2nd.
Okay, that first week of October, there's a school holiday that Wednesday. There's no
Correct.
school.
There's a
It's
school holiday.
it's a teacher prime day, but it's a Jewish holiday.
What
Not Wednesday.
what day is
The
this? Is
fifth.
there school Tuesday and
The fifth.
Thursday?
There's school Tuesday and there's school.
That's fine. We still have them Tuesday and Thursday. We're offering them 100 hours, is what we talked about in our subcommittee meeting, and they will show up.
$100 per day.
Just so, a little FYI, October
Per day.
Oh, I
For
was
the
like per
whole
day,
month.
for the whole month.
October 6th through the 9th, I'm not gonna be in town.
Me either, I'm not in town.
So,
I was gonna tell you, the 5th through the 9th, I'm not in town. So when we start the second one, I'll be really great. We start the second one.
You're not here from the 5th to the 9th or the 6th?
She's not gonna be here from the 5th to the 9th, I'm not gonna be here from the 6th. to the
So
9th.
why don't we start the 4th as the first meeting,
When?
the 4th of October,
Okay,
the first meeting, and then we meet the next week, because you're not gonna be here the 6th, and hopefully we'll have answers and more answers by then. Hopefully, then from there, we'll have 11, 13, 18, 20, 25, 27.
4, 11, 13, 18, 20, 25, and 27. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. From what time to what time?
That all depends.
But typically, when is it?
Usually
from what
it's
time?
like 6:30 or 7.
yeah, we had it last time at 7 to 8:30,
7.
Yeah.
if I'm not mistaken,
If we are doing it inside of
which we will.
Anna Capri,
Oh,
it
yeah,
makes our life so much easier,
yeah.
because we could just drop everything and go.
Yeah.
So it would actually give us more time to do this. We could still do 7 to 8:30.
So you want to keep more or less that time from 7 to 8:30 at night on Tuesdays and Thursdays, meeting either at Anna Capri or
And
meeting at
that's
9
tentative,
o'clock.
they
depending
can
on where
change.
it's gonna-
Those times can change.
Yeah, just a little FYI, and I know there was something else I had forgotten, I remember.
Or schedule one for the Friday before the event if we are having it on the Saturday.
I-
Friday the 28th?
That's
28th.
when-
There, I've been in contact with the fire inspector. It was the same fire inspector that came in initially last year, you guys didn't see him. He walked around the inside of, Mary Collins Community Center, and he found absolutely nothing wrong with having the event there.
For the haunted
The haunted
house.
house.
We try to do.
This is Plan B, I guess, if you want to call it that. Event Capri.
Like, for those that don't know,
Cost would be a lot less.
here's the thing, here's what most people don't know yet. For those that don't know, we are trying to do the whole event, instead of having it at the park at all, is to move it to Main Street, back where it originated. That's its original stopping point. Because Anna Capri is now open back, or is now an open space, because they went out of business. Or they moved, I don't know. They went out of business. It's a very large space, extremely large space. And it makes our lives a lot easier if we could do it inside. The thing is, with Mary Collins, can we have it for the whole month?
No,
That's the problem. If we have Anna Capri for the whole month, makes our lives easier because we can leave everything there.
oh, we can still leave everything in. Remember, we on top of the counters, so it's not gonna really be an issue. It was just mainly just to, if we get the okay, and this was, I spoke to my boss, the director of recreation, told me as long as you have insight from an actual fire inspector, and there is okays given, it has to be on paper documented. We already spoke over the phone, he's coming to visit next week to, walk around, but he remembers, and he says, as long as you have fire extinguishers, as long as there's opened, there should be no issue.
That's Plan B.
Through the chair, I would move on that.
That's Plan B though.
I know it's Plan B, but if we run out of time, then we
Yes.
won't have a Plan B,
Yeah.
so I would move on getting that approved 100%.
Yeah.
And then if we could go here, great, but if not, And I mean, I think it's a better move over there. I love Main Street but what else are we gonna do besides just Anna Capri?
No,
The
it's not
stage?
The stage, you have,
In the
we can
middle.
still have the trick or
It's gonna be
treat
in
So we
the
can
area.
still do trick or treat,
Yep, and
so
it
they
involves
would
the
allow us to be
businesses.
around.
Yeah.
Okay.
The stage is gonna be,
It'll bring people in.
And
Yeah.
the plan is originally also when they didn't have a space inside of Main Street, what they did was, what our committee did was, and I wasn't here yet for that, but they used to put a giant, you know, that big square in the middle?
Yeah.
They used to put a huge tent in the middle and did a haunted houses. One of those big giant tents. So that, but we won't be able to do, I don't think we have enough budget to do that this year, but
the stage is going to be, supposedly will be placed in between San Doritos and corner 67. And then, I already spoke to Andrea about this, so logistically, to just block everything off because they can. And we could have police presence, one police officer per parking lot, and we can have
Volunteers. I
volunteers.
think we talked about having 150 volunteers for this year.
On the day of.
Here's the thing, our plan, we did talk about this, if we do get approved for Main Street, we talked about moving the event from the Saturday to Halloween night. We've done this on weekdays, and it's still packed on Halloween night. Blockbuster, or, go ahead,
Logistically, volunteers, school,
that,
there's
here's
no
the,
school that day? or
there's
is it-
school, but here's the fun part. Here's the cool thing. If we have an indoor area, like Anna Capri, everything's set up. You understand what I mean? It's not like we have to be there all day setting up. Everything's already good to go and ready. to go.
And when it's over, you leave it there. for-
Well, we still have to consider the tents.
Well, yes,
That's it.
but that's very easy.
And that takes
An hour.
10, 15 minutes. If you have 3 or 4 per tent,
Through the chair, I mean, I think it could work out great, but same type of thing as Easter, like, you know, Halloween is something that a lot of people have their people or have their families and have their things that they want to do, and now, you know, kind of tied to either, maybe that's what they do, but maybe that's not, so it could pull some people away from not doing it too, so.
Which
It gives
is,
you the opportunity to do something on Saturday and on Halloween still, if you do it the other day.
it's,
I think you'd still get a huge.
but
crowd.
I think when we've done it on Halloween, for those that have been here on Halloween, it's insane. And it's a lot more fun because more people are coming out. They're looking for stuff to do, right? Like we've said in the past, on the Saturdays before Halloween, people are having their parties and doing this and that. They're not showing up. I feel like we're gonna
5
get
years
more,
we've been here, we only had one thing, an emergency.
and we had a lot.
I just feel like then you're also shooting yourself in the foot if it rains on Halloween.
So it's insane.
But the whole outside terrace, everything that we had.
But the
on the-
multiple is
And most of
Where's
Main
the
Street's
stage gonna be?
covered.
The stage isn't gonna be
can't see
inside.
just inside.
Yeah, it's not inside. You're saying,
Well, true.
you're talking about a
People gotta
stage,
get
you're talking
by the
about-
way,
If it rains,
I'm
you
one.
don't have an opportunity to have, if it rains, you don't have an opportunity.
No, I get it. No,
So that's why
but
I
that's-
think it's, you
I
set
get
it up and you move it. If you can. I get it, but.
I mean, even on the day, I think it was like 3, 4 years ago, where there was a homecoming dance for like 2 schools.
Oh, yeah.
People still like ditched their homecoming.
Yeah,
to
it
come
was-
to
Oh,
that.
yeah.
I
So,
have
I think
messages
that was
coming from
here,
students
yeah.
already.
Just to make a
I was
point,
still here, yeah.
they were, I'm not gonna mention any names, they were hounding him, for having a particular event on a particular night because there was homecoming and there was this and that. And the event was rocking and rolling.
We had the most people we
And,
ever seen.
and, you know, listen, it's gonna happen. You're gonna have people that are going to, you know, go to certain things for certain functions, and you're gonna have others that are gonna come to our thing. It all depends, you know, it really all depends.
That was a question at the subcommittee meeting. What has happened in the past? Have there more people during the week and on the day of? And from Brian's expertise, it was that
I've
yes,
been
there were
doing this
more
for
people.
10 years. I've seen, we've had it on Halloween a few times in my 10 years here, and we've had it not on Halloween a few times.
It's a cool, I would love to
People
see it on
show up
Halloween.
either
It's cool.
way, but people are gonna really show up on Halloween just because it's Halloween. People are looking for stuff to do. It's a safe area.
When will we get the answer for sure? By this week, you think?
I'm hoping by this week.
By this
So,
week, we'll have an answer.
Do we wanna make a special call for, as soon as you have the answer, I'll make a special call. maybe.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. As soon as I find out what's going on, I'm not stopping with Plan B. I'm still gonna meet up with, last name is Torino, Mr. Torino. He's gonna pass by next week. Hopefully, everything goes well, but worst case scenario, it's gonna end up being back where it was
If it
last
is at
year.
Mary Collins, are the dates gonna stay the same and the time the same? But it'll just be at Mary Collins?
Mary Collins.
Americon, the center.
So I'm gonna make a crazy motion. I'm gonna make a motion with a plan A and a plan B. Plan A being if the event is being, if we are able to use Main Street for this event, to host the event on October the 31st. Plan B, if we cannot use Main Street and we have to go back to the park, move it back to the Saturday, to the 29th. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Sorry, discussion. If it rains, I don't think, if it rains, you're gonna have it.
Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? The motion still passes. So it is now official. That is the thing. When it comes to rain though, I'm not worried about rain. We've done Halloween in the rain before. If you were here for our drive-through event where it downpoured the whole event,
Last
we were
year.
still out there. Last year it rained as well. We were still out there. I'm not worried about rain. So rain makes it fun.
So the volunteer days. is time to-
Volunteers.
Do we need to be at all those events is my other question. Those.
It's highly suggested if you're going, who's going to be here for the Halloween event?
No, not for the event, I mean,
I don't
for
know,
the training, for the
Yeah, here's what-
volunteers.
Hold on, there's a point to this. If you're going to be at the event, it's highly recommended that you're at these,
Of these things.
at these,
Do
meetings.
these trainings count as meeting? No, they do not.
By the way, for the volunteers, if you're gonna tell them,
Yeah.
it is 100 hours.
100 hours if they come to all 8
They have
days.
to come to
All
all,
8 days.
including the
the
day of
day
the
of.
event, and clean up if it is at Anacapa.
So 9 days to get the 100 hours.
They're doing less than 10 hours.
That, keep in mind, it is a school night. I do
No,
not-
that'll be the next weekend.
I do not expect the students to be here later than or past 11. I can't, it's not fair. to them.
No, that's fine. That would be after, but it would be the weekend after, but like on a Saturday.
Yeah, to clean up after.
And then they get their hours that day. But they have to check out with us at the event. That's how we're gonna keep it going. I'm gonna make another motion to hopefully by next week also, plan A and B again, go into play. If we do get approval of Main Street to have the first meeting in Main Street with the volunteers from 7 to 8:30 PM, which would be on October 4th.
October 4th, you want to have the first meeting?
The first meeting is October 4th. If it doesn't work out for Main Street, then
To
we'll
have it
move
at
it
the center.
to Mary Collins.
On the still on the 4th. that's it.
Yeah. And then also part of my motion is to then add the other dates, which are, which were they again?
7:30 PM?
7
Seven.
p.m. 7 p.m.
What were the other dates?
The 11th, the 13th,
The 11th, the 13th, the
18th,
18th, the 20th,
25,
20,
25,
25, 27,
28 if it's on a Saturday.
28 if it's on the Saturday,
And if not,
and then maybe Saturday, the 29th if it's on Halloween night.
So
Just for
we're only
final-
doing it on Halloween day if it's on May.
So is there a second? Everyone got, you
Second.
got the motion?
Yeah.
Can you read it out just so they understand? Wait, we need a second. We need a
I second.
Okay, hold on, let me get this moving. Oh, it's a lot. We're almost done. Say 20 minutes. Okay, they kept us out there for 15 minutes. We gotta start anyway.
We'll do a deal. Better.
No, I've asked for more time. Need some-
All right, okay, so Brian, there's here, Brian motions that the volunteers must be there for all 8 meetings, the events and cleanup. Okay, the following dates for the volunteer meetings are October 4th, October 11th, the 15th, the 18th, the 20th, the 25th, the 27th, the 28th, and the meeting is on the 29th, Saturday at, hold on. No,
The 29th is.
if it's
at
on the
Mary
Mary
Collins.
Pop. And,
No, the 28th, the event would be
meeting-
the 29th.
right, And then if it's at Main Street, the event will be listed on the first. And then
With a meeting on the 29th and then Saturday.
Right.
Do we have a second, any discussion on that? This is how we used to do it in the past, just an FYI. We used to have 2 meetings a week for this. And go ahead.
May I?
Yeah.
2 things. Whatever you decide, can you please include me in an email
Yes.
with the dates, the times, the
Yeah.
meetings and all that? And the other thing is, what specifically do you want the BFC to have a role in all of this?
I'll get in contact with you.
Okay, good, thank you.
We have a second, any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. We have one more thing. We need to name this event.
What was the
You
name
already
last
gave
time?
one.
It was,
But we
And the-
didn't vote on
No,
it.
that was a
Festival,
subcommittee.
festival of,
Right.
festival of
Right,
rides.
but we need to vote on it.
Okay, okay.
If it's a I'll make a motion that if the
There's
event,
2 names.
if the event stays at Veterans Park, it will be named Nightmare on Mount Rose. If it will be at Maine, it will be the Festival of Frights.
I'll second.
Back on
Through the chair,
Main Street or something.
why not Nightmare on Main? That sounds pretty good.
Because you know how they do the Festival of Lights at Maine?
Yeah, I know.
I told Andrea Festival
Or you
Friday.
could do-
Oh, I'll second.
No,
that.
it's- no, it's-
Yeah, right?
We have a motion and a second.
Well, Nightmare on Main Festival. of Frights.
We went through this.
I
We already went through this. at the subcommittee.
I like Festival of Frights.
As long as it has frights in it.
Okay.
I like it.
Any more
Yeah.
discussion?
That's a selling
We're running out of time. Any more discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The meeting's not over. So I say it. Any announcements?
I have an announcement. So a couple announcements. Number one, we took over a office in Miramar, so we are Miramar Parkway 67th, around Dr. Rosanna Hoyos Orthodontics, who's gonna be specialty smiles also. And I think some of you are aware, I think I mentioned at some point, we are having another baby. That baby is due October 19th. So with that, obviously, I'm not gonna be at any of these types of meetings or anything like that for now. And with, as far as Halloween, especially Smiles is definitely gonna be sponsoring, so I'll get back that to you. But, moving forward, unfortunately, I am gonna have to start resigning from the committee. I loved and really enjoyed my time here. And I'd love to, stick around, but I don't think I'm able to give back as much as the committee should be receiving from myself. So I think it's something that I'm not trying to rush out of here. So I'd love for you guys to maybe identify someone, but like if you guys need help, I'm happy to help with whatever I can in the meantime. Or I could also just resign. I don't know if the spot needs to be open to be able to fill it, so
No,
I'm
we have
willing to.
a few adult spots open. You don't have to resign yet. I could wait until the 3rd.
Yeah.
Or the second meeting that you have up to, and I could tell you once you get up to that second. Before the 3rd meeting, then you get kicked off, I can let you know. And you can always put it
Yeah,
in-
I'll be around. I mean.
You can always put in your
and,
resignation then, or you could put it already.
Yeah, and I guess with the whole.
As a
Miramar
sponsor,
thing,
you
yeah.
can help us with all
And that's
that.
fine. So as far as the Miramar thing, I brought that up because this is still my home, and it's Jasmine Smiles' home too. So it's something that we're gonna continue to be committed to sponsoring whatever we can, as much as we can, and just to give back to the community that we love. So at any point, please reach out with any potential things. We're happy to help out, and you'll see me around. I'm still gonna even probably come to some of the meetings here and there, maybe after I have resigned, public comments and stuff. So thank you for the
Yeah.
time, and yeah, I'll be around. So I'm not
I'd
trying
like
to get
to
out.
thank
I
you.
know that I'm gonna be.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for your years of service to the committee. Eddie has been here just almost as long as I have.
No, you can belong.
Eddie has been here for a long time. We appreciate all your help.
And I think I'll be back. I want to be back, so just a little time.
Perfect.
Appreciate that.
When you do decide to send in your resignation, to send it, you have to put myself and Ernie in, because I do need to be made aware of it, because it's happened and then I'm not made aware of people. Also announcement, Daniel Gonzalez will be putting in his resignation as well. He didn't message me today, thanking everyone for everything. Unfortunately, with his school schedule, he can't come to any of our meetings. So instead of us removing him, he wanted to make a spot open. So he will be resigning as of tomorrow. He'll be sending you and me the resignation. Any other announcements? Also, I think we're removing another committee member as well tonight.
Well, you don't have to give a name, just.
I don't have to give a name, but we will have 2 more adult openings once you and Daniel leave. Actually, I need to count and see how many I have to make it, but we will have another student opening. I believe, I can tell you right now. I know they're waiting, but I'm just gonna do this, so.
Remember, we didn't start at 7, we started at 7:23. It's not fair enough.
I know. We only have 3 adults. And the rest are students, so we have 4 adult positions open.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, I will stick around if you need it, but I think we gotta identify, you know.
Eddie, go do your thing, bro. Tranquilo.
No,
We have
I mean,
one, we'll have one.
I can
student
miss a
opening and
meeting
4
and
adult.
that's fine.
So there, that's what it is. We have 4 adult positions open and 1 student position. After tonight, or once you resign, yeah.
So as long as the, you
But that's
know,
up to you.
most of the, but, you know, for financial votes and stuff, I'm happy to stick around as needed, for whatever I could do until you guys have been, you know, solid.
You got the names of the people that I can.
Can you send me a text of your people? Of their names? Any more announcements, Birds? You have nothing?
How many announcements, but that's not me from today.
Uh,
I'll move to adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I mean, I missed the last one because I was not feeling too well and I thought it
Did
was
you
that
call
bad.
me too early?
Sorry about that.
And Willie is on.
She didn't send them in the last one?
The thing is that they're not technically minutes, I mean, it's just attendance,
Right.
but
Alright, so this one-
I noted it.
All right, so we're calling this meeting to order, the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. 8:56. Hey Felicia, would you like to call the roll?
Yes, Alicia Salazar present, Karen Rodan, not here, Isabella Corso, not here, Javier Lane Soto,
Present.
Jesus Mendoza, not here, Juan Estrada,
Present.
Mario Pineda,
Present.
Luis Guerrero,
Present.
and we have this guest, our former chair. Yeah, you see it here, right?
All right.
Say your name.
Juan Carlos Fernandez.
And so we have a quorum, we're gonna proceed to item number 3, order of business, any deferrals, additions, or deletions. All right, seeing none, we're gonna move on to public comments. I believe we have a member of our community that would like to say a few words. We can please say your name and address for the record.
JC Fernandez, 7963 Northwest 163rd Terrace in the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you, good evening. I want to first thank you guys for serving. It's a thankless job. I'm sure that you guys all have families. I'd rather be somewhere else, but thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I think on behalf of the town. Just want to say something brief. I served on the chair for this committee a few years ago. I'm as a resident of the town, I'm going to speak. I am coming before you to ask you to vote yes for the bond that's going to be coming up in November 6th. For many reasons, my son, I have one son and 2 daughters. My son doesn't play baseball. He plays basketball at the athletic club. So there's not a real draw for that. And neither do we live on the west side of Miami Lakes. So I'm saying as subjectively, as a real estate agent solely, that I believe that good cities, great cities have great parks. You know, we always, in my business, we always think about values and how things affect values. And even though there's not a line item at an appraisal, and when an appraiser is gonna complete a report that says, is it near a great park? There's not an item, but neither is an item for a great school. And we all know that A+ schools draws, brings up property values. So I'll ask you guys to vote yes for bond. If you guys have any questions for me, I'm not an expert on it, but I know a little bit about it. But that's it. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for coming.
Have a great evening. Take care.
Bye. I'll call you, okay?
All right. Good night.
Anyone else from the public? Seeing none, we'll move into item number 5. Approve minutes. We'll continue, there's no minute to approve. Staff updates. Ms. Isle?
I have no updates specific to you guys, but I guess an invite from other committees, just so you guys are aware. Veterans Committee is having their holiday 5K December 10th. So if you guys are interested, the link is up and you guys can register to support a good cause. And Cultural Affairs has a couple of events coming up as well. They have Hispanic Heritage Month, October 15th, and October 6th, I believe, there's a book talk. So if you guys are interested in joining us, oh, and Veterans Parade, November 6th. If you guys want to nominate a grand marshal, or if you have an organization you're a part of that wants to join, there are links up in our website to register for this. That's it for me.
What is the 5K again?
Saturday, December 10th. Sunday, November 6th.
Are we doing, with regards to the parade, is it gonna be the same as we've done for a few years now? For each committee, they have a car, and somebody driving that car. with a
If you guys are
banner?
interested in, yes, in participating, that opportunity is still there, yes.
Is there a deadline for that?
I'm gonna send emails to the committees, I haven't sent it to anybody, about deadlines of by when you guys think it's on me. For the Jeep, I believe probably the whole committee can't make it right because their cars only put so many people.
Yeah, typically, you do this.
Yeah.
right? Typically, it's just, one person driving and,
Well,
Maybe
recently
like
now,
three.
last year they did, we had a driver because they couldn't get Jeeps, so the Jeep Club used the Jeep, so we had a driver and then like 2 or 3 people got in the car.
It depends on who confirms the Jeeps.
Yeah.
Yeah. If possible, we'll allow the committee, one of the committee members to commit to it and like that, you have an additional committee person. If not, we'll have to deal with whatever we're given.
Rudy,
Yes.
last few years, I remember you guys had people in bikes.
Yes, I'll see how many people, I can get out, this season. What we do is we have the banner. You guys have the banner here, for the community bike rides. And yeah, we'll try, to get, I know last year, we couldn't get many people on bikes. But what I'll do is I'll start promoting a little bit earlier, this time around. Hopefully we can get.
Last year I could participate, but this year probably gonna be driving because I can't bike.
Right. It does make it very difficult, I will tell you, with the bicycles. I wouldn't recommend little kids, because what happens is you're moving at a certain speed. And the little kids sometimes, they don't know how to handle the bicycle very well. But I'll check. Yeah, I'll check. I think for the most part is that, we'll get kids out and the kids out there.
I'm
too.
always the one that's the Jeeps.
All right. Moving along. Committee reports. No? Okay, moving along to item number 8.
A report on the bike tour, it was great.
Okay.
How many people do we have?
About 150, close to
150.
150.
So everybody made it. No one left behind.
Sure.
I think the vendors had they were happy with the outcome. Weather was great. Police officers did a phenomenal job. So, I mean, everybody's biggest complaint was it was too much food. So
That's a good complaint.
it was a good complaint. So it was
Yeah,
great.
we'll take that one any day.
Yeah, right?
You don't want the no food. That's the matter.
Yeah, there was, and I think that was a fear too. Some people saying, hey, how much food are we gonna have? But no, I agree. Everybody had plenty.
I think that the BCC people, they had so much food and everybody was like so full, they want to eat.
Yeah, the last,
So I said,
I don't
"Give
even
it
know
away
if
to
anybody
whoever,"
ate
you
at
know,
Chella's.
Because
There
people
was
were
food at
showing up,
Chella's,
oh no, this
yeah.
is what, I said, give it to them, I mean, we have plenty of food. It's fine."
I didn't find any food at Chella's, so I don't know what they were serving. So.
No, I left.
The thing is that it started raining. They had it outside and then it started raining and I saw them move it inside. So it only like if you, I guess if you noticed.
No, I didn't
Yeah,
go
but by
inside.
that time
Most
you were so
people-
full that you're like,
It was a lot.
I was like,
It was a lot of food, but definitely was a great event.
great event.
A long waiting for it. And
we
there
need to
was
start
enough,
planning now. for next year.
yeah, there was definitely enough
Yeah.
food.
Takes a year to
Thank
do
God,
everything.
because typically things like that, people just start eating and eating and eating, and before you know it. And of course, the restaurants don't have, very hard to gauge it. But no, they went very well. Everybody had food, everybody was good, it was awesome. I would definitely, a recommendation, and I think I spoke to many people there, is the timing. We need to have it a little closer, either to November or in January.
Correct.
Because it was, humidity was just unbearable. But other than that, it was, and weather, thank God, it held up all
It
the way
held
to the
up
end.
to the end, and literally to the
Yep.
end. Yeah.
That was good. Awesome. All right, we'll carry on to new business, item 8A, I got. Beautification contest, Ms. Ann.
The same as last year, you probably know better than I do because I haven't been
Oh,
around for
no,
it.
we have,
But yeah, it's ready whenever you guys say the word.
okay, so I said, let's put it out there. We haven't done it-
Usually, I think you guys would do it in the summer, about around that time.
I think at this point, it's.
Just
No, yeah, I know, but I'm
We
saying-
haven't done it in some time.
How much time, like 3 months, right? Because I know it's a whole project that people need to carry
It
out.
is.
But we can start,
Before and after.
Yeah, I'm okay with 3
We,
months.
and be specific on the before and after, because I remember sometimes we had some people do some crazy befores that you're like, yeah, that's not a before. Like they would probably like Google, pictures and
Maybe
It
we
has
have
to
them
be a-
submit them before.
They typically do it, yeah, they typically do it with the application. But I think what happens is one of those cases, even the before looked better. I think that the after, but they improved it. But I think to have an idea of a day, I think 3 months is okay. Because that would
Puts
put
us
us,
in November.
you know what?
This is
No,
what it is.
it's gonna take
So
us,
to January.
it's gonna take it to January. I
Yeah.
just realized it's December, we'll probably skip that meeting. We
No,
typically
and
do
it's
that
just,
for
you
the
don't have a
holidays.
full 3 months. Not really. You have to wait till January.
So the
Get the
deadline is
renewal.
gonna be,
I'll tell you right now. Well, to submit, it should be December.
Well, who's
And
gonna
then-
do their, who's gonna redo their beautification now? You know, they're gonna put up Christmas
Beautification.
lights,
Halloween.
Halloween lights and Christmas lights.
Holidays.
But I mean, we're gonna give them the time, early whenever they can. But we'll give them the time, but we'll judge it in January.
See,
I mean, our meeting in January is the 18th. So I said, right, on the 18th, we can get out the applications.
So close it off that day. Bring you that day, the applications, right?
Yes,
Close it off like a day or two before.
yeah, close it out there.
so application deadline will be January.
Do you know more or less what we're speaking about the beautification contest?
I was gonna actually get it tell them right now, I realized.
Yeah, we have guidelines.
Sorry about that, Mr. Estrada. So basically, the beautification contest is that, that's what we do with the matching, right? It's been so long, I don't, we give them, no, we give them the Home Depot.
We go in the Home
The Home Depot
Depot,
card,
so
right?
they put their money first and then
Right.
we give them the,
The Home Depot card, was it
Reimburse
250 or 300 that we,
it was a little more.
pumped it up?
It was like 2,500.
No,
15,
I
right?
think it was
that's another one, the matching one.
Well, that's a matching.
It's a matching
That's a
grant.
matching.
That's the one where you do,
Beautification, that was a couple $100.
yes,
Like 200 or 250 or something.
yes, yes, that's the Home Depot card. You're getting confused. The other one's where they spend,
On
you
the
know, like
front
$1,500
lawn, yeah.
and they come back and they try to get reimbursed
Correct.
for
That's
those,
what
yeah,
they-
yeah.
So the last time you guys did this, from what I see here, was 2019.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, it's been a long time,
Oh, because pre-pandemic.
right?
Says winners will receive $1,000 gift card.
Thank you. Thank you, I told you,
No,
I know it was a lot there, $1,000.
It's a 25.
But I know you're not, I mean, it should
Yeah,
be $2,500.
I was right.
inflation,
I was,
you know?
you're right. I was right with the Home Depot
You
card.
remember the whole thing? I knew it wasn't 250 because no one's gonna do, I remember some of these people did it like a front lawn kind of
Right,
thing.
right.
The-
So in this case, yeah, I'm sorry, so in this case, because we have two of them. We have the beautification and we have the matching one. So beautification, it's $1,000, basically, we'll put it out there in the community. And it has to be an improvement that you can see from the street. Okay, so it cannot be in your backyard where we can't see it. All the applications will come to the committee, we'll review them, we'll review the photos, and then we vote on it, whichever one. And then once we do that, once we pick a winner, then we go out there, like an appointment day, and see the improvements, you know, sometimes the mayor, some council, members will come in, council members, and we'll do a Facebook Live, right, and issuing the check to the winner. Pretty much it.
The last one was, the townhouse one.
Yeah, that was her, she was one of our members.
Yeah,
She was one of our
did a
members.
really good job on the.
She did, she did. It's a long time, wow, man.
It's been that long.
Wow.
Question, Home Depot provides those $1,000 that comes from our budget?
No, that's us.
That's us. Saying there's no room for inflation now.
That's already in the budget.
Or maybe Mario wants to go over to Home Depot and see if they'll match it,
Maybe,
make it $2,000.
yep, that's not a bad
That's not a
idea.
bad
So then the deadline is 1/18.
Do we have like a flyer that we have for that?
No, you're just telling. So you have to make-
$1,000
But we will get it.
I thought we had something.
Send me something so I can go to Home Depot and see if they'll match it, you know, see if they can do some kind of matching right
We do have a
now.
flyer.
Or I'll go to Lowe's as well or something.
We'll
That we
do a
did.
new one.
No, I'm sure, but kind of
See if you
the
have it.
information,
Yes, yes, yes.
right, it's.
Do you want me to
pretty
send
basic.
it to you guys to look at before we promote it?
Sure, just, you know, just hey guys, it's gonna be the flyer, I think we're good, we need to approve that, that's very basic stuff. Awesome, so
We wanna
1/18.
make sure that we promote green.
So that
So
means that
I-
we're,
I see a lot of people paving their front yard and it's making me sweat.
Paving?
The paving.
Oh,
Paving,
There's a
paving.
lot of paving happening in Miami Lakes and it's not good. We're losing our green.
definitely a vote for green. So our February meeting, it's on the 15th. So I said we make that the deadline the 18th, and just give it to us in February. So that way you're not, like,
Okay, so close at when, sorry?
close it on the 18th, 118, or 118, and
If anything, I can close it then, share it with you guys in advance, so you don't spend your whole meeting looking at it for the first time.
Yes.
You make the decision at the meeting, but I
Yes,
give
that's
you
what-
the
that's how we
actual
had it last
applications in
Try to do
advance.
That's how we did it.
Okay.
So you can glance at it
We
whenever
got it
you
and
have a
then-
chance.
oh, so you percent, got it, I see what you mean. So we'll close it out on the 18th, well, in that case, you gotta
That
close it
gives
out
you
on the
guys-
17th.
No,
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 she's saying.
I
she
will
closes
email it
on
to
the
you guys.
18th. She then emails it to us.
Yeah.
And then in February is when we make the.
you guys have
decision,
had a
we
month
make
to
the
look
awards.
over it and figure out which ones are your favorites and then vote on it collectively that day.
But the only thing is if we close it on the 18th, that means we cannot see it on the 18th because the 18th doesn't end until 12 o'clock at 11:59.
No, what she's saying is, after it closes on the 18th, she will email it to us and then
They
in
said in the meeting.
February.
That's what I'm saying, not in the meeting.
No, you're
Okay,
saying
got it,
you're
got
gonna
it, got
decide in
it.
February.
So you're in the, got it. So really.
Just giving you guys
She's
time
not
to
gonna
look
be
at
out
it.
here at 11:59 to email, so you're probably gonna email it to us a day or two out. That's what I'm saying.
She's gonna close it out though.
She's gonna be upstairs,
Right, after it closes out on the 18th, then you email it to us.
He's tight.
And we got 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks to review it, and then we'll put it on the agenda for February.
Yes.
All right, awesome. Any more? Anything else on that item? All right,
And we'll promote it on the.
next item, 8B, discuss new NIC candidate application. So this is something, apparently the committee rules were updated recently. And so now the chair, let me see, do you have that exact handy?
I don't, but I kind of
Remember
understand
what it
what
was?
it is.
Because I can pull up the exact.
It's just that, as you know, they're requiring 2 meetings prior to being appointed. Now, in all honesty, some council members can always
Correct, waive that.
waive that because they're council and they can do so, so. Really, it's up to council, not really up to anyone.
I don't know what we have
And
these
then
committee
they're asking for recommendations from the chairs, just because the chairs are always present or whatever, and they see whoever visits, if they've gotten to know the person, and if they would recommend them. That's really all there is to it. That doesn't mean that the council can't, appoint somebody, just because you say no.
And it
It's really
doesn't-
just a
I
recommendation.
feel bad for the member that comes to meetings, before that, and then they're expected to be nominated, and then somebody else gets nominated just because.
Yeah.
you know.
So Rudy, so it came up at the last council meeting, this issue came up.
Right.
And there was a discussion amongst the different council members about it because, they felt like, what's the purpose of having this rule when they kept on having people to be appointed that they were waiving the rule and appointing the people at the council meeting. And so there was a big discussion. They were like, well, the vice mayor said, it's like, look, we're just looking to fill committees.
Right.
And, these people are already expressing an interest and he has no problem with waiving the rules. But if they need to change the rule, they need to change the rule. So that's something that we just need, I think they're wanting to get feedbacks from us.
Right.
As to how we feel about it. Whether they're keep it, do you think it's productive to have the folks attending at least 2 meetings? Or is it not? Because as they expressed, the intent of having the rule initially was to make sure that people were committed to the meeting to begin with.
Yes, I think that's the key, because a lot of people get appointed, they go to the meeting, and then they don't like the people, or they don't like what the committee does, and then they quit.
Literally in 2 meetings. So here's a rule, and it was, this is where I had a little take back. So it says, please be advised, this is an email that was sent to me, because and I believe it was Mr. Entrada's application that was sent to me for approval, and I was made aware, of course, of these new rules that was approved. So it says, and I was like, okay, well, why me as a chair? I'm sure that you guys always remember, I like to do everything as a committee. I don't have, such executive powers to a certain degree, I guess. So bottom line is, I got the response back, and saying, please be advised that the committee rules were revised in March 2022 as per section 11G. Appointments to committee shall be vetted by the committee chair. Here, I'm attaching Mr. Juan, in this case, it was Mr. Juan Estrada's application for your review as council member. Collazo is thinking of nominating him to the NIC, blah, 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 blah. Okay, so I personally, and I don't think, and this is how it came about. There has been, I guess, other issues with other committees, okay, where the committees are maxed out. And now you have 3 or 4 people that want to get in the committee. And now you're leaving the decision solely up to one person. And that, of course, can be taken as, well, you know what? I'm going to pick Javier because Javier is a personal friend of mine. And I'm going to go with his instead of picking the other 2 or whatever the case may be. So in a nutshell, what I did was, even though it's still, I guess, my decision based on that rule, I asked for all the applications that were pending. So that way we can all see it, we can all review it, and I can get the feedback from the committee and say, okay, well, which one, in your opinion, right? Comparing, well, now we're what, 9 or 8, we said?
Yeah.
8, and we have 14.
14
So that means-
members are?
No, we have 14 spaces. So that means we have, so that means we have 6
Wow.
vacancies.
I didn't think we never had.
Something we
14
should say
total.
yes to.
Right. No, we always have.
Yeah, but we've never reached 14.
No, I think we.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now is the only time that we've been at 8. We've never been below 10. So, I mean, really, all these people that are here should be appointed. I mean, I approve of
I
that.
think we should review it.
Just one, just one point to what you just stated. Keep in mind that some council members are more strict on this rule than others, as I'm sure you guys have already seen. And just because they ask for your recommendation doesn't necessarily mean they will do it. Most likely they will, but always
Yeah,
remember
which is
that they
better,
are
like, this
council
guy doesn't
and
wanna
they
be
can
number
decide.
one.
So it doesn't specifically mean that because you chose that person,
Right.
that's the person that's gonna be appointed. I just wanted to put that out
Of
there in
course,
case anybody
of
gets
course.
disappointed.
No, of course. But for me, it was more, I did not want to have that kind of power decision making without first bringing it to the committee and saying, hey, guys, these are the applications out there. What do you guys think? Is it yes or no? And then that way I feel, better making all of us an informed decision as a committee and not as one individual. Because we don't have the issue of people lining up outside, but some committees do. And I've heard issues exactly like this, where I guess why don't you pick this guy? He's more qualified. Well, in my opinion, I felt that this guy was better qualified. So bottom line, I don't want to make a decision on my own without first the committee reviewing all these applications.
I just feel this way. If we have rules, we should stick to the rules. Okay, if you're not gonna stick to the rules, then the rules should be removed. That's why I want you. Or remove completely, because it's, I feel bad for someone that comes to the 2 meetings, and then they're not appointed, and somebody else is appointed because they know a personal relation with one of the committee members, or so on and so forth. So that, to me, again, we're a representation of the committee. They can choose whoever they want, but rules are rules. If you have the rules, follow the rules. If not, waive the rules.
Why is it happening that the committee
But that's what I want to make clear to you guys. You guys are not picking who goes on the committee.
Correct.
They are asking for a recommendation. They are council. They can decide whoever they put in. It's just
That's
a
what I thought at the
recommendation
beginning.
coming from the.
Well, it's just
chair.
like anything that comes out of committee anyway.
It doesn't-
It goes to
Yeah, I know, but
recommendation.
it's not like, it's
We're
for
not
you guys
picking, we're
and
not
God forbid
doing-
you pick somebody bad and it's on.
If we can
Council
recommend
makes a
whoever we want from this, and they can choose completely a different person.
So let me ask you this, just getting, if we're gonna review it, I'd like to review it. I looked at a couple of these folks. One question I had, the last one on the back page, this was dated in 2020. I don't know if he's still interested.
They usually go, town clerk's office usually goes to applications to make sure that they're still
Okay.
interested. So it
And then the
should mean that
question
they
is,
are.
is there a maximum number of committees they can serve on?
2.
2.
And do we know all of these still are eligible for?
I can check
one
for
more?
you.
Because I don't want to consider, review someone that was already sitting on 2 other committees. Especially this one that's like
been there since
What's
2020.
the
gentleman, I
person
think
in
he's
Nike?
got it.
De La Vega,
De La Vega.
Rafael De La Vega.
So they checked off a couple of them.
Yeah, they have like blasting,
They're not on
economic.
any.
Next
I
time.
think this guy is better off in the blasting. The last one about the
Yeah.
improvements, the neighborhood improvement committees, I take pride in helping them.
And I will probably know by looking at them. like, numbers.
John is good.
Because
There's one member that seems to be a veteran, and I just think could be better off as a veterans committee.
The first committee, the people participating were all those women were involved in the arts and had something to contribute.
And then John, so Jonathan, I'm so sorry. So Jonathan just got, he hasn't gone sworn in yet? Right. That's the way I had him do it. Well, one is,
There's a,
Yeah,
yeah. you guys
John
are
Estrella and
confusing
Juan
your vote.
Estrada.
yeah, I see that. Okay. John, he's on, hasn't gone sworn. Or one is,
No, he's Juan Estrada.
no, my bad.
He's Juan
Got
Estrada.
it.
This
There's
is John
John, there's
Estrada,
John,
that's
there's
what I'm
John.
There's a John and a Juan.
Got it, got
Juan
it.
Estrada, Juan Estrada.
Yeah, so John already to check.
Juan Estrada,
What's up?
He's already here.
but John Estrella has not been sworn in.
Yeah, nah, okay.
They're
So
not
he's-
officially a member until.
Right. So he's already in. So I presume in this case, as Mr. Soto said, just check to see if they're already serving in any other
But that's
committee.
what I was telling him, if you guys have any concern about them, just let me know. I deal with most committees, so I would know by just, or I can check the roster.
I mean, I looked at-
Omar, do you think he would be fit? Do you think he would be better at a veterans? He's a veteran.
Clearly, he's pushing that one.
John seems to be a good fit.
Ruth was appointed?
She can be into them.
But are they interested in being in two committees or just one?
There is right for, she really, she really likes.
Ruth worked for the town, so.
Huh?
Ruth,
Yeah,
yeah,
Is that tall, maybe?
I think
yeah, she
so,
used to work
yeah.
for the town. And
used
she
to work
was
for the
very
town.
involved in the bike.
She
original
was.
bike ride.
Yeah.
So she very good.
All right, so let's go one by one.
One by one.
Yeah, so that way-
So, first one.
So the first one would be Jarais.
You didn't write much, huh? Well, there's-
I mean, I like what she's
That
writing.
is
that she
only
wants to
selected in the-
Bring it to, you define the town, which is.
Mhm.
Is gonna be part of this committee.
Was she retired at the time? Yes.
Yes.
Almost in housing the town, and works and stuff like that.
I was watching birds and traveling, so.
Her hobbies are walking, watching, traveling. Very nice.
Your long walks to the beach.
I think we're to the beach.
All right, so
Yeah, each is a check.
this is a check. We're doing her. That's a highlight. I saw a yellow highlight
Check.
somewhere.
I like it.
Yellow highlight, yeah.
Feels like she really wants to be part of this.
Next person. Ruth. So with Ruth, I
We know
guess,
her.
yeah, we can check first if she wants to be in more than one committee.
I think it says.
What she's selected for.
Yeah, just say culture, fair, neighborhood, and volunteers, or sports hall of fame.
Yeah, if they, those are the ones that are interested in doing it.
But that doesn't necessarily they want to serve in two committees.
Well, it's either one or two, those are your options.
Right, that's what I'm
Well,
saying.
what we're saying, remember, we just say yes, and then I'm sure she.
We're recommending it to the council. It's not like.
No, I know, but regardless of what I'm trying to say here is so that way we don't even waste the time getting to the council. It says just here, select, we're interested in joining, right? Some people don't realize
I
that they
see.
can join.
Is she on a committee?
She
now?
is.
She's not on it.
And she's on
The
nothing.
only one she's been appointed to is cultural affairs.
That's what I'm saying. So can we just reach out to her and ask her, hey, are you willing to serve in two committees? Because a lot of people are like, hey, listen, I'm good with one. So it was one of these four. So you want to text her now?
Yeah.
Great. All right. And the next one.
Omar.
is- Omar Cifuentes.
He's a veteran. I feel like he's more pissed at the veterans. And circle the veterans. Neighborhood, actually, he did.
Yeah, Ruth could not be part of
The
the
veterans
committee because
sister.
she's staff, but now that she's still working.
How old is he? Does he have an age?
It doesn't say that.
You said, you know, how many years she lived in land rates, 5 years, 3 months? What's his judge? You know, he might be resourceful for that project we want for the DOT, to pay those columns.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
All right, let's say yes, tomorrow.
Yeah, say yes to him.
Good. Listen, we got
There's nothing
6,
against.
yeah,
How many can
we got 6,
We
we
can
got,
say yes to all of them.
we got, yeah, we got 60 billion.
We have, next John.
John, he's already, what's this? He's good.
And then we have Rafael Elevate.
Jonas Gray?
Yes.
He's already been appointed.
NIC.
Oh, really?
He just hasn't been sworn in yet.
Yes, we only have 5 of 6.
Right.
5.
I always
We
said
have
the
eight.
key is to
It's
get
John
people
Knight.
who really want to
Five.
help out. not just
Last
to be
one.
really to-
I said yes to her five,
So
and if she responds back.
We'll just say yes to Ruth, and if she doesn't want it, she says no. That's all it is.
It's me.
we should have a requirement.
Because they'll ask them.
I think those to the first meeting should be required.
Because the town clerk will just ask them, you know, are you still interested? Before they get to move forward on their appointment.
Who's your appointee?
They're separated.
Oh, I'm like, yeah, listen, I already got one of those. No, I'm good. I don't have a problem. All right. Good deal. So that being said.
So as chair, are you
Well,
interested in?
well, motion-
numbers,
In numbers for,
filling up seats?
yeah, of course. No, the more the merrier, yeah, man, of course. No, as a matter of fact, I think this is the only time in the many, many years that I've been in this committee that we've been this low. I guess, you know, after the pandemic, you know, it hit us hard. But no, we've always been at 14, we've always been at 14. So yeah, I'm good with, you know, filling up the committee. Because I bring, of course, because what happens, I bring some more ideas, you know, improving, you know, it sometimes it's just between us. We're like, okay, we ran out of things now. We gotta go out around the neighborhood and knock on doors and see what we can do.
Yeah.
So, all right, let me get the name so I can just sing.
And one, and you know, I know this is one of your first meetings, but it's just one of the things that Rudy's always done too, he's encouraged each of the members to pick up a project. If it's something you want to do, that you want to bring, that you want the committee to post on, if you think about it, come with a plan and stuff like that, and bring it up to the next meeting, so we can discuss it, and, you know, maybe have a couple others jump on board with you to help you with it, if, you know, if it's something that the committee wants to move forward with, make a recommendation to the town or anything like that.
Understood.
So,
I saw some traction on the boat ramp a few the other day, and yeah, same thing. You know, funds for staff.
All right, so I'm gonna motion to recommend that the following applicants be appointed to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee.
I'm sorry to cut you off
Yeah.
because I'm looking at the roster from the town clerk's office and Ruth is already, it says pending 2 meetings.
On our
Yeah,
committee.
No, she hadn't come through.
no, but it says pending 2 meetings, Davis has agreed to.
Put her on.
okay.
So the motion is to recommend that.
So
the-
do we
Again,
we
do
don't
we
have
have
to
to
include
make a motion? Because again, this is just a.
No,
No,
because
but-
normally Rudy's doing this just to get your feedback, but normally like it's literally
It's
just
just
the
me,
chair
right.
telling the.
But in
town
this
clerk.
case, I want to, again,
Yeah, this is,
yes, I want to, yeah, I want to document it, so it's a committee thing. It's not a Rudy thing, because honestly, you know, other than putting an agenda together, that's pretty much.
I just want to make it a business.
Yeah, pretty much, it's a community. So, so
Can
I'll
you
say,
repeat the motion?
Jari's, yes, a motion to recommend to the council to appoint to the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. Take your time. The following applicants. Yarais. Reitor. You can get it from the list.
Yes, get it from the list.
I second. No, that's a. Omar Sepúlveda. Rafael de la Vega. Okay, and Juan second. Any additional discussions? No, all right, seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? No, you guys have it. Okay. All right, anyone, any announcements?
Real quick, on the bike tour, just two comments were made. One, if we ever gonna do one on the west side. Again, I thought about doing one on the west side, but I don't think we could even,
On the bike, what?
the coloring.
The Canary?
tour.
Okay.
Yeah,
There's nothing in
there's
the-
really not much we could do on the west side, so if you guys could think of something else, that we could do on that side, with a bike collar or something, maybe a crawl, or, you know, we have a couple restaurants, but not a lot. So, you know, we have that one major plaza where the barbecue place is, and
Great place.
the Greek place and
I
Latin
mean, that
America.
shopping has a lot of restaurants.
Honestly, we have enough. You have two big shopping centers. You have Royal Oaks and you have where the Latin America is. It's enough to do the whole event between just those two.
It's difficult on the Royal Oaks Plaza. There's a lot of cars that go through there.
Well, when you start there. So.
You can start at
and we go- and we
Cancun.
go-
How many restaurants are in Royal Oaks?
Royal Oaks Plaza for at least. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
At least.
And big ones, yeah.
You have Cancun, you have
Oh, sorry.
Anthony's, you have
Anthony's.
Outback, you have the Sports Grill,
Sports Grill.
you have
Mayor.
The Peruvian one or a sushi
Mayor's
one?
Cafe.
the
yeah.
Sushi Bomb.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So maybe yes, maybe next one, we can definitely have it on that side. And we can actually stay
Papa John's.
each one, a little Papa John.
Subway.
We can stay there
But
longer.
then you have to call corporate because they don't have the time to participate.
No, those,
No,
no,
no, we're not gonna do those. Yeah.
yeah, Papa John is up there. No,
So we would go there and then drive to the other plaza where the.
Yeah,
We're gonna
I'm
end up
okay
at the
with that.
Latin Grill.
and you know what? It's not a bad idea, in my opinion, because it allows a little more time to socialize and talk and, you know, compartir, you know, that kind of stuff, instead of having to, you know, even though we had a, you know, pretty decent time, but before you're getting off and making one line, you gotta go to the next one, the next, before you know it, hey, there's Mario with his, you know, let's go, we got 10 minutes, 10 minutes.
Hey, we have to stick to the schedule. okay?
I know.
Yeah, if it wasn't for
I
him,
know.
people would have.
I
been
know.
meeting forever.
So yeah, Mario,
I mean, we could even try to do something in the park, since the park is right there, or a Veterans Park.
No, I think those two shopping centers are big
Big
enough.
enough?
Yes.
We can meet at the park.
Oh, that could
No,
be-
you know why I wouldn't do it at the park though?
Why?
Because you want to spend more time at the plane. What happens is you're gonna waste time. And you're gonna have two stops.
The registration and start
Registration,
should be at the park.
that's what I'm saying.
That's what he's saying, and then you don't have to worry about parking or anything like that. So you do there,
That's what
you go to Royal Oaks,
Oh, because
come
the
back
parking
to
is
the other
limited.
one,
Right,
and
right,
then- and then
right,
if
right,
people
right.
wanna leave, the park's right there, they can leave
Yeah.
earlier if they want.
Got it. Okay. Yeah.
So we do that, we do park, we do Women's
Royal
Plaza, and then.
No,
we
no.
do-
Come back. Yeah.
Oh, you don't wanna, oh, I see.
Come to
what you're saying.
61st,
Oh,
to
go to
the-
Go to
first.
Windy first,
Yeah,
and come back.
And then go through the back. You're gonna
Yeah,
go
yeah,
through the
yeah,
back.
and
Yeah,
you
you
can
gotta
finish
go
off
to
like
the
a Latin
back.
American,
Yeah. That's it, man.
Latin American one.
I say you send an email to Io and Claudia, said, let her know this is a thought. Maybe we can start brewing it already.
You don't have to start on
I have a question.
Those places.
Did we set up bike rides for the fall or no?
Yeah.
Speaking,
Next month.
if you could this year, I also thought that it'd be cool if we could end a bike ride at a breakfast place. Or perhaps start it there and end it there, just, you know, like you said, socialize, get a little breakfast after with the kids.
Which place are you looking to?
Breakfast, we got a couple.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
So we did, well, this season that we gotta do, I would say probably a little better job, including the committees in promoting the bike rides. I know it's challenging because it's the first one returning, so, we do our, annual community bike rides. We typically start, the first month is November, and the last one is April, and we'll give it a theme. We started that last season, we give each year, each bike ride a theme. But it was the first one after the pandemic, so we were struggling. I mean, we left with 150, almost 200 people at one of our bike rides. So, but of course, like everything, or like a lot of things with the pandemic, it went down. So we, as a committee, we need to do maybe a little better job this time around, promoting it, and our friends, once we have a little flyer, maybe putting it in your social media.
What do we come up with for bike spots? How to reach out to sponsors. We should have 14 members. That's 14 people we can reach out to somebody, right? And then at each bike event, we give away a bike. I mean, it doesn't one of these Walmart bikes are $150, $120. Maybe we get a bike for one of the kids, and that might bring some incentive to people coming out to the bike. Sign up. You're when you sign up, you're entered into a bike raffle. Or maybe we could get bike 305 involved again. And they come out and,
Yeah, she was great.
Yeah, she was great, She loves doing that kind of stuff, so maybe she.
Bike
could-
305, they promoted the culinary, because I got an email from Bike 305 for it.
They should be. So we have, the next one will be the dates, the locations.
So I think part of your, for the announcements is just asking everybody from the committee start coming up with ideas for bike rides.
Yeah, the dates.
You know what was great at the bike, at the culinary, the bike rental people. They did a great
Yeah,
job.
what is it called?
That might be something we invite them to the,
But a lot of people were using them. I mean, that,
Yeah,
that's
and
lazy.
the scooter.
I mean, the idea
Oh, they had
is to bike.
scooters. Yeah,
and
some people
exercise
were riding
with that
scooters.
thing, it's like,
Well, I'll tell you one thing, Felicia, I'll take those, because eating, drinking, and riding a bike.
but that's dangerous too. if
they
you're
had,
drinking,
they had
you
baskets
can
in them and
fall.
everything.
And so once we have an idea, kind of like the themes that we do is like the November one, we didn't do, no, not a Halloween one, but we'll do like Thanksgiving, in December, we'll do like just a festive holiday thing.
Like
so
light up
people
your bike.
Light up your bike.
It was
try to
actually,
do
it was
it
a
at
night one,
nighttime,
that was a night one.
and it's always fun.
That one we
Like-
have to do again. They enjoyed that one.
Yeah. Like I think for Valentine's Day, we do this kind of like more love theme, red colors. We do in the March one, we end up doing kind of like a more early sports, or the sports one is in March,
Sports is in March.
sports and health. Was it March, was that one?
March,
We had-
the last
had
one
the
was
Department of
flower
Health
power.
come out.
Flower power.
Yeah, for April, for the
The
spring.
police officer, that does the bike tours with us, he was concerned that
No, no, I
now
was
with
just
the
giving him an
new,
idea of what they were.
golf cart, ordinance that you can do the golf
What
cart.
exactly is, can you bring me up to speed with that?
So if you sign up your golf cart with the town, you're allowed to drive it. within the
You don't need to register it as a motor vehicle.
Well, you can't drive on the street.
You could drive in the street.
But you have to have
Well, you-
seatbelts and.
Correct.
right?
Well, yeah, well, you make it,
Lights.
because you make it street legal.
You have to make it some street, you don't need a tag. I know you.
So you can make it street legal except for the registration.
Except for the registrar. I think you have to register it with the town.
And you can drive on any street except 57, 67, 87.
This is your main street.
Which are the main
Which are higher than 30 miles an hour.
I know.
But
I
here's
know
the-
I live out with you, huh?
So the concern is that when we do the bike, when we do these bike things, okay, then people are gonna come out with
There's
the
one
golf
person
carts.
that in the bike
So
ride now
we
is-
need to make the decision, are we gonna only allow bicycles? Or are we gonna like bikes and golf carts too?
We just gotta be careful with the golf carts, because,
Well, the golf carts can ride in the back. I don't
yeah,
know.
how are they gonna stay in the back?
Yeah, they'll stay in them. I mean, listen, for the most part, you tell them, if people are driving these golf carts, they pretty much are no fault. You tell them stay on the back, they'll stay on the back. I don't foresee that. I think it's gonna,
Be fun for the better.
I think it's gonna bring, I think it's gonna give us a good boost.
You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah, no, I think it is. There's a good community out there. As a matter of fact, there's a Royal Oaks. I remember last season with a bike race, somebody approached me that they do a big holiday parade with golf carts. I don't know if it's Royal State Palms or Royal Oaks.
One of them do, yeah.
They do that, right? And they were like, oh, can we go? And I said, oh, that would have been awesome, riding in the back. But unfortunately, we have that ordinance passed, but now that we pass it, I think I'm up
You're
for it.
Well,
okay
that's
with,
something we have to confirm with.
yeah, because they were having an issue, we're gonna have.
Well, we can discuss it in the next meeting.
Yeah.
It gives us time to think
But
about
if
it.
you want, I can ask us, so you have that preliminary.
Yeah, can we ask Cynthia and ask him, I guess, if whoever it is.
Ask him if that's gonna be, if that to them is gonna be a concern, or is it something that we can include with the bike ride? And if it's no, then what can we do to include it? What regulations will they concern, give us for them to go? They have to stay in the back, bikes in the front, they can't go in front of the bikes. Because the more this, gets around, the more people are gonna get golf carts, they're gonna wanna take it out.
Yep.
If we do these events, they're gonna be like, hey, let's take the golf, There's, I can see a parent going in the golf cart and then the two kids going on a bicycle and then they're,
But we just have to be, one, we have to make sure police is fine with it. And secondarily, just because I know other communities that have golf or have golf carts and they incorporate them in events, you gotta be careful, because some of them, they're the higher powered ones. And sometimes what they'll do is they'll attach a trailer to it and have people hanging out on the trailer and stuff like that. So we just need to make sure, are we comfortable with that? Or if it's just,
Yeah, I don't think,
regular
definitely not trailers, yeah.
But you don't wanna a trailer with a cooler.
Yeah, by the head, right, yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
You could just see the possibility, like, I know the possibilities of what happen,
But
so.
we just have to we just need to be ready for it. So that way when we put our flyers out and people.
Some of these
people
are
question
with
it.
speakers and we're writing at like 9 o'clock in the morning. and do-
I'm okay with that, I don't care with that. Nothing wrong with
Yeah,
that.
they should make everything.
Because if everyone, Tony was doing a big speaker in his three-wheel bicycle.
That is true.
I missed Tony in the last ride. Maybe you should participate this year.
All right, so we'll bring, I'll bring that into the agenda next meeting, so we can get the dates, the themes. Hopefully, we'll have a bigger meeting, so we'll have a bigger audience, to bounce back ideas. And just let us know, Isle, if there's, what kind of feedback the police department tells you with regards to allowing golf carts, which is, some way, I guess, promoting mobility. Because you're not getting a car, I guess.
Well, what it is, the way I even will put it is for those that might not have a bike or might not be able to ride them.
Right.
That's what you
To
would, it's not that those are the only ones, but it allows
Yeah.
another community
To join
the
us.
opportunity to join.
And that would be more along the lines of something that Helen would say,
Inclusive.
no, a kind of community,
Or inclusive.
inclusive there. Oh, yeah, inclusive community. Sir, awesome. Anything else? Other announcements? All right, motion to adjourn.
Okay.
9:03 p.m.